Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be having probably our last Q&A stream for a while because we are getting a recordable build on Thursday, which means I'm allowed to make videos on that build. So I will be basically just only making videos at that point. I think I'll do one Q&A stream before release. Other than that, but this is going to be kind of the last for quite a while. The first gameplay is going to come on the 31st. A bunch of different creators have the ability to make one video, and then the, on the 2nd will be when the embargo entirely lifts, and all creators will be able to release as many videos as they would like, instead of just the one. And so that's kind of what things look like. I've played a lot of countries since the last Q&A, mainly in the 50 to 200 year range, closer to 50 on most of these, trying to get a handle on all the countries for a ranking list, which will be a video that I'm doing and taking notes for. Just generally speaking, I'm working on a lot of spreadsheets and outlines rather than focusing on runs themselves, this type of thing, so that I can be prepared on the 16th to record, ideally, at least 3 videos a day, for up until release, basically, and we'll see what we're able to do then, or up until November 2nd, where we will do, on the 2nd we will start streaming and doing things like this. I guess towards the beginning of this, should be plugging my creator code, huh? So let's pull one of those up right now. I'm kind of bad about this, but this is a good way to support the channel that doesn't cost you extra if you're planning on paying full price for the game, which is that you can buy the game with our code on the official web store. This doesn't make it cheaper for you, but it does send 12% of the sale our way. You can purchase any one of the Paradox games, so if you're getting the CK DLC or Vampires the Masquerade, any of this, you can purchase it with the code Generalist in all caps, and it will send 12% our way. And so this is the cheapest way to support the channel, with a couple of asterisks. One, they'll email you a code, so it's slightly inconvenient relative to buying it on Steam. And 2, you will also want to be checking, if you are not in USD, that the prices are the same, because there are prices difference between Steam and the other stuff. So, yeah. So coming back here, these are the nations we have played quite a bit. Well, the videos will be in that build. What nation did you decide to play? I haven't decided yet. It's looking like it's going to be between Venice and Mali. A couple other people wanted Venice. I was talking to them a little bit, because one person who wants Venice has very good reasons to have Venice, and I think if only one person gets to play Venice, they should get to play Venice. I don't want to, like, out people's names or, like, give obvious descriptions. And then another person wants Venice, and they kind of wanted to get out of my way for Venice, but I'm okay coin flipping with them over it. So, but then it sounded like they might want to play a different nation anyways. How long will your video be? I've been told that the length can be anything within reason, which to me is a directive that I really hate, because I like specificity. But the way I took this to mean is, it'll probably be roughly like, if I get Venice, it'll be like a starting steps video. My starting steps videos are generally anywhere from 1 hour to 1 hour and 45 minutes. And so my goal will be to keep it under 2 hours, or 1 hour and 45 minutes will kind of be the top end of where it will be, and I will just have it be a length that is normal for the channel, which is long overall. But lacking a specific directive, I will just take that to mean kind of what the channel normally looks like. Gonna submit my question because I'm busy working listening along. Is there a good option for North German Merchant Republic? So in the next build, there will be the option to flip Republic. But also, Frisia starts out as a Republic. But in the next version, it won't be impossible to flip Republic, which as it stands, it currently is, which makes, like on the current creator build, which makes just every Republic start just, like, way better, because you can't flip Republic, so starting out as a Republic and flipping nations is easier than starting out as a nation and then flipping Republic. But, yeah, Sweden, really need to hear about Sweden. So Sweden, we can talk about Sweden in a little bit once I kind of clear out the queue, but, yeah. Dog, did you just wake up? I just don't sleep. Within reason sounds like 9-episode season with 1 hour episode. Yeah, I mean, like, so the thing is, if there's no limit, I would just upload like a 12-hour video or something where I just do an entire run. I would just do the entire Venice run that I have planned. As long as it takes, just record kind of how I normally do and just like upload like a 9-hour video or something. Yeah. Is Majapahit interesting to play? It is really interesting to play. 11:49 hours, tutorial over? Almost. Almost, not quite. Home stretch though, we're almost at 13:37. So we got asked specifically about Sweden. So let's pull up the map about Sweden. And generally speaking, the name of the game is you have some of the best country bonuses, and are really, really strong. But the issue with Sweden is that you have very, very few pops, and pops are extraordinarily important. You will get decent pop growth, but also this entire shelf, like north of here, is Arctic, which is really bad for pop capacity, if I recall correctly. I forget the exact malices on... Alright, anyone, if you have a child, throw them out of the room, throw them down the stairs, tape them to the side of the house with duct tape, upside down, because they can't see what comes next here, which is, of course, a spreadsheet, and kind of... I have to make sure I don't accidentally spoil the things I'm working on. Coming in here, if I recall correctly, I did update this. Arctic has some really, really nasty things going on, like minus 55% pop capacity. And pop capacity is a big driver of growth, and a huge portion of what you have in the north is going to be this Arctic, and you also get minus dev growth. So you are going to be having issues with some of this territory. Also, the natural harbors need to get a little bit better if the kind of change that I know they want to make goes through, because otherwise your ability to propagate stuff navally is going to be really, really crushed. But look at this. This is what we're talking about. All this is Arctic, and so all of this will be, like, terrible growth. And we have some continental, and I think that this is oceanic here, but it's pretty rough, like, in terms of what you have in terms of territory, but you have really, really good bonuses. Eat the baby out the window? Good. I'm glad they don't get hurt in this way. Cat glanced at a Shane is down dog? No. Super tall Norwegian Trace Republic. Yeah, so... I mean, I think the capital is probably going to be best somewhere like here, because there's a good natural harbor here. And then you're going to look to kind of control all the Baltic and North Germany. Now, that said, Sweden's got some really nice big fat bonuses. Look, also not a lot of dev at the start. So, like, you really have a lot of things going against you. We played, like, I think, like, 80 years of Sweden, and it was just a lot of, like, eco and internal development. We took a couple pieces of territory off of, like, Novgorod or something like this, and a couple of things, like, along the Baltic, but we really didn't ever really feel like we got going. I think that you definitely can get going. I think there's probably cheesy ways to acquire a lot of money really quickly, like taking gold states just in the middle of nowhere off of people who can't really defend them, and then using increased control cabinet action and stuff like this. But without doing stuff like that, this generally just seems like a relatively weak start. We're making a top 10 list. We have a top 10 list for Europeans. We don't want to spoil it, but Sweden's not on it. None of the Scandinavian countries are on the top 10 Europeans, let alone top 10 overall. And this is not for want of really good bonuses, because Sweden gets like 20% infantry power, like at game start. They have like some strong output bonuses. I think they might have a proximity bonus. I think they have some max tax bonus. They have really good advances in unique content, but it just it isn't enough to, in my opinion, kind of pull them out from this like start, unless you do something weird like you start as a country with pop and you move to Sweden, form Sweden, and then move back to that country, or like something strange like this. Hey Ultraweed, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Thank you so very much. If Orange Man invades Canada tomorrow, can we still be friends? If Orange Man invades Canada tomorrow, I'm probably leaving the country. We could definitely be friends, but I might be disappearing. Poimu, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Poimu. Do you have... Oh, you're on the Twitch. Poimu is a Twitch streamer, and he's been playing a lot of EU5, so keep an eye out for him. Hopefully I pronounced the name correctly, but I have been seeing him in the creator chat. Welcome, welcome. Have you played a tall game, IRC, you hadn't during the last QA? I mean, I've played, like, relatively tall games. The thing is with general proximity nerfs, playing tall is just going to be, like, way better. And in some sense, Majapahit is like a tall game. It's like a pseudo-tall game. It's like you have, like, this central kind of thing going on. We'll maybe talk about Majapahit in a second. Just wanted to kind of touch on Sweden's resources. Sweden has some okay resources. One of these copper mines gets 400% output bonus, so like one of these copper mines is effectively like a gold mine at game start. But the problem is you don't have enough demand for copper. You don't have it really very many premiums. You have some wool. You can kind of do a little bit of textile action. You have some lumber, so a lot of things are smooth, but like really like struggling for anything kind of premium or stuff like this. Your resources are a little bit better than Russia's, but you're kind of pretty close to just the absolute worst resources, kind of being carried by the fact that one of these becomes a silver mine, there's a silver mine over here, and the copper mine is kind of like effectively a gold mine, something like this. When you form Scandinavia, you get Denmark advances. You do not. You get like Scandinavian advances. I think it's probably better to form Scandinavia as Denmark than as Sweden, because I think Denmark's minus 0.5 proximity cost over seas is pretty good, and some of the better Sweden tech you get when you form Scandinavia. But a lot of the UI in regard with nation formation seems kind of unclear, and I think that they don't show you all the advances you get, and I think you might get like all of the Sweden advances and you might get all of the Denmark advances, in which case it'll be quite strong. If you get also all of the Norwegian advances, like if you just stack everyone's advances, then you will get one maritime reduction. I think the UI isn't showing exactly what you're getting, so it is a little bit rough. The big copper mountain, yeah. So let's take a look at Majapahit, if we can find... Do we have one of these for Indonesia? Yeah, we do. So, Majapahit, I was actually really surprised. They seemed a lot stronger than I thought they would be going in. They have like 2 million pops, and you're like, oh, well, it's not a lot of pops, but it's so easy for you to dominate the region. There's no one really to oppose you here. And, like, of all your pops, if you include Sunda, almost all of them are on this island, so you kind of get to play really tall from this island, and then the peripheries are more for resources than anything else. Do you get any new advancements when you form Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as Poland? You do, but I didn't get that far as Poland. I played like the first 50 to 80 years or something like this as Poland. Didn't get really deep. I think Poland is kind of rough. I think they are one of the weaker starts that looks like it might be strong when you just kind of look at the game from an outside perspective, but they're really not that strong. Question about advancements will be interesting because that buff might buff countries that don't look too strong and might be the play for some nations. Yeah, I mean, I think that pop is more important than having really, really strong, like, unique advances. But you start as Majapahit, you start with some of these guys as subjects, and I think you start with a couple more as tributaries or tributaries vassals kind of combination. It's pretty easy to consolidate, and a big thing here is that's not what we wanted. Dude, I thought we clicked on Oceania. Why is Oceania linking to Shagatai? Okay. You actually, like, the interesting thing about Majapahit, and I was thinking of doing Majapahit for my video, you can actually push control in Australia. So you have this place you can colonize from this really tall island that allows you to effectively get enormous population growth, because anytime you can colonize an adjacent area with basically no pops, which is Australia, you'll get a lot of population growth. So by the time we would having, maybe as France, we would have 10, 11 million pops. As Majapahit, we had like 15 million. And the resources are really, really good in Australia. God, they only have a like map like this, but resources, or they're really solid in Australia. There's a lot of like gold and silver, and this kind of maybe like all of this up here, you can like push control to as Majapahit. Not very well, but you can push it. Unfortunately, you can't build bailiffs because this is considered overseas, but it's still definitely something. The thing that you struggle with as Majapahit is, where's the terrain map mode? Show us, where's Harvey Dent? So we have kind of okay on this. It's all jungle. It is all jungle. So you have to push control basically entirely through naval, because jungle, like woods, mountains, hills, forests, all got their proximity cost reduction malus reduced, but jungle did not. So jungle is plus 50% proximity cost, making it hard to push proximity through jungle. So this is really, really rough. It's also a huge malus to monthly dev, spreadsheet warning. So it's going to be a significant issue. Do we have jungle in here that we could kind of show it? But this is like a big, big problem for you. Yeah, so minus 50% dev growth. So getting plus % dev growth modifiers are going to be doubly useful if you're at minus 50% dev growth, because if you get plus 25% dev growth at 100%, it's worth 25%. But if you get it at minus 50% or at 50% when you're already there, it's like plus 50% instead in terms of its relative value. So you're going to really value like dev growth modifiers because you're going to kind of be bricked from the jungle perspective. The question about advancements is interesting because it might buff countries that don't look too strong. It might play for some nations. Yeah, so I think that a lot of the small Italian nations have good enough bonuses and good enough prospects that they can be pretty good. The thing is, I don't think you have very good expansion prospects as Scandinavia, or as any of the Scandinavian countries, despite having really good bonuses. So, yeah. Besieging something is harder. We have to control forts, advance, or just skip them. Well, they're introducing fort capacity at some point, I think. And so this is going to limit the amount of forts you can have. Have you found out something about anything about the Mughals? I looked at all the Mughals' advances. They're not in said, but pull and be like noble revolt? Yeah, basically. We got through that situation. It was kind of, or the disaster. It was kind of painful. But you have really, really strong nobles, and I forget exactly how we did it, but we flipped, like, plutocratic, and then got rid of all the nobles, basically, which seems pretty strong for Poland. Like, Poland has some, that going through the disaster was good. They have some really good bonuses. They're just kind of in a bad spot, and, like Sweden is in, like, bad spot plus, because they're, like, their expansion spot, like, or one of them, is, like, into Poland territory, and if Poland territory is not good, like, the more degrees you're removed from, like, good territory, like, kind of the worse it is, unless you play in a really funky way. How limiting is Diplo capacity? Is your default capacity cap, and how much does vassal or ally take? So it used to be a lot, and then it was changed back. It used to be basically everything was free, and then it got a lot worse, or like a lot more pressured, which is something that I wanted. But then, like, the way it was pressured is there was a floor for the smaller nations. And so having, like, starting out with 15 subjects like Bohemia does was kind of really rough. And so then they made Diplo capacity less expensive by decreasing the floor, but I don't think they increased the scaling by enough, and so now Diplo capacity feels relatively unfettered, and I think you had to both decrease the floor, that way having a bunch of tiny countries doesn't absolutely crush you, but also increase the scaling, that way having medium and big countries actually is a big strain on Diplo capacity. So right now Diplo capacity feels relatively unchecked in terms of stuff. Let's take a look at the resources on Majapahit. Something that is annoying is like the earthquakes and volcanoes. You don't get that on Borneo, but I still think like 80% of the pops of all of Indonesia are on this island of Java here. So this is where you have to have your power base, basically. We see a little bit of development. Also, they start out with the best development. The natural harbors are a really big deal. Not being able to push into here is going to be an issue. There's a good natural harbor here, natural harbor here, natural harbor, natural harbor. These are going to be a really big deal because when you have to pay in order to enter in, and you're paying versus you're paying the harbor capacity on the way in, which is not currently in the creator build, but that's going to be really expensive, and you're going to really need harbor capacity going in, and so lacking it's going to be rough. It's also going to make a lot of naval things that weren't really useful before much more useful. But taking just like kind of have the resources in the background, you have a good chunk of gold, and as you might suspect, you have a ton of spices, so the resources are really good. You're the only place in the world that has cloves as well, so you can really push them and really export them, and this is something we noticed with Majapahit. Just our average trade value was incredibly high for a really long time, and so this was, this is one of their really big strengths, on top of the fact they can get a lot of pop. Also, I think it's probably easier than, like, Orissa, say, for example, just in terms of, like, an east-west orientation, for you to get institutions. And this is because you stack up a whole bunch of naval-oriented stuff, and this effectively makes it so you can trade with Mecca or Baghdad, like, in terms of as far west as possible. And from Mecca and Baghdad, you can pull institutions. We also went for... there's going to be various like levels of how cheesy do you want to be with grabbing institutions, but something that we did is we grabbed the Maldives, and with the Maldives, we were able to reach just a little bit further in terms of markets, and so this was helping for pulling the institutions, and this was kind of our litmus test on institutions, like, because we thought that Indonesia and Majapahit would be like a borderline kind of thing where you're like, it's on the border of whether or not you have to idle research, or you get, like, just constant research is just not in the best institution. It seems like Majapahit, you can constantly research on. So this is, I think, the furthest east you can go. I think Kumai will be harder. So I think Majapahit is the absolute furthest east, and Orissa could Orissa probably stalls out a little bit relative to Majapahit, just because you have less trade range and stuff like this. How's naval control at this point? Naval control is kind of okay at this point, but it's going to get a lot worse. So, control in general is just getting a lot more difficult, making the tall, compacted countries a lot better. So to some extent, we really enjoy this Majapahit, almost this super density on this island, because it makes you feel very compact. It's really nice. 0.5 second spreadsheet warning. Child now yeeted itself. Good. They're well trained, I see. The land control is kind of on the chopping block too, and just control in general is like raked back. So, having really good stuff like within 5 of your capital is actually going to be a lot more important, which makes these really compact starts more valuable than they were before, like this in Egypt, because Egypt, like, if 70% of your pops are on the Nile or something like this. Do you have thoughts on which factors contribute most to the late game lag? I don't know. There being a ton of units is a big drain on performance, I think. I mean, when you have these massive wars with like 100 different armies, and the armies have to consider traveling to 20,000 different locations, you know, it's a thing. Would you prefer playing Vijayanagara or Majapahit in multiplayer? Vijayanagara. Like, not even close. VJ is like an incredibly powerful start. It depends, I guess, a little bit if someone's on Delhi, because they can make your life a little bit harder, but yeah. Is there an option to merge cultures from the same culture group? Not really, but you can accept other cultures. Yeah. Are there any pole gates like in Gibraltar in this area? No, but there is one in Hormuz. That's kind of the closest one. We did end up taking that. Borneo even has mercury? Right, you are. Borneo does have mercury. The resources here are really good. Also, it's really nice to have a lot of lumber. even though lumber's not that valuable by itself, because it just kind of smooths everything out. We kind of almost wish that there was more lumber on here, but we can just ship lumber from, like, from a market over here. We actually ended up having, like, adding several different markets. Like, it starts with there's a market here. We actually can come over here. These are the starting markets. So we moved the Temask market up here, and then we put a new market down in here. Kind of in a little bit of a clearing area that's close to a port, or it's along a river. And so it's a little bit upriver, but it's before the river kind of splits. And so we had something there, which ate into the market a little bit here, which we didn't like. We wanted all this entire island in one market. This market got moved by the AI over here, and then we moved it over here to the natural harbor. And so there was 2 markets here. And then the Tidor market we were planning on moving, but we weren't exactly sure. I was thinking we'd move it over here, something like this. And then there was, in Australia, we had a market up here, a market down here. Kind of, there's this, like, split in Papua New Guinea, or, I forget what exactly this landmass is called, where everything to the right has a ton of pops. And so what we did is we made colonial nations. We made 2 colonial nations in areas with a lot of pops, with the idea that they would colonize, grow a lot of pops there, and that would be fine. And the area with low pops, we were planning on colonizing all ourselves, with 2 markets kind of on the edge here for each side, because you don't really get to... There's no way of pushing through the middle here. And then we had another market right here, which I felt was going to get really kind of good level market access to all these spots. There's like some rivers in here too, and so I thought that this was pretty good. Probably want to have a market somewhere in here at some point, but we haven't gotten that far in the run. Right now we're in age like 3, towards the end of age 3. Don't have all of the naval kind of stuff that we can get off this age, but I think once we get it, we're getting like a little bit of proximity here, and a little bit over here. We actually found an interesting bug during this run, where you could build roads underwater, which we reported, and I'm assuming has been fixed, but kind of a cute little bug that we are having. Is there any countries that specialize in large naturals, RGO? Large naturals. Generally speaking, the higher quality your RGOs, the better you are at staying rural for longer. Majapahit, with the spices, can probably stay relatively rural for a long time, especially because you're expanding into areas that have gold and silver, and you also have gold in Borneo. Does accepting a culture prevent it from assimilating? I think it causes it to... It still assimilates, but I think it causes it to grow in parallel alongside your culture, whereas if you have a core area, cultures that aren't accepted won't grow. So the lack of growth effectively dilutes them out as time goes on as well. So accepting them will make them stay around for longer, but they still get assimilated. Does the market change its name if you move the capital? Yeah, it changes the name to wherever it is. And so in multiplayer, people are going to name the location where they have their market racist things, and then the name of the market will be a racist thing. Yeah. Is that cheaper than destroying and creating a new one? Yeah, it costs you like stab to destroy a market, which is a resource whose cost scales with the size of your economy. The cost to move a market's always 800, which is trivially inexpensive after a certain point. And so it's usually after that point that we do kind of some of this market management and movement and fine-tuning. But generally speaking, you don't really push market access very well overseas. And so what we want is we want to have one market for this island, one market for this island, one market for this area, one market for the north, one market for kind of like this other side here. Let the Surabaya market have a few locations in here just because we want a little bit more wood in that market because it doesn't have as much as we'd like. And then this market's really awkward because none of these land masses are big enough, I think, to justify us building another market, but maybe we have a market just like over here and a market here, and that's the way to solve that. And then this kind of southern portion of the Goa market as game start, by moving Goa up to here, we let Surabaya kind of eat that market, and we're fine with that. Because we want more trade capacity in Surabaya, because we're building almost all of our industry there, because almost all of our pubs are there, and so we want to maintain really high trade capacity, so adding a few more locations to our main market is something that we're kind of okay with in a general sense. Some of the rural food buildings give a percentage modifier to food produced. Is this boosted to the RGO production? It's to all food that is produced there, whether it's from RGOs or from buildings. Thank you for explaining the bit about Sweden. It will possibly be our first run. I want a weak country to learn all about colonizing. I tried to donate, but my card has passed. Don't worry about it. Also, if you were interested in donating and you're going to buy the game on release, an easier way to go about supporting the channel that's cheaper for you will be buying with our code, Generalist in all caps, which sends 12% of the sale our way. You don't get a discount, but it is a good way to change. It is a good way to support in terms of not costing you anything if you are already going to buy the game at full price. Recordable build, does that mean EU5 streams or just EU5 videos? It means after the 16th I can record. I'm not going to be able to release a video until the 31st, but I'm going to be basically completely gone because I'm going to try and record 3 videos a day. We're going to see if we can maintain that pace. Official gameplay video was only 23 minutes, covered some pretty good ground, although a bit too war-focused. It was definitely a bit war-focused. Talking about the AAR for Russia. Yeah. Would it be a good idea to rush capital economy as Poland? Let's take a look at Poland a little bit. I know this is a country people kind of really care about a lot. I did not enjoy playing Poland very much, so my run with Poland didn't last very long. Just because I really don't like their geography. Where do we have Poland? Poland, Baltic. Yeah, okay. So, here we have Poland, and the real kind of issue is the terrain's relatively rough, and your expands are kind of awkward. What we were doing is we were trying to diplo our way into... There's decent farmlands, and there is like a river here. I think you want to move your market. Your market's like hugging 2 other people's markets. I think you want to move it a little bit north here, and move the capital north to Warsaw, I think, rather than where it starts out in Krakow. But like regarding the resources, you don't have any premiums yourself. Let's find where we are kind of in Poland here. We saw, like, this is Poland, I think? Yeah, this looks like Poland, where Krakow's on the salt, and there's a salt over here. That silver is no longer a silver, if I recall correctly. You don't have any premiums. But it is nice that you have quite a bit of wool, and the thing is like, the RGOs are going to scale in a way that I think people don't really have an appreciation for yet, which is that gold and silver are going to decrease in value as capital economy becomes better. The reason being is you get less RGOs, and what's going to become more important is getting the production bonus on the RGOs. Now, the production bonus also dilutes out, so maybe it's a bit of a wash, but having a lot of wool and cotton and dyes and silk will allow you to kind of push the best industry in the game, which is fine cloth, as will having a lot of iron allow you to push tools and weapons and a whole bunch of other stuff. And Poland has a good amount of wool and iron. So I do think that it's possible that, you know, this is a pretty decent shout for going capital economy relatively early, especially because you're not dripping with premiums. However, if you expand into Bohemia, Bohemia is right on your border and has a lot of gold and silver. If you have that as your plan, which is probably the optimal plan, then staying kind of more RGO oriented for longer is going to be a little bit better. Hey Generalist, use your code for the $85 version a few days ago. Thank you so very much. The Korea video was great. How you revisit the Korea video was great. How you revisit them on release. We are planning on revisiting them on release. we do have, sorry, spreadsheet warning. We do have kind of plans. This is very tentative, but there's kind of some exploits I want to show off as Korea. I think Korea is one of the strongest starts in the game. I kind of want to show off why I think why, so I was planning on recording for that. And I think that that's going to be a bit interesting. Kind of generally going to be avoiding really kind of exploit heavy play, but I am going to be showing some of the stuff that we think is really strong as Korea here. But coming back to Poland, I think they're probably in a good spot. To answer your question more succinctly, they're probably going to want to go capital economy earlier than normal unless you get the gold, in which case they'll want to go later than normal. I saw someone who wanted to move their capital, tank their economy by shutting things off for a month to reduce the cost. It scales with economies. It's a common strategy. This is probably good. It's also, I think, I don't know if you move your capital. But you could shut off all your buildings to tank cost. Oh, they wanted to move their capital, so they shut off all their buildings to tank. Yeah, this is probably optimal, but I don't think this is something we're gonna do too much because I think it's just cheesy. But yeah, that's probably correct. That makes a lot of sense. Also with a bunch of various other things, like, because of the way that cost scales, with the size of your economy, and the fact that you could reduce your economy very quickly, this is going to be an exploit. It is very much reminiscent of the Victoria 3 free money exploit, where you decrease the size of your GDP to decrease your debt, because your debt has a cap that's relative to your GDP, and so when you decrease your debt cap, and then you increase your GDP back up, you just effectively delete the debt. And it's very much the same in terms of how that value is going to work. What's the purpose of having markets in certain locations? Well, the idea is, to take a look here, the idea is you want to have as much market access as possible, just generally speaking, to all your locations. And one of the issues here with Krakow is it's right next to the Praha market, and it's right next to this other market, both of which have extra attraction away from Krakow by virtue of other countries owning it and their subjects being in it, in the case of Bohemia, or Hungary in the case of them directly owning this land. So you lose out on a lot of market access projection, right? You can see the very light color. This is showing very high levels of market access, and this darker color kind of off to the side. Hopefully my mouse is showing some of this. And so with this darker color, that's really low market access. Now, if you conquer the territory, this will flip your way. But the idea is the value of a market is a large portion of it is spreading this market access, and you're under-spreading by hugging and being right on top of another market. And I think Warsaw is a fine enough location. Warsaw is like somewhere up here. I think it's a fine enough location for a market capital. I think that there is like a relatively... I think Warsaw's like over here, I think, or something like this, where it's in like a clearing. Or maybe it was over here. I think it's over here. And it's like kind of more... This is like a hyper dead zone in terms of market stuff, so I think that overall you get more market access, even if you're expanding in this type of stuff, if you move the capital a little bit. How's Perm? Perm has a ton of resources, but not much pops. I think Perm will be really rough to play. You're also really far from... being really far from stuff is also really rough, and this is also a case for Poland, where you're not going to be able to trade with a lot of major trade, like areas that are useful to trade with, a lot of high pop areas, because you're so far from it, and so you need multiple rounds of trade range tech to really be able to kind of penetrate far off areas. I'm desperate for looking into blocking a crossing works. Can you block if the enemy owns both sides? I'm not sure. I think you can, but I'm not sure. Does game still have an option to turn off the terrain? Yeah, you can turn on flat map. I love the you do, but 1100 hours so far has got to be unhealthy. No, this is very unbalanced. I'm like turbo no-lifing it. Yeah, no, there's distinct lack of balance in my life right now. This is, to some extent, I think that, the overall trajectory of the growth of the channel, and kind of, like, where I need my income to be, like, is not ideal. So I'm kind of sending a really hard Hail Mary at EU5, and if it doesn't work out, I'll probably look into other career paths outside the YouTube thing and maybe go back to grad school. Something like this. So, I am really trying to set myself apart from the pack in regards to EU5. And part of it is pushing enormous amounts of hours. You mentioned that multi-hop trade, taking something from India around the Cape to EU5, results in some trade getting taken at each hop. Have PDX given a way to stop goods from being taken in transit? No, and I don't think this is going to be present by release. I think that it's on their radar and something that they want to do, but right now, we are getting the recordable build on the 16th. I'm fairly confident that that will be effectively the release build sans bugs fixes. I don't think they will try and add any new mechanics, because if you add something new and it breaks either a bug or it causes the AI to not understand how to do things, that's not ideal. And so I think whatever we get on the 16th is, I think, for the most part, what's going to be on release. I love lead. My books need so much. Big lead, big nice. Is the lead always an input for the books? The thing about, like, lead, a lot of these, there's a lot of lead here. A lot of the lead, copper, and I forget the other one, the mineral resources that aren't iron, you need, but you don't need that much. Tin. Where's the Vicky Love? The Vicky Love is, a big part of this is me just trying to push EU5 really hard and have 1337 hours by release and a ton of videos. Use the code 84pack. Thank you very much for all your hard work. You're very welcome. Thank you so very much for using my code. How does the resource tier list hold up? Pretty well. The resource tier list, maybe we can pull up and kind of give some of our thoughts on that. I would probably qualify some of my statements more that where you're playing really matters a whole lot more than what it did before. And we do have this here. Let's see, can we... Where's theater mode? What the frick? Okay. So here was kind of the end of our tier list here. And, first of all, not every resource is on here. I forget the ones that got left off. A couple adjustments we might make is moving lacquerware up somewhere in C tier, or just really qualify lacquerware more where... I mean, lacquerware is bad if you don't have a lot of wood. If you have a lot of wood, it's really good, and it's not very good early game. That's an adjustment we would make. We would also shift up wool, the cows, and also the 8 food grain and rice, by virtue of food actually mattering a lot more now. This is something that we qualified heavily in the video, but now food matters a lot more. So I would say that that is a change that we would make. We might move up horses and fruit a little bit, because there are some... So here's the thing, is different cultures demand different goods, and there are some cultures that really demand a lot of horses and fruit. The Europeans are not among them, but more in the East, these resources tend to get a lot better. Fruit as an RGO is not very good, though, because you have the fruit orchard that you can build, and when you're stacking a bunch of food, you tend to build it a lot anyways, so I think you get kind of flooded with fruit, but horses are something that's a little bit more rare, so horses maybe deserve to be in C tier. But I think for the most part, pretty happy overall with the state of things in terms of this tier list. Yeah, nothing really... Maybe we'd move down fiber crops a little bit. Fiber crops kind of is only really important in the opener. Yeah, I think that mostly we're pleased with this. What nation do you think will be really fun to start as? It depends on your playstyle. I think playing the Ottomans, England or France will kind of be the most fun starts. What are the best goods combo to have in one province? Well, having all of the things for the input of a particular industry is important. So, the navals, or like a good example is the tanneries. the tanneries require both cattle and salt, so when you have these in combination, that's really good for the tannery. And this is going to be true for a lot of industries where if you have multiples, you'll get a little bit more of that production bonus. The hardest one to achieve is probably like naval supplies, because naval supplies you need like copper, tin, wood, and like something else. And so getting the full bonus on naval supplies is probably a little bit difficult. As Poland, you probably want to move your Krakow market to Lviv as soon as you conquer it, and then make a new market in Danzig when you conquer it. I don't know exactly where Lviv is, so it's hard for me to comment on this. I mean, we could look through like this, but I think that's... Oh, there's Lviv. In here? So we move your capital down here, and then you make one up here. I think it's probably okay. Yeah, you kind of have a little bit of clearing down here. And then up here. Okay. There is some river action that really affects this. I forget exactly what the rivers look like. But rivers push market access really well, so having it on major rivers is really important. I don't know if there's a river estuary up here. If there is, that probably sounds good. Does it matter to lose locations to a different market? Kind of, yeah. A lot of the time you're losing them to your own market, but if they're producing a bunch of RGOs that feed you the industries in your market, it's important. If they're kind of... There are a lot of locations that are, like, lower in value that you kind of wouldn't care that much about. Yeah. Now is the best time to no life EU5. That's the thing, is, like, I think that setting myself apart on release, especially when I don't have any EU4 following, is important. And so in terms of efficiency of my time, I think this will be the most efficient time for me to play EU5. Understandable, one of my all-time favorite content creator plans to quit for the same reason. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, like, I make, like, less than minimum wage. So I could, like, work at a hot dog stand and make more money. So, and, like, it really, like, you really have to be quite large to, make a living doing it. Does Timurids and the Mughals thing make sense in MP? I don't know. I don't know. I think that Timurids are probably pretty hard to interfere with in MP, because most of the nations that are reasonable that are near them, are going to be weak, but, Delhi is strong, and I think you need to take out Delhi. And I don't know if you want to be, like, rumbling that hard with Delhi. Timurids into Persia might make more sense. Because that will be more open. I don't really know exactly. I haven't played the Timurids is one thing. I've played a lot of nations. I've played a lot of nations since we last kind of had one of these Q&As. But I haven't played the Timurids, because I kind of just don't like map painting all that much. And that seems like that's mostly what they're about, so yeah. I wanted to use your code buying EU5, but I bought it in Steam and with a very specific e-wallet, and I'm 50% off. I'm sorry. No, you're good. You're good. You Gucci, bro. Do you want to be a corporate analyst? This is something I've considered, is that, I have a friend who, seems relatively willing to hook me up with, like, a decent paying, like, corporate analyst job. I don't want to work with my friend, though, or I don't want to, like, mix friends and work, and, like, I think that's a bad idea, because I'd be, like, an employee of his. Yeah, this is something that it would either be this or going back to grad school and trying to teach philosophy. So yeah, being, like, an analyst and working on spreadsheets and, like, because that's a lot of what I do, that's different in, like, Vic3 and EU5 is, looking at information and parsing, spreadsheet warning, parsing, like, information and this type of thing. Let's not spoil anything. But, like, understanding the relationship between stuff and finding relationships and, like, this type of stuff is a lot of what we do anyways with the spreadsheets, and so, being able to do this type of thing is, something I at least have a skill in and would pay much better. Are you deterred from conquering land you can get no value from anyways? It's hard for it to be negative value. It's often more valuable as a subject, but expanding via subjects is going to be really strong, and just constantly expanding via subjects is probably the way to play, just generally speaking. Making super, or the caveat is you really don't want to lose a lot of pops. So fighting hard wars is not that worth it. The thing is, the AI is like relatively weak, but you don't want to like rumble with someone that's huge like England or France early on for like marginal gains. The amount of pops you lose in war is like, it's not worth the trade-off. But picking on smaller countries is like pretty strong. Making super long videos is never good for a channel, kills engagement, but I will buy E5 from your link after hearing it. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I mean, the people would prefer a really long video, I think, in general, especially for me, where I like a more of a volume approach. Happy Thursday, happy Thursday. Is there missions in EU5? Yes, but they're not like EU4 missions. They're like kind of a tutorial system. Oh no, he put slaves in S tier? Not like this. Why does food matter more? They made it easier to... So, food is a resource that effectively allows you to purchase urbanization, is like, I think, the way you want to think about food. And they put a lot more pressure on food in that higher tier pops eat a lot more food, and you get a lot more pressure when you're urbanized. In fact, a lot of content creators have struggled with the Netherlands, because the Netherlands has some food issues at game start, and they have a lot of urbanization. So, food is now a lot more pressured as a resource. Because of that, it doesn't feel free to urbanize everything anymore. You actually have to be cognizant of food, and before you would just upgrade every food RGO, basically, except for wool, I think, to urban, and now you specifically want to leave a couple of choice, really good locations that are grain and cattle. You want to leave these, or maybe all cattle, you want to leave these rural, in order to act as bread baskets. British shop, H3 requires lead, and then everyone out thereafter, probably. Horses should be demanded by literally everyone, to be honest. We found the horse girl in chat. Are there any unintuitive ways to increase your manpower? Increasing control really increases your manpower. That might not be intuitive at like first blush. It's really kind of important for manpower, yeah. Why is Sweden overpowered? It's not. It's kind of... Well, it's overpowered relative to its pop. It's extremely strong for like the pop levels, but it's not that strong. What's your number one tip for players who are going to play day one? Spend some time mapping out hotkeys if you care about economy. Trying to play with like just clicking the bottom bar where you have like all those map modes, and when you need to oscillate between map modes is gonna be really rough, and that will save you a lot of time in the long run. I'm gonna have a tutorial where I just show kind of like my hotkey setup that I think is good, and I'm gonna be releasing that before release. So I would just, well, I mean, I would copy my setup, but that's because it's my setup. But like just being aware of that and knowing kind of what's important to be able to check, I think is good. And then I think that also roads are insane, and however good you think they are, they're better. The modding potential of the game's gonna be insane. Yeah. Chris, thank you for becoming a member. Big nice. Welcome, welcome. There's the Vistula River. Have you compared playing Venice for your gameplay video? There's two other people who want to play Venice. I don't know if it's going to be one person to a thing. I don't want to talk too much about them because I don't want to out them or like this type of thing. So it's not confirmed whether or not we get Venice. Also, if we hear that the video has to be really short, we probably won't play Venice. Like if we're told that we have like an hour time limit, we're planning on shooting somewhere between like an hour and 20 minutes and an hour and 50 minutes. Which is normal for me, but that might be perceived as being too long or unreasonable. But like, that's within kind of the range. That's the high end of my range for a starting steps video. Yeah, you'd be a good teacher. That was the plan. I used to teach chess to kids, before I did this. Did they fix the issues with Japan? I don't know. I'll find out on the 16th. Work for Lockheed Martin? Yeah. Time to find a relationship with St. Joan d'Arc. Your Victoria 3 content is top class, and a major reason I understand the game. Thank you so very much. It's a lot of finding out what's important, and then running the math to check it. I think, which is kind of how we're approaching EU5. I don't know if you guys can see the bottom bar, but we have way more spreadsheets than we have on the public one, but we're not showing them because we want to show them off with videos. Don't study philosophy, study economics. You already did Vic and spreadsheets, much better job prospects. Well, I effectively have an associate's degree in economics, but I already have a bachelor's in philosophy, so... I suspect I could do... Well, I've also studied a lot of economics and game theory anyways. How bad is food situation mid-game? It depends on who you're playing. Like, China doesn't struggle very much at all. I actually have notes for a video on this, because a big portion of the issue, or let's just look at India. India doesn't really starve either. You have better RGOs, because like rice and this type of stuff, but a lot of it is the ratio of your higher upper tier pops to lower tier pops. And for countries with enormous pops, that's generally not an issue, because the peasants eat a lot less and they produce food, so the peasants take care of themselves, and they kind of more than take care of themselves, so it's only when you really urbanize and get rid of a lot of the peasants that you run into issues. And so you have more than enough kind of food in like India to really support it, and food just generally feels like much more of an issue in areas where you have to turn a larger percentage of your workforce into peasants. Or sorry, into upper class pops like burghers and nobles and this type of thing. And that really hits your food quite hard. It depends on where you are. Italy, especially central Italy, is like the food apocalypse, as is the Netherlands. Those two areas are... If you do not understand what is going on with the food, you will just get kicked in the nuts. And it'll feel really random because it's kind of like a light switch. By the time you get feedback that you don't have enough food, you're already fucked. You're already cooked. You're already... It's game over. Like, the run might be bricked. Like, type of bad. And so understanding... but if you understand ahead of time, it's just super manageable. You just have to, like... the thing is your food starts draining and you don't feel the pain until the stockpile of food is really low. And then, like, it's not very responsive to anything you do, and you're probably already in a food deficit that is substantive. And so... Ugh. Give us more stats, man. You think about the pest houses being a trap, not being... So this is something that I did most of my testing for the plague on the Mamluks, and pest houses are great on the Mamluks. I do think they're trappy because if you're running a shortage, I have to double confirm this. If you're running a shortage of incense, apparently they're just as good as Segregate the Sick, with a 15% reduction or 15% disease resistance. At which point, doing them is a trap. Yeah. Are hotkeys bindable? They are. Not only are they bindable, we're gonna have a tutorial for it on Monday, I think. We haven't recorded it yet, but we have... I don't know if you can see this here. We have our full layout for the hotkeys already. The yellow, in terms of our release plans, are like things that we already have like a notes or outline for, or a spreadsheet for. And we're probably going to update this as time goes on. This shouldn't be considered definitive, but this is kind of what we're planning on doing, and where we're planning on going with things. Hey, 8 Brigade, how's it going? 8-armed Willie, that's the one. Can you give a rundown in Ethiopia? Can you push through control of plateaus and the passages in the mountains? I think you just have to pick a side as Ethiopia. Where's the Horn of Africa? Horn. As Ethiopia, I think you gotta pick a side. There's a mountain range here. I think you're just supposed to play on the left side. It feels kind of bad. We played as Ethiopia quite a bit. Here's the mountain range. You can't really push control through that. It's too hard. There's also, like, vegetation in here as well, I think. See, like, woodlands. So, I think you're just supposed to have your capital somewhere over here. Because there's a bunch of gold on this side of things. And you're supposed to kind of play, in this portion, more land-based country. You could also just, like, kind of go for the coast. But I think you have a lot of value inland with all this gold. And you can... Sub-Saharan Africa does get proximity bonuses, though. Just all the Sub-Saharan African cultures get a 5% proximity bonus. I think they get another 5 as Ethiopia, so you have 10. And then you go land, and you get another land prox. And then land proximity, and then general proximity from a few other sources. So I think you're just kind of more supposed to play inland. You push the control over here. And, okay, maybe you get this land, but you're not going to necessarily have as high control over it. How do the Christian faith compare? I think they're pretty bad. I found out that Shinto's really good. So Shinto's maybe up there as, like, competing with Sunni for being the best. Indian has, like... Now that India was really good for, or like the Hindu was really good for research, but now research as a modifier kind of sucks. And so that was kind of a nerf, but they can get quite a bit of max tax, so that's kind of nice. They can get 10% all max tax. Especially in the early game, max tax kind of falls off as you're able to get more sources of it as the game proceeds. Shinto gives you one of the best CBs in the game, or like the best CB. That you can use on any of your neighbors, and it's kind of absurd. It's one of the reasons why Korea is like one of the stronger nations, because they can flip Shinto at game start, but it's also really good for Japan. Have you tried Austria yet? I have. Do you think comp multiplayer games will be viable in the first month of the game? I don't know what you mean by viable. I think that people won't be skilled enough for that to be a thing. Is playing to the end date fun for you? I haven't played to the end date yet for performance reasons, but also like I wanted to try, like, all the different nations, basically, to build up, like, knowledge based on that, so playing really deep runs is kind of more of a luxury, but also I think that, generally speaking, the first 200 years of the game is, like, more fun than, like, the back 300, something like this. I'd be very surprised if they don't put a time limit per video. They don't have one right now, but they will get upset with me if I upload a 7-hour video. There's a time limit on streams. I suspect if I make a video longer than the stream time limit, that I will get a talking to. In MP, how scared are you for in India for European partitions interventions? Not at all. Zero. It's more as a European, how scared am I of when India comes? Is really the way I would look at that. It's like, what's the timeline here? TikTok. Shoot. I want to give myself the hiccups. Yeah, I mean, we'll spoil a little bit. We have a top 10 list right now, top 10 nations. Only 3 of them are European. Okay? Which is why we have a top 10 European nations list before our top 10 nations list in terms of what's going to be coming out. How many people in the channel are we? We are Legion. Do you populate states with a high cost trade goods, or do you populate states to make cities and towns? Lambert does the second one. Do you populate states with high cost trade goods, or do you populate states to make cities and towns? You don't have too much agency in terms of increasing population, so I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to with the question. Are you talking about urbanizing? Do you populate states to make cities and towns? Population in general is good for a ton of reasons. It increases your RGO max level. Like, it's good everywhere. You get more pop growth, generally speaking, with rural territory, although this is going to something we talk about with our land guide a bit more extensively. But the main idea is, as long as you have more pop, or as long as you have, like, a lot of excess pop capacity, keeping it rural leads to more pop growth, and this is a reason to not urbanize. A pretty strong reason to not urbanize. To piggyback on the long-form content being bad for revenue, you can definitely keep the format as is right now and make a lot more shorts. The shorts are... The ROI on shorts is not all that good. Especially if I were to do, like, an edited... I don't have, like, a streamlined system. If I were to do, like, an edited, like, short that is kind of higher quality, or, like, this type of thing, it would take me, like, a similar amount of time to actually just doing a video. And just generally doesn't earn me as much. I've done a lot of the shorts I've done have been more, like, fan service shorts, where they're kind of, like, more jokes, And the ROI on them is not very good. Like, I think like my top viewed short, I've gotten like $10 off of them or something. They get a lot of views, but the views don't convert to a lot of revenue. Appreciate teaching us the video game context. Thank you. You're very welcome. China, famously food staple, of course. Hey there, I wanted to be completely lost in the game by starting as China. Any tips? Don't start as China. Please don't. Just don't do it. China is like, if I could recommend a nation that I think people want to play as for their first nation, that I would say please don't do that, China would be like close to #1. You have a 15 like or so year delay on getting the red, or 10, I forget exactly when, on getting the Red Turban Rebellion, which can kind of make your run feel scuffed in two ways. One, it kind of feels like you're waiting for the Red Turban Rebellion, and two, if you feel that you like don't execute properly or like you lose the Red Turban Rebellion, it can feel really bad. I guess it's maybe less of an issue if you are okay swapping nations to one of the releasables, which I think is probably the way to play it. I think you're supposed to like build up in Wu and swap to Wu when Wu gets released. Yeah, I think that on top of that, when you first get spat out, you have like over 1,000 locations or something like this, and it's so overwhelming if you're actually trying to manage what's going on. So I would recommend like not that. I mean, the 3 countries, there's maybe 3 to 5 countries that, like, I think people are going to want to play as that I would not recommend. And, like, Biz would be one. Netherlands may be one, but I think Netherlands, with just a little bit of kind of pointers, Netherlands is really playable. Delhi would be one. And China would be, like, the really big one. I can't think of a country that I would, like, recommend less. Real Econ is way different than Vic 3, though. Well, as someone who is getting his PhD in it right now, Vic 3 assumes traditional Marxist economical is true for cases of computing, for ease of computing. I'm not sure what you mean. In terms of increasing demand or something like this? I mean, it's obviously an abstraction that's not a real economy, but I don't know. I don't know the exact precise like objection you're saying by calling it Marxist. But yeah, I mean, I agree, it's not a perfect simulation. But the idea that you're finding relationships is like, between things is like similar. I heard Bocon say that normal campaign takes way too long, do you agree? I mean, it's the longest campaign by a large margin of any Paradox game, I think. Whether or not that's too long is kind of a subjective thing. Sadcat69, big nice, thank you for the follow. Do you need high control in food producing locations or just high market access? Market access, well, the value is like the food, right? But the amount of RGOs you produce in, or the amount of stuff you will produce in the buildings that produce like sheep or the fruit orchards will scale with market access, so to some extent that's important, and control is not very important. But the RGOs themselves, like what you get from like the livestock RGO, it's not throttled at all by market access, so you're just kind of chilling. Blamogate, thank you for the follow, big nice. Love your videos. I wish you to become the biggest EU5 channel. That's real unlikely. Millions of views, cash money, and buy a loud car outside. Big nice. Thank you so very much. Please pay us perm. Perm seems rough. Suda, hey, how's it going? When is the next patch before release? The next patch will be the recordable build on the 16th. And as far as I know, we will not get a hot... It's unlikely, I think, that we'll get a hot fix. I think that that's just going to be what we have. And I think that that's probably going to be pretty close to the release build, with the exception of, like, bug fixes. Would it be worth to convert to Islam as Ethiopia? I think that's what we ended up doing as Ethiopia. I think we converted. I think that the, like, Mayaphysite, or... I don't know the religion or what's it called. This religion... It's got some okay stuff going on. As a Christian religion, I think it is a Christian religion. It's maybe one of the better ones, but I think Sunni's just better, and we flip Sunni. I'm from Perms, so day one, it'll be your day one campaign. It's gonna be horrible. Yeah, Perm's gonna be rough. What do you hope they change or nerf in the upcoming on the 16th? I mean, I kind of know some of the stuff that's already going through anyways. The biggest change that I would like is how religions affect coring, and I'm pretty sure that that's going to be changed by the 16th. Which right now you have to have over 50% of your religion to core, which makes it so countries like the Ottomans can't core anything without spending a ton of cabinet action on flipping religions, which is like... It makes, like, these multicultural, like, multi-ethnic, like, tolerant societies just completely unviable, but they're going to be changing that. Christianity definitely giving a revamp, the way they keep talking about how bad they are right now. Yeah, I know that Playmaker actually rates Catholicism decently, because you can get a bunch of AE reduction from Catholicism, but, like, that's kind of, like, all you have going on, and if you're not, like, that's really only useful for, like, just a very small segment of the game before you're, like, big enough to just run over everyone. I guess it's pretty nice in the opener, before you have a lot of admin efficiency or something like this, at reducing kind of where you're at in terms of cost. The Pope Man specifically gets really, really low antagonism. We did play a little bit of the Papal States, and just kind of from the outset, you could reduce the antagonism to basically 0 or even negative. From countries that are not your individual target, and so because your target gets a bunch of positive percentage modifiers, so you can't get enough minus negative modifiers to overcome it. But on like all the surrounding nations, you can, which makes it so that you just don't get AE. I really don't like the way AE works, like at all. I think it should. I don't like the way it's mathed. I don't like that there are reduction modifiers instead of increased efficiency modifiers, but that's just generally speaking kind of how we're looking at things. Did you try forming the Mughals? I haven't played this the Timurids, so I have not. Are you planning on doing a creator MP game at near release? I think that'd be fun to watch. I think that I'm going to try and record 3 videos a day. A creator MP would take a big chunk of the day. And then on top of that, if I wanted to turn that into a video, I would need like a day and a half of editing at the very least, probably a couple days. I think it's very unlikely I do a creator MP that I would turn into a video. Have you talked about Hungary yet? No, I haven't. Hungary is probably would be my most recommended in terms of if someone wants a really, spreadsheet. If someone wants a really, sandbox start that's really good for beginners, I don't think there's any country I'd recommend more than Hungary. Now, I would recommend other starts over Hungary by virtue of them kind of having some plan or something going on, but if you want it to feel really sandboxy, I think I would recommend Hungary. Carpathia and the Balkans, let's go. Hungary's got really good resources, a decent chunk of pop, and is like smack dab in the middle of Europe, and like kind of has a bit more straightforward things going on. You have this big base for power. You don't have any natural enemies. You get a lot of gold. You can urbanize fairly well too. You start out near the institutions, but you're not directly on top of them, so maybe some intervention is required. So you have to engage with the systems a little bit. You get a bunch of gold and silver. It's quite a lot of resources, so you have a lot of money to splash around. And kind of one of the most important features is you start out in your own market, and you're like the only person in that market, which I think is really, really good for a beginner country, and like an important feature of like countries I would recommend for beginners. And you have that like prototypically good for Hungary. Like Hungary is the best example of someone who is almost every single one of their locations is within one market, and they don't have other people's locations in that market. Is Bohemia or Hungary better for formables, flavor or formables? Well, I think it's kind of a toss-up between who has better bonuses. I think Hungary has some better military ones, but Bohemia has some better economic ones. But Bohemia can form the HRE, or HRE is obviously going to be better than... Hungary doesn't get to form anything. Does Lithuania have events for expansion towards the Black Sea? I'm not sure. The trade buildings you can build in other tags, does the foreign trade office or embassy extend your trade range? It extends where you can project maritime. And I believe maritime decreases the cost that you have to pay to move trade through locations. So in theory, it does. I'm not 100% sure, / the UI is somewhat opaque in this regard. But I believe so. GB just preemptively conquered India to save the world. Got you. Yeah, that's kind of it. Not currently. Any accurate simulation require a disgusting amount of processing power. Why is that in response to Diamond? But yeah, the number in Vic 3, there's like not a finite amount of goods. There's only like an abstraction of supply and demand. Do you try forming the Mughals? We did not, because we didn't play Timurids. Do your tech choices change between runs? Yes. But there is still, like, top techs from each age that you kind of beeline, in my opinion. I'm less bullish on the military techs, just because you don't need them to beat the AI, but in MP, they are going to be really good, especially just getting the very first one. Because the first one, like, doubles your power, and then the rest of them aren't, like, anywhere near as impactful. The first one per age, and I really don't... The power spike is so spiky. It's a little bit less spiky in the first 3 ages, because levies are so good, but even then you're still not getting... You still have a spike when you get the better levies. I just don't have a full appreciation for how much better the better levies are. I think Morocco would be a strong start. It has gold province along a couple of iron province, lots of wool, and some unique traditions from what I've seen. Morocco is pretty solid. You're gonna run into immediate problems with Castile. You're not gonna have time to build up before you have to fight them. And this is something that we ran into with our Aragon run, which is we got decked on by France, and there really wasn't much of a way that we could fight them back because we didn't have professional armies yet, so we couldn't... it is really hard to defend against big powers in the second age. By the third age, you have agency and income and can hire a lot of mercs. We even hired tons and tons of mercs as Aragon, but with the new balance on levies, with levies actually being strong, like, even though we had way more, like, units or battalions or this type of thing, we were still getting crushed. We had more units than France, but they were all mercenaries, which are weaker than levies at this phase of the game. Even with our Aragonese crossbowmen unique units, which are, like, better than a normal professional soldier, we just didn't have enough levies to form the backbone of our unit, because we didn't have enough pop, and there wasn't, like, a way we could defend reasonably against France, which is unfortunate. They decked on our subject when we had a defensive alliance with them, so, like, that was frustrating as well, because we were trying to maintain good relations with France and Castile, because we recognized it as being a potential issue. In retrospect, Mallorca, which is the subject we had there, like, up here, we should have just tried to annex them ASAP to remove this possibility and also make it so that it's less likely we get declared on. But Aragon was fun. Aragon, I think, is actually quite strong. They got some really good bonuses, and a lot of the bonuses are Iberian bonuses that Navarra, Portugal, Castile, and Navarra all get. I heard that Morocco would be a strong start. We already read that one. For things with scaling modifiers, is it viable to turn off minting, tank the economy for a month to drastically reduce the cost of things? Yes, we already talked about this. This is definitely viable. I think that we don't want to play in this way because, I'm not going to do that in my runs. But yeah, it's good. It's money. It's much like the debt deletion exploit in, like, Vic 3, where you trick the game into thinking your economy is much smaller than it is. And I would rather just, I think, pay the full cost. There's going to be some exploits we use, but that's not going to be one of them. RGOs have a level cap based on population. Wouldn't it be best to encourage migration through the cabinet action to states like gold and silver, or low province costs to turn into a city? I think that encourage migration is not that useful as a cabinet action. And to the extent that I would use it, it would be to bring pop to a specific vein of a place that I want to urbanize so that I can get a pound lock canal there. That's generally speaking, or actually partially to pull pops away from going to the capital, because I think that that's an issue. The capital gets way overpopulated, but there should be a fix that should be coming in for that before the 16th version. But as it stands, you kind of want to have cities in a straight line along rivers that are where your proximity is going through, and you need a certain amount of pop to get to a city, and this is, generally speaking, what I'm using the cabinet action for. I would probably rather use Dev Province on gold provinces over migration to the specific location for the purposes of building up the RGO. Because a dev province adds dev. When you use migration, you're not adding pops, you're just moving pops. But this could be incorrect. I haven't looked at the math on this. It might just be better to... It could be better to do this. What do you think is the worst nation to try play as first? China. How good do you think Milan or Flanders are for starting nations? Milan's okay. Flanders, you have to be a little bit careful about the food, but it's pretty good. You should watch. I mean, the thing is you have to create like specialized food provinces to support food within that market. Generally speaking, and food, if you don't understand what's going on, really kicks you in the nuts. If you proactively build these specialized food provinces where you're stacking a bunch of food and a bunch of food modifiers all together in one place, which is kind of a straightforward thing once you know all what you're building, then it's relatively straightforward. And then Flanders is actually just excellent because you have a ton of dev, a ton of resources, or you have a ton of not dev and resources, not the right words. You have a ton of really good land because it's all farmlands, and you have dyes and wool and this type of stuff, so you can push fine cloth and cloth really, really well. You can also push paper early. This is one huge mega province, if I recall correctly, Flanders. That's absolutely massive. And it's like all farmland, so really nice for like kind of a tall type of play. This type of thing. VJ is my favorite in EU4. Looks like the amazing start again in EU5. Yeah, it's really, really strong. I think the best country to learn the game on will be the Mamluks. Mamluks are very, very solid. They are... I mean, I have a top 5 countries list of countries to learn the game on. I think Mamluks might be on it. Is the Inti Faith still OP? I haven't taken a close look at it. It might be. I'm going biz until I succeed. Godspeed. I'd not recommend it. Is the Golden Horde a bad first pick? I assume this will get fixed by release, but currently on the creative version, they can't disband their levies. So actually Golden Horde would be the worst one to play on release. I assume that gets fixed, but as you want, you could put all automation on the game start and speed 5 till you hit the Red Turban Rebellion. That's one approach. And you could also, like, save Rise of the Red Turban Rebellion hits, and then try and play from there. Do you find yourself enjoying playing the campaign deeper in the years, as there's no such thing as the early struggle, and after that is smooth sailing? I find the early game a little bit more fun and engaging than, like, later on. Especially if I decide to, like, play closer to optimal and, like, kind of blob and get really huge, and there's no one who could really oppose me. I'd really like to see a lot more coordination between powers to bring down the player, but like also, realistically, grand strategy games never ever have like extremely strong AI. Or strong relative to the player. Why wouldn't you recommend not starting as Netherlands? Is it just food? It's kind of food, but you'll also run out of pops. You'll run out of pops, and this is like a separate issue, and it might be a little bit of a frustrating kind of pain point. I don't know. It's going to... they specifically get pop throttled very quickly, very easily. Can you flee the New World if you are a small nation? Flee to the New World? I don't know if you can intentionally brick your capital to flip to the New World. I haven't tried to move my capital overseas to the New World. Maybe you can. If you're a small nation, you won't be able to colonize very much is one of the issues. Because it scales based on your pops, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. If there were a player on the world, there would theoretically be an ideal market placement. Do you think it would be to play many small markets or a few large markets? It depends. Early game, many markets is better. Many markets, which something negative on me. But as you get later and later, roads really positively affect market access a lot. And as you can get more market access to bigger markets become preferable. So I'd say it depends, which is kind of a non-answer. Do you brick content as Ethiopia if you flip? I don't think so. I'm not one of the things is I don't know 100% of the content if you don't flip, and I only experienced it when we flipped, and so, like, to some extent, we didn't brick a lot of content that maybe we should have when playing as Castile when we flipped Muslim, though, so that's a thing. My Physite is Christian, yes, it's pretty old, they're pretty cool faith. Is it possible to play as a conquistador army-based army? I don't think you can play as a conquistador. Maybe the Ottomans should be the exception to that rule? Well, also, like, Mali and Delhi, like, Delhi hard can't core anything. Let's find this. Okay, Delhi is Sunni. And I know that says all Hindu, but Delhi's right here. And conversion is a flat amount, not a percentage of the pops. So, when you have places, locations with 250k pops, it's going to be like centuries before you can convert a single province to core it as Delhi. So Delhi, more than any other nation, suffers. Now, to be fair, maybe this is design philosophy where you want them to suffer, but in that case, they should start out with 0 cores as well. To reflect the fact that they can't get, like, religious majority. But, like, it creates play patterns that are just really ahistoric in terms of motivations. And so what I think should be the case is that tolerance should make it cheaper or easier, and you should be able to core an area through tolerance, but that's currently not a mechanic, and outside of the scope of, I think, what they have, like, they have a day and a half, they have, like, a day left to work before they give us the 16th. And I think they're just trying to lock it in. I don't think that they're trying to add new mechanics. So my guess is that they will be addressing this in a way that doesn't involve creating an entirely new system for religious coring. Negative antagonism? We did it, sir. We eliminated modifier stacking. Yeah. I mean, you can eliminate it if you make everything a discount modifier. I've said this so many times in so many places, but this is, like, what I would like to see, but I'm not expecting that to be seen. Do they balance Yuan explosion for multiplayer? The system... I don't think any of that is balanced for multiplayer specifically in mind. I think they're trying to create a situation where China explodes and then it comes back together again. Multiplayer game where you play as Nepal and have to play players in China, Vijayanagara? That sounds awful. Like, I think that most multiplayer will have specialized house rules for addressing China, because China is just so ungodly game warping. It's already unbalanced, like East-West, unbalanced enough, East versus West. I don't know how they're going to handle China, specifically. What stars will teach you the most about the game, even if it's not the strongest? I don't know if I have a specific start in mind for, like, learning a lot about the game. I think having enough gold to splash around with is kind of important, because you'll get to build stuff and this type of thing. It depends how much warfare you want to engage in, I think, really is, like, a huge factor in terms of what the recommendation looks like. I really enjoyed playing as, like, Mali and Majapahit, but those are really, like, low war kind of nations, generally. Or, like, the wars are really straightforward and not, like, difficult or anything like this, but maybe that's okay. It's basically funny Europeans would be waiting, would be the Native Americans waiting for China and India coming for them. Yeah, I mean, like, there's even a ton of dev in Delhi and stuff like this. Do you think you will hit 1337-hour tutorial before release? Yes. I'm on track to do it. Are you getting sick of playing EU5 since you have so many hours? I'm not enjoying it as much as I was when I first started playing. I think that I am intentionally trying to push a lot of hours. If I was playing entirely for fun, I would not be pushing this amount of hours. There's a work-pleasure, like, balance in terms of what's going on, or lack of balance, because I'm playing, like, 10 plus hours a day. This isn't like a condemnation of the game or anything even remotely like that. It's just like saying, like, bros, I want to take a walk. I'm actually probably gonna take a walk after the stream, but like, it's like all I'm doing is like EU5, like 100% of the time. How strong is France? France is real good. France is strong. On the 16th, you can start to record, but publish the 31st. I can publish one video the 31st, and then the floodgates open on the 2nd. Can you raise your levies before getting ravaged by Black Death to keep them from dying? Nope, the plague affects your armies. In fact, your armies can spread them around. You can, in fact, send an infected army into foreign territories to spread the plague there. Disease bomb. Hope we can multiplayer together. We will probably try and cook up some multiplayer action at some point. Bulgaria looks to be a good start position. Is that the case? Bulgaria's pretty solid. Bulgaria's probably really playable. Do we have Carpathia and the Balkans open here? Bulgaria, I think, is a pretty solid spot. You got, you kind of got this clearing, where you have, like, a lot of open space. The clearing is a little bit in the north area. You make a market. This is probably something you almost certainly want to do as Bulgaria, because otherwise it's kind of a dead zone in terms of market access. But yeah, you make a market as Bulgaria. I think you have decent resources here. You have less premiums as Bulg. You have that gold there, right? But you go after Wallachia and kind of like these other guys who also have good resources. One thing that's tough is the terrain in the Balkans just in general. So like, I wouldn't rate Bulgaria as extremely strong, but I think Bulgaria is a solid enough nation to learn on. You can, like, really have an appreciation for the differentiation in terrain, especially as well, as it relates to economics. And you have some stuff you can fight. You can't really fight into the Ottomans, you can't really fight into the Hungarians, but you can also just go after Biz and kind of take their spot in the sun. What advances does the HRE have? The HRE doesn't really give too many unique advances like the Formable. I think it gives like 3 or something. Does this mean you can show footage on the 16th onwards? I can show footage from the 16th onwards, but I can't show it until the 31st for one video and the 2nd for all videos. So as soon as the 16th hits, I'm going to be trying to record like 3 videos a day. Because this is kind of the release schedule I'm hoping to do. I'm hoping to do shorts too, but like the shorts are probably something that gets the axe. If I don't have time to do some of the other stuff, the shorts are going to be the thing that gets cut. Maybe I can try and hire like an editor to figure out like, because I want to send just like 1-minute clips and just have someone make them look clean. In terms of like the top-down format, which I think would not take a lot of time, but I currently don't have an editor, and I currently don't want to learn how to. The thing is, I should use a different editing software. I should be using DaVinci, and in DaVinci it's really easy to put subtitles in and this type of stuff and like format it. It's not easy in the editor I have, so I would have to learn an entirely new editing software to really do what I want to be able to do with shorts, and so that might be a little bit of a pipe dream, but we'll kind of see. Are the 3 Europeans in the top 5? No. No. the top countries are non-European, basically. Does the Papal States feel is the government fun, type fun or painful? You get so much free money. The Papal States is just like, just a ton of free money. It just gets thrown at you. Your expenses don't scale with your diplomatic income at all. So you just go completely wild on your expense sliders. It's just very strange. It's kind of fun getting a bunch of free money and nobody caring if you fight people. You could just conquer like the entire peninsula. Very, very easily, because you have all this antagonism reduction, and you have all this gold. You do, I think, in terms of playing them, your issue is control, because your capital is in Avignon, and you cannot move it from Avignon, so you would use the increased control cabinet action a whole bunch, and actually just rotate it in a circle. This is what we did as Papal States. Really tedious play pattern. Technically, you should do this as everyone, but I just, like, I didn't want to do it, as most countries, because it's both very tedious and I think it's really cheesy, but we did it as Italy, which maybe this is kind of overcoming it, but your capital's here in Avignon, and this is all your, like, core territory, so you just increase control here because you can't move the capital until you get the schism and win that, in which case you can move it to Rome. I think the better capital location is probably in Naples, and then you kind of just do the Italy thing, except you can't form Italy as the Papal States. No formals. What system do you think needs the most rework currently? Like an entire system overhaul? I mean, I think the religious impact on coring, yeah. Religious cost of coring. Is the game still fun after 1,000 hours? Yes. Any cool things you've seen with the dynamic flag system? I haven't been paying that close attention to it. So I don't know. I'm trying to think if I got a flag as Castile when I flipped Muslim. I don't think I got a special flag. How do you rate EU5 compared to other Paradox games? I kind of don't like the comparison questions because I think that they're different. Like, and like unpacking them like feels bad, especially because I know like devs from like multiple teams, and like I don't necessarily want to like talk smack on or like elevate one game or like something for like slightly more personal reasons, but I guess like on a professional level I should be willing and able to do it. I think that EU5 is going to be really popular. I don't know if it overtakes Hoey in terms of popularity because there's maybe not enough opportunities for how should we phrase this? There's one really way of phrasing it, funny way of phrasing it, but like, let's just say political extremism in your map games, and so on both sides, I do think that right now, EU5 has so many different systems, it feels like an enormous scaffold, and I think a lot of the systems are going to get updated and stuff like this. There's so much content, there's so many systems, there's like 30,000 locations, and I think it's just going to be this absolutely massive thing. I think on release, it's going to feel very, very solid as well. Like, to some extent, I think, like all, or less than any other Paradox game, I actually think that EU5 is going to be like much stronger on release than like any other Paradox game that I can remember. But it is still like a Paradox game like on release, where it's still going to have like some like growing pains aspects of it. So I don't know. I have some notes for my review. I'm gonna keep adding notes for when I do my 1337-hour review, and in that I will do more like direct comparisons because I kind of want to think through them a little bit. But like the combat feels very much like EU4. It definitely feels like a successor to EU4 more than anything else. And if I had to rank like the Paradox games in terms of like what I enjoy or like how good I think they are, that's such a hard question because also in my mind it's like, what do I feel like caring about is a question I ask myself like when I'm playing these games or this type of thing. And it also just gets muddled up with the fact that I make content for these games and like I have financial incentives towards particular games as well. Like I have an obvious financial incentive as well towards being super bullish on the EU5 because I have this content creator code through it. And if people like pre-order with my creator code, I get 12% of the cut. And yeah. I maybe need to work through my opinion more on that. I think that right now I'm enjoying playing EU5, I think, more than Vicky 3. In general, I think right now I'd probably rather play Vicky 3, but that's because I've been playing EU5 10 hours a day for like 10 to 18 hours a day for months now. Which is a lot. The game we're going to be popular seems like OD on its own depth. Games have to be casual to some extent. Yeah, this is also another thing. Why is there no river map mode? There is a river map mode. It doesn't look very good. The river map mode you can only access if you have the hotkey, or if you assign it to a hotkey. Man, I gotta go a little bit faster. I'm trying to catch up with you guys. I apologize. Can you split location ownership between two realms or two estates? No. Does Panama Canal actually exist in the game, or have you gotten used to saying that? When did I say the Panama Canal exists? I have no idea when I said that. The Panama Canal, as far as I know, is not a thing in game. I don't think the Suez is either. My instinctive idea is that you'd want to manipulate provincial capitals into towns. In real life, towns and cities are scattered around, not exclusively concentrated around the capital. Around the capital is best, but there are reasons to want to spread around some of this stuff as well. Moving pop seems pretty good, from changing low control market access to higher control and market access locations. Yeah, it's just I don't think it's worth the cab action. Best beginner nation with good flavor, Ottomans. Chat, did he ever cover colonialism yet? I have, but not this stream. Colonialism is actually really interesting for Iberia. I didn't talk about it that much with the Iberia run, but like, because you have this unique building that allows you to build overseas, I think technically you're not actually supposed to have any colonial subjects, which feels awkward. We're not going to play like that, but I think it's correct to play like that. It's best to leave the high-value good location rural and urbanize over the low-tier goods? Yes. There's a bunch of heuristics. How does EU5 perform on Ryzen 7 5700? I'm bad with these. I'm bad with the hardware questions. I was struggling on a Ryzen 5600 with 24 gigs RAM. I think you're going to need more RAM. GTX 6GB graphics card. I had an 8GB graphics card. I was struggling. I think you're going to need an upgrade to your rig. That's gonna be tough. You had a list? I did have a list. This list? I'm not showing all my lists. I have some stuff for videos that I'm keeping a little bit closer to the chest. Ireland could be a cool First Nation, covers so many things. I think one of the problems is you're really poor, and you're gonna have to do a bit of waiting. Ireland, I mean, you can make it work as any like nation. Like expanding's. You don't feel that throttled on expansion as anyone. It just takes some time, and you kind of have to know how to do it. Is that ever optimal to have towns, or are towns just stepping stones to create cities? City is almost strictly better than a town. Technically, you get a bigger malus to food production when you upgrade to a city. However, if you made the evaluation that it was worth eating the food income malus the first time when you made a town, I can't imagine a scenario where the logic changes and you would not be fine eating it again to upgrade to a city, and cities are really good. Is it true that England can't take Flanders during the 100-Year War? Yeah, it is. It's really awkward. I could imagine that gets changed, though. But yeah, it's because France is outside, Flanders is outside the France region. You reckon they will address AI competency in terms of warfare before release? I think they're constantly working on AI. I don't think the AI is going to get way better at warfare. And look, like you're tracking like dozens of armies in a war that can eligibly move to 20,000 different locations. They have to figure out where they want to move, and you have a performance budget. You can make the AI make more considerations or have more complicated heuristics for moving around, but then performance is going to cost like a chug. So it's not, there's this dual tension in making AI where it's not just like the fact that you have to make the AI strong, you have to make the AI strong without it hurting performance too much. This pop limit thing and Christian limits make high pop Christian estates sound ideal, but I don't want to miss out on colonization. You effectively get a lot of free pops when you colonize, in some sort of sense, because the colonies grow really, really fast, relatively speaking, and they kind of add to your power base. Colonies even feed you back manpower, so manpower and money, so like, yeah. So for coring, you need the same religion? Right now you do. I think that's going to be different on release. What coring does, it gives you a bunch of extra control, or maximum control. You go from +5 to +20. So, and this flat amount is really nice for areas you don't have any proximity to. Although it's really hard to justify having a place with under 20 control, or ideally under 20 control at that point is probably better served as being a subject, but if you think you'll get control there eventually, you'll just keep it as your own territory, but at that point I think it mathematically makes more sense to have it as a subject. Is there a slider or setting? In fact, we have some math on that, even. Spreadsheet warning. Don't want to accidentally show the things we're not gonna show. Which... is it this one? Okay, is this one. So at 15%, with some of the assumptions we have off to the left, you'll make more money by having something as a subject. But if you change like how much control you assume that the subjects have, and you make it like 90%, you'll change this breakpoint to like 17%. And then there are actually some big modifiers you can get from vassal income bonus. And so if you have like Portugal's 50% bonus, then if you have like 23 control, like it would be, or 23 or less, then it'd be better to have it as a subject. So I'm not sure, can you even... Yeah, so that's, it says subject breakpoint off to the left, but that does make it so that, like, just in terms of pure income, not taking into account the fact that having low control areas decreases your crown power. So it's probably somewhere around 25% as a breakpoint, or something like this, 25-30%, if you get a lot of the subject income bonus or something, which in the final ages you get plus 100% in the colonies. And then colonies are really much, much more lucrative to have not under your control. But the unique building that Castile and Portugal gets, I think that it's still better to have them under your unique control, direct control, which is awkward. Because they also get bonuses. It's a weird incentive structure. How powerful is migration? Migration just, like, flows only to the market capital, it feels like. Part of this is UI, and isn't actually how it works. It's just how it feels like it works. But migration's only within a market. You can't pull people from outside the market. And so, not having a lot of pops in the market, it's like, all you have is pop growth. You don't have migration as a solution to that. How's France's start regarding things like control of resources? France is real nice. We have like a rating in our rating system where we talk about the geography. France, I think, has one of the best geography kind of situations where it's all flatland, brother, and it's mainly grasslands and farmlands, and this is going to be really nice for moving through. This is going to be real nice, and you have a nice natural harbor kind of up here, and so you really can get a lot of control to a very large area. Very large. Have you had any events talking about nails? No, but we should have. Shout out to Adam Smith. I hope the religion thing gets made a little less painful. I'm pretty sure it's going to. Wouldn't it make sense to add a coring without religion part of the humanists? I think it would. I left this feedback. Sweden seems good for a noob because they use every mechanic, vassalage, I think that I would recommend someone with more pops. Low War Nations sound perfect for our first run, especially with so much to learn. I think Mali is going to be in my beginner recommended list. So yeah, I have a feeling this will be very overwhelming for a lot of casual EU4 players in general. Yes, I think a lot of people will bounce, I think to some extent Vic 3 has this problem in a really bad way, which is that you have to really understand the game for the game to be enjoyable, because a lot of things operate at equilibriums, and so you do something and you don't get immediate feedback, and you're like, I don't understand, it doesn't feel like anything's happening, it feels like I'm just watching the game, this type of thing. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad, but I think EU5 is going to have that problem as well, where the learning curve, the game's going to become a lot more enjoyable after the first 10 hours or so, or something like this. And there will be a bit of a learning curve to it, and that I think a decent number of people will kind of bounce off of it because they're like, whoa, this is just too much, I just can't handle this. But the warfare feels like EU4, and if you just focus on the warfare and you kind of ignore the other stuff, you can still play through the game for the most part, you know, just kind of building random stuff and doing war, and it'll feel a little bit like EU4. You just, like, you'll be really underutilizing what you can do on a nation, but I think that that's fine, and so maybe people won't bounce off of it because of that as a reason. Yeah. If I had my army on boats, do they survive the plague? They probably do. But then the attrition to, like, being on boats. This type of thing. You don't know Paradox, do you? This is literally their magnum opus for their lead. Basically, all the previous games have led up to this. Don't think Johan will abandon his baby. I could quote him on this, because he said he can. He's planning on just updating this game for the rest of his life. How devastated are you that we can't form biz as Ottomans? Absolutely devastated. Terrible. The Runception... It should have been, it could have been, it wasn't. The real thing to do is going to be, is there a way to swap places so that Byzantium is in Anatolia and Ottomans is in Balkans? There's definitely a way, but that's going to be the meme. That would be the meme video to do. That makes such a nice thumbnail, like, for the 31st video. I'm not interested in that video because there's so many people who want Biz and Ottomans. But that'd be a thumbnail that goes really hard. I swapped Byzantium and the Ottomans. Any cool things you've seen with the dynamic flag system? There are some cool things, but I'm not as focused on the flags, to be honest. I'm not a flags guy. Is Songhai formable? Songhai starts out as a nation in-game. The Mali feedback, or the West Africa feedback's not up to date. So the Mali Empire is now just this little circle here, and the rest of it is all subjects, and one of them is Songhai. So you can play Songhai from game start. How much do the AI try to be historical? Do they succeed? Is there a setting to turn this on and off? I think there's some, like, historical nudging settings. In particular, there is a setting for, also the fact that, we don't see it here, the fact that, jungle didn't get buffed and every other terrain type did get buffed. Significant issue for Mali, because this is all, like, jungle down here. Like, there's, the AI won't explore if they're not in Europe. If their capital's not in Europe, is a game setting that's for historical reasons. Otherwise, if you turn that off, India colonizes the other way and they come for Portugal and they eat them. They're like, yeah, take this treaty port, yeah. Hey, Sharpness 7239, thank you for the 22 tries. Spreadsheet to schedule as a spreadsheet is crazy. Spreadsheet to schedule a spreadsheet. We go hard in these sheets, in these streets. I'll be happy to be wrong about this, yes. Joe? Da Vinci? Yeah. Thank you so very much. I should check the YouTube to see if there's donos that are pending. Okay, I'm a little bit behind on the chat. I apologize. Just trying to answer every or most questions. Is there a specific time zone the game will be available to stream at the 4th of November? Well, I'm allowed to stream on the 2nd. I forget what time of day. It's like 6 or 9 a.m. PST or something like this that I can start streaming on the 2nd. You're crazy, madman. Thank you. Can't you just give up Avignon to a neighboring country? I don't think you can give up or sell your capital, and you can't move your capital per the game mechanics. The game, from a flavor perspective, wants to lock you in Avignon until the situation for the schism goes through, so you're stuck there. Yeah. They should 100% add Kingdom of God. Maybe it is if you get all of Italy. They said something in the Tinto talks about it. Do you think the economy is too easy in terms of getting too much money too early? Kind of, but, like, if you make it harder, like... So, I almost think that the player should get more money because the AI is better at constantly spending than a player, just from a mechanics perspective, because the AI is always clicking buttons and isn't like a person who has an attention span. And the AI could probably fight back a little bit better if they had more eco. So, in terms of the overall economy and, like, game flow, yes, I think the economy should be slowed down from the perspective of it's too easy for the player, but the AI is more disadvantaged by a slower economy, I think, than the player is, because the AI, to some extent, is better at making sure it builds armies and navies and this type of thing. So I don't know if it would really help the gameplay experience. From a balance perspective, I think there should be some slowdown, but I don't know if it helps the gameplay experience that much. What there should be is a more, like, throttles that occur with your own come-up, rather than just, like, generic throttles. So a very specific type of throttles. Love being a guy who also loves history, only realized they just like World War II. Yeah, the fake history bros. Can we expect a few bugs and obvious exploits on release, since a lot of people have played the game? Yes. I feel Hoey's player base isn't so much in political nature, but a good mix of MP, pacing, and popular historical period. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like I also just get the memes of other communities, because I'm not actually playing Hoey. And I'm sure there's memes of Vicky players, except, like, the meme is Vicky players, jealous. You don't even exist to me. It's like, bro. Only a 9 hour until release to reach the goal. Almost nothing, really. Only 9 hours a day. Yeah, the 9 hours is really quite manageable. Dude, please touch grass. I mean, in the most carry way possible. We'll touch grass. I have plans to, like, start going to the gym a lot more after this entire release rollout. I've been not going to the gym very much, and I want to go to the gym, bros. It takes a long time. The entire gym, like, excursion takes a long time, and then, like, my brain is fried when I get home from the gym. I'm always super exhausted. Is the Three Gorges Damming game? No. I heard they had a padlock canal. Pound lock. I thought you said Panama Canal. Pound lock, yeah. Not Panama. We've learned the game so much before it even got released. You're doing a tremendous job. Thank you. Do town and cities look organized or clustered messes as time goes on? Do they become bigger? I think they look scattered around in a way that looks semi-organic. I think that really there's a lot of reasons to want to make a city versus not a city, and I think it's not just like there's the capital, everything around it becomes a city. I think there's a little bit of nuance, although making everything a city around the capital's it's a decent heuristic. You really do want to urbanize a lot more around the capital, but also there's like some ebb and flow, and I think it leads to relatively organic looking outcomes. Let's say I'm playing Venice focused on trade. Is there any benefit to having trading posts around the world, or does it not work there? There is benefits because it allows you to push maritime presence in a really strong way. Yeah. Any notes on Bosnia specifically? Bosnia, son? We have Carpathia and the Balkans in here somewhere. Oh, you're all South Slavic. Bosnia has some really good resources. Or is next to someone who has really good resources. It looks like they have a couple silver. They have one silver. I guess it's just the silver. But there's a decent chunk of silver and gold kind of in this scrum here. The terrain's really rough, and you get some, like, control malices in flavor. So it's probably a little bit rough, but, like, I see, like, this terrain, and I go, yuck, I don't want to put a capital there. So, like, I think you kind of just, like, want to move your capital somewhere with more of a clearing than like, just on top of a bunch of mountains. Have you tried Brandenburg, Prussia? I tried it when, like, you would get that 20 control malice that you could only get rid of through RNG, and it was really, really rough. Do they get absurd bonuses similar to EU4? They get some nice top-end military bonuses, but they're not crazy. The best military bonuses are on the Ottomans. I was prepping for bed now, and I'm shaken by seeing a spreadsheet. I'm so sorry. It'll haunt your dreams. Is Ansbach a good HRE minor? What are the best HRE non-majors? I think most of the flavors is on the major ones right now. I don't think that there's a stunning amount of flavor, and so you would be looking at it from like a map perspective rather than oh, these bonuses are good, these bonuses aren't, like this type of thing. And so we could take a quick look. I don't know if Playmaker's still in chat. I think he found a pretty good spot for capital for all of Germany, which is like somewhere in here. I'm not sure if I think it's better than Berlin and Vienna, but I think it's pretty good looking as well. I know that Meissen to Saxony has flavor, Brandenburg has flavor, Boho has flavor, Austria has flavor, Bavaria's have flavor, Netherlands has flavor. I think other than that, it's relatively lean on the country-specific flavor. And so you would be playing it from the perspective of either I start with a market or I have really good resources. So Nuremberg would maybe be reasonable because you start out with owning a market. So I think that would be probably a pretty good one as well. Like, geographically speaking, like, you want to be in kind of a clearing area, so somewhere in this scrum is probably okay, or in this clearing is probably okay. This is Austria, this is Bohemia, and then if we get a map mode for markets, starting out with a market is probably pretty good. This is not up to date because there's a Nuremberg market here, so Nuremberg is like somewhere over here, and so that could be a reasonable one. You could also try and start out next to good resources or on top of them. I think that most of the good ones are in Bohemia and Austria and this type of thing, but you could play for this. There's like a silver nugget there, so maybe starting out as whoever that is, I don't know who that is, could be something reasonable. Do you think they should make the conquest of the Aztecs or Mexican tribes a situation to make it spicy? It's already spicy. Caliente. The spreadsheet warnings are 2.7 that came out. Can't tab out in time. Not like this. Hey, question: Is it hard? Is it hard to any faction to colonize other countries in America if you have a small faction? Yes, it is hard because it scales off your population. Having more population makes colonization easier. And if you're farther away, it makes it harder. Specifically, you get a really nasty malice if you're like if your area or region is not bordering a coast, I think, which is actually like a small number of nations. I think it's like Bohemia struggles from it, and like there's not that many like landlocked areas, but being a landlocked area is pretty rough. Around 30 control, I start to want the land a lot less. Yeah, this is mathematically kind of, I think, where it is, because you're losing out on crown power too. The thing is if it's really low pops, you don't really care. It's not that big a deal. If it's a high pop area and it's got low control, you do not want it. Hello, I've heard there are problems with province regarding personal union. Does it make things harder playing them? Oh, I think that was a bug where everyone starts out with a CB on them for a personal union. I don't think that's going to make it into the final game. So you can't build in subjects? You can. Is there any merit to trying to make a military-focused vassal in some way? Yes. The marches get discipline bonuses if you go Diplo-focus in the Second Age. And also, if you go Diplo-focus, you can have way more subjects. Especially now that the subjects are a lot cheaper on the dip capacity. Because what's going to throttle you is going to be loyalty. So there's two throttles. There's loyalty and diplomatic capacity. Diplomatic capacity gets throttled by all your subjects all together. Loyalty gets throttled by your subjects by subject type. Whereas they get stronger relative to you by their subject type, it gets harder and harder to manage them. With Dipco capacity being a less pressured resource, it becomes more about loyalty. And so having different subject types allows you to maintain more subjects. So, for example, one of the drawbacks of republics is you can't make fiefdoms. Fiefdoms will allow you to have more... you have the category of vassal and fiefdom, so you can effectively have double the subjects without getting pressured on the loyalty. Marches is a third one, so you can effectively have 3 groups. But on top of that, marches get the discipline bonus, and I think they get a manpower bonus too. So if you want to have a subject that's relatively far away, you're not going to annex them because you can't annex a march. Or you're not going to annex them anytime soon because you can turn them back into a vassal. Then I think that marches are really reasonable to have as kind of fighting subjects and doing this type of thing. And also, it's less micro when you have subjects that can just rumble. As Majapahit... you can use my code, Generalist, all caps. As Majapahit, the micro involves using boats and this type of thing, and it's kind of annoying. With subjects, you could just have them do it. And so, from a micro perspective, it's nice. You don't need it, like, power level-wise, but... Do you plan on doing a guide on pop growth? Maybe... It might end up like being an aspect of a food guide or something like this rather than a pop growth guide. Is there a pop limit to a city in late game? Yes, there's limits to locations. Cities add 100,000 flat. Spreadsheet warning. Throw your kids down the stairs. Let's see. Make sure I don't click on the wrong thing. Most of the flat pop capacity you get is from your vegetation level. And so cities, if I recall correctly, towns give 20,000, cities give 100,000. So this dramatically increases your pop capacity. It is affected by percentage modifiers, including like development, also your climate and topography matter as well. For this, you can see pop capacity is in there as something that gets affected more strongly by climate. But for the most part, the flat stuff is really what's more important because you are getting percentage pop capacity from other sources. And so cities kind of like double it. If that makes sense. But yeah, you could get overpopulated. India starts out with like half its locations overpopulated. India is also like really, really weird on the start where they're kind of dependent on migration because they start out with, in Vijayanagara at least, you start off with half your places overpopulated and then half under 5% or something like this. And migration eventually smooths that out. Do you wait for a power spike to start expanding or look for war right at game start? Usually I'm trying to fix my laws first and get my economy rolling, or fixing the laws is part of that, and so that pressures my parliaments, and so I don't like going for a parliament CB usually for the first 1 or 2 parliaments, unless I have really, really low territory or a specific reason to want to go for it. I generally am fixing my laws first. I'm not sure if that's correct. It's possible that that's not correct, though. So this is the schedule we are shooting for. The flavor post from today has the most updated map of West Africa. Oh, does it? Does it? The Canam Bornu. Canam Bornu actually has some pretty solid modifiers as well, and so that is like kind of an interesting one. Or they have really solid tech for what's going on. They theoretically might be the best from a just pure advances perspective, the best country in sub-Saharan Africa. So yeah. Highly like though, many years he was with Paradox for a long time. Yawn. Is there a slider or setting pregame in the menu in like CK3 where you can adjust the speed of conversion integration? I don't think there's a slider for that speed. Guthuk found an exploit where you could actually give up Avignon and move the capital to Rome in 1337 and avoid the schism. How is that? Is there a way to just like lose it in a war or something like this? Yeah, you lose it in a war. Yeah, that's probably fine. That's probably good. Did you try the Marinids? I did not. Will you try a world conquest at some point? Probably not. This isn't something I really care about, like, at all. Technically, I haven't completed a world conquest in Vicky even, although I stopped that for performance reasons, like, only missing, like, 25 states or something that needed to do, like, 7 wars to get them, so it was, like, trivial. I don't really care about, like, actually, like, executing as much as I do just understanding the game. And World Conquest is a lot of executing and a lot of clicking, and I think it's kind of unfun to do, and I don't think it really, I mean, people go for the World Conquest, like, time, and to some extent, laddering people is, like, a significant achievement, but, like, I don't think, like, a World Conquests on their own, just generally speaking, like, are, like, meaningful, or, like, they don't pique my interest very much. But Canam Empire is here, and you can see the breakup here of the Mali Empire. So yeah, Songhai is a start. Do you think only getting plus 75% AE when inside the ARE into HRE is taking land as WAD, i.e. France attacking HRE would not? Wasn't it always a ton of AE and EU4? I mean, God, you could stack so many modifiers, it just feels like kind of insignificant. Usually I'm not carving up the HRE enough to notice it, to be honest, as like other European nations, because it's like, I don't feel like doing that. I know you kind of like went through most of the HRE. In general, I think antagonism should be like a lot more of a thing. so I guess I'm okay with it, but I don't want, like, it specifically necessarily to be on the HRE. I think in general, just antagonism should feel more impactful. And I think that France taking the HRE shouldn't make people... It should only make people who are in the HRE really pissed, not people outside of it. So I'd be fine with them getting plus 75% AE just on everyone in the HRE, but not other people, I think. The East-West divide seems broken ahistoric, corrected numbers, wrong in practice. Well, to be fair, the East was stronger to, like, 1700, like, historically speaking. But the thing is that there's no really good mechanic for when that kind of script flipped and the East, or the West became a lot stronger. Does the AI Blommus? Not really. Or Erfurt was my capital? Yeah. Hey man, love the content on EU5 so far. Keep up the good work. Thank you so very much. Yeah, in the kind of around on the map where I showed it. How historical is the game past the initial start date? Do attacks act like in accordance with their counterparts? There's some, like, people of situations tend to behave in a much more historic way. Like, the Ottomans are kind of historic. They get a lot of CBs. They use those CBs. They expand a little bit. But I think that if they don't have a situation, they aren't necessarily that dynamic and historical acting. I would say, if they don't have some sort of scaffolding for going for that. I haven't seen any questions by financial literacy, so in his British spirit, I must ask about changes to England. Well, I'll let you know. Yeah, I think I should probably, in theory, just stream when I think he can make the stream, but, let's see. Let's maybe take a little bit of a look at England. England? Where's Bueller? So I think there hasn't been any major changes to England, but I would say that since last time I did one of these, I think I'm putting a little bit more value on the scaling of wool. And how it scales into the later game, and so I think wool is really good, so I think I kind of rate England's resources just in general a little bit higher. But I don't think there's been any significant changes to England. Is it true you should food max at game start? No, you should probably try and increase your economy at game start. In fact, one of the things that increases your pop growth that I turn off on a lot of nations is, like, I turn off all the granaries. Because they eat masonry, just so that masonry prices keep low on the very early game, and then once you spin up the economy a bit, then you just re-add all that type of stuff. I think the England PU problem is England winning the 100 Years' War gets demoted to junior partner because England is poorer than France. Not when we're playing it. I don't know what that's about. I think it might be based on population, which that might be an issue. But if you break up France enough, that won't be an issue. I guess it depends on exactly how it works. Our PU got bricked because they had a different succession type. But since then, now when you win the 100 Years' War, you change France's succession type to the same as yours. Just automatically. Because we lost our PU like 4 years later when our ruler died. Are you planning on making a tier list on cabinet actions and parliament options? Yes. Although that one, I'm not sure how I want to structure it. Whether I want to do like all vanilla starting ones, or like all including unique ones. There's some really cracked unique cabinet actions, and so like Russia's, that gives it like discount to proximity cost. But I think maybe we probably just do the starting cabinet actions as a tier list, and then we do like and the rest as another one later. They changed discriminated cultures having no population growth. I'm kind of okay with it. If you play Mali or Canal, can you sell slaves to Northerners and make it worth it, like in real life? Pop is really valuable, so I don't know if you love the fact that slaves are getting sold, but you're kind of tolerate it because pops are good. I think in one of your podcasts, the VTuber mentioned that she had to manually manage noble marriages. Does that mean that there are other dynasties that exist throughout the game? There are other dynasties, yeah. Oh, other than the royal family? I don't know. I don't think it tracks lowborn dynasties, but I'm not sure. How long would you expect it for people to become skilled enough to make multiplayer a fun experience? I think you could have fun day one. I just don't think it'll be balanced. I guess it depends what you mean by fun. experience. So France can have even more subjects than anyone else around with the appanages. Yes. Appanages are also just like, have the advantage of getting integrated automatically. But they pressure you in like some ways, not significantly. Appanages just generally seem kind of good. Are you able to share what laws you would generally work towards when referring to fixing your laws? Yeah, so distribution of power is almost always on something that's not very good. It's usually on like traditional distribution, which gives you negative crown power and estate satisfaction, and I think favor the ruler or favor the wealthy are both better. Depending on your burgher composition, usually favor the wealthy early and then favor the burghers later. That is a really big one. But also, a lot of laws give trend towards decentralization, and what I want to do very early on is start working towards centralization as fast as possible. So a lot of it is swapping off the laws that give you trend towards decentralization and towards ones which give you a trend on centralization, using a cabinet action and pushing towards centralization as much as possible. And then once I get the trend as far as I can, like maybe 50% or 50 centralization, then I add in a bunch of decentralization stuff that's good, like itinerant court, for example, which gives 10% land proximity cost reduction, but gives decentralization, because that would decrease how far I can push centralization with the trend, like ideally around 50, but once you are at plus 50, you take off the cabinet action, you're plus 30, and then you have that 30 to wiggle room onto things that benefit from it. So usually I'm trying to do that, and that's what I care about, as well as getting onto the max tax and crown power bonuses from changing the distribution of power. Don't worry, I'll do the world conquest. Godspeed, my friend. I think it's theoretically probably possible, but really tedious. Really just a lot of clicking. Well, it depends on what you mean by world conquest. If for you that if that's the old world for you, that's a much different ask than if it includes the new world. I don't think it's possible to colonize every location. Or maybe it's possible, but boy, that's like, have fun. I'm not sure the Ottomans or Biz are good for that. I think it'd be much easier to start on Japan or Korea, probably. Maybe Yuan? I'm not 100% sure. How's Japan currently? I'm doing them as my first playthrough. We played Japan. I did not have a fun time. That was probably my least favorite run, from an experience perspective. Because the way you interact with the daimyo is not intuitive. It's a little bit strange. It feels like you should have more agency. Like, the wars are, like, unfulfilling, because you just have to have, like, a raised army and, like, tick them down when they have no army. And then the Sengoku Jidai, like, as the shogunate themselves, it's more like a thing for a daimyo, so you have to play as a daimyo and play for that, or that type of thing, and then that might be really interesting. But from the shogunate perspective, if that situation fires, you basically have to try and prevent it, which I think is feasible, but that's not what I did because I wanted to experience it. If that event fires, it's just, like, awful. You have, like, no agency, and it's, like, it's very unfun. I imagine some of that might get fixed, but I would just say, like, going into it, don't play on Iron Man, make, like, saves, try and eliminate, the two opposing factions in the Sengoku, or in your situation, like, before the Sengoku can pop, and avoid it if you want to play as the shogunate, or try and play as a daimyo, which I didn't try, or experience that much through, but I would, I did not have a good time, like, with that situation. It, like, splinters your entire country. A lot of it goes to these daimyo, and then you can demand land, and then when they say no, you get a CB, but then you can't use the CB. So, and you can't deck on them at all. And so it's a bunch of people with the land that you've carefully, like, built up and all this type of stuff. You just have no agency to get it back, and, like, other than hoping that they say yes, this type of thing. Is there a point to promoting generals in Vic 3 besides the army cap? Political. It doesn't influence their performance in battle, but it influences politics. So usually you use it to try and push certain clout. Yeah. So Barracks can't make up his mind if world conquest is either good or boring. It's never both fun and achievable. I mean, there's 30,000 locations. That's just a lot of clicking, dog. Does Peel Tower and Clan Seat stack with Fort? I'm not sure. Generals have a hidden experience value modifier that influences their dice rolls. Traits are beneficial in different situations, so you want to have a pretty big pool of generals. I think I remember a video on this. I didn't watch it, though. Why do you keep talking in plural? Because that's just how we roll. It's kind of a long-winded explanation, but the general idea is this is actually like a multi-person experience. Like the entire content creation thing is actually contingent on you guys, so like to some extent this entire like operation is a we thing, but also I think that it does make people feel more involved as well, just generally speaking, and so I think that we think that it's maybe a better way of approaching it, but also just like, I mean, the bigger part of why I decided to speak like that just in general, especially when doing runs, and so now it's just nature when doing streams, this type of thing, is that like we are going through this run together, and a way of looking at it would be like, if you go on a road trip with your family, it's we are going on a road trip, right? You're not driving, but we are going on the road trip. And I think that that's a similar experience, except for we just aren't in the same room, but we are experiencing the run together. You are experiencing a much more condensed version of the play, but it doesn't... I think we're all experiencing it all the same. Generally, this was my kind of the way I felt about it with Let's Plays. And so, yeah. For multiplayer, can you stop someone from taking slaves from you or someone else? You can embargo them. Embargo's maybe a little bit too easy to do. But you can't, like, throttle them, which is kind of annoying. You don't have... Your tool is just a very oblique, blunt embargo, and then that's it. Do you know where we'll be able to find established or veteran MP communities, or point out where to look? No, I don't, because this is more an E4 question. Challenge accepted. Austria, of course. Forming HRE is probably reasonable, too. I think India or Japan's probably better, but forming HRE probably works. As an EU4 lover, I worry I will bounce off EU5 hard. Well, we'll see. I think some people definitely bounce off of it. I think I would recommend just kind of trying to stick through it and learn the systems. But if you really hate learning new things, it's going to be maybe a rough time. Johan said he wanted to make world conquest as hard as possible, but if not impossible, but players always find a way. I mean, like... I think you probably have to be fighting multiple wars simultaneously, but, like, I guess I don't actually have a very good feel for when you hyper-overexpand how hard the revs start getting, because I'm not really ever really doing that, so maybe I'm not the best person to ask about it. I think just from, like, the perspective of, can you get strong enough, do the AI, like work up against you, and like the answer's like kind of no, and then like you can also stack like these anti-rev modifiers so you don't just pop a bunch of revs. I think I don't think there's enough like kind of additive and stacking modifiers from having more and more uncored stuff such that it gets harder and harder by like an extreme margin. So yeah, I imagine Daimyo's intended path, since that's what happened historically. I think that is kind of correct. So just jumping in and playing as the shogunate, I think is but the thing is, you play as the shogunate for like 60 years, and then your run gets bricked. But yeah, maybe you just play as Daimyo, and it's a fun, good time. My girlfriend wants to know if she'll see me again after the game releases. What should I tell her? You should tell her it's over. Tell her we're done. Let her off easy, though. Say, I'm cheating on you and I found a different woman. Don't tell her it's because of the video game. Yeah. You gotta let him down easy. I want to have the first president before 1400. Godspeed. Can you swap to Daimyo when the situation fires? Yeah, I mean, I think you should just play it as a Daimyo. I haven't tried playing it as a Daimyo. Like, I was enjoying the run and I was having a fun time until the Sengoku Jedi popped, and then I was just very annoyed. Will there be a EU5 to VIC 3 converter? Almost certainly, but what you should be asking is, will there be an EU5 to EU4 converter, and then an EU4 to EU5 converter? That way you can play from 1337 to 1444, and then 1444 to 1821, and then 1821 to 1836. These are the questions you should be asking. Yeah. Long-time watcher, first-time commenter. Hello, hello. I don't know if you've been asked, what's your favorite nation or campaign you've played so far? I enjoy playing Mali. I enjoy Mali quite a lot. It's kind of a little bit less warfare focused, mainly just eco, kind of trying to solve some issues, a little bit isolated, and then I think Mali's actually the best colonial nation. And I kind of like the colonization thing. So, I like Mali for kind of those reasons. When we say we are recording a build, does that mean we're streaming from the 16th or no? No, it means I can record a bunch of videos. I'm probably going to try and record in the span of 2 weeks at least like 30 videos or something like this. And try and shoot for a little bit more, and then just have them all scheduled for when the embargo lifts. Love your ARs, by the way. Keep it real, bro. Thank you so very much. Poimu says, it's not a good time to start as a daimyo. It's not a good time as a daimyo either. Yeah, so I would just say, look, I don't know if Japan is... Oh man, I've caught up. That's crazy. I've been trying to go fast. It's not a good time to start as a daimyo. Yeah, I just, it's unfortunate. Like, I played as Japan, and then I was like, okay, the content's not here, and then I played as Japan again recently, and it's, like, still not there, and so, like, maybe Japan's one you're gonna have to avoid initially. I don't know if they have it fixed in the next patch or no. I already cheated with my girlfriend with Victoria 3, can't cheat on again with Europa. You can't cheat on her if she's not your girlfriend. Right, my guy? Divorced EU4 in preparation for your new wife, EU5. Not a free. Just start a CK2 Japan run and play Japan. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Man, we answered everything. It's all you college students out there. Finished your semester out first. That's probably a good strat. Just wait, yeah. How would you do a hard mode mod? I don't know, just really kneecap your ability to scale economically in some way. I'm not sure. Recordable build in 2 days? Yep, that's why this is going to be the last one for a while, the last thing. Have you done League of Majapahit and Triple Alliance IO? Been added to the game yet? I'm not sure. I haven't checked. I don't know about this. Tell about Navos and Navo battles. Is it fun or DLC material? Probably DLC material. We have code Generalist, all caps. If you wanted to support the channel, 12% goes our way, but you don't get a discount, so that's just to support. But I think that we kind of wanted to take a quick look through maybe some of the Borneo content, considering we're all like caught up now. Because I actually think Borneo is going to be an interesting one. Does Mali have any decent access to Mercury? No, you get it from Iberia. You trade for it. That's your access. If you get... it would be crippling. Considering how much of your eco is gold, it would be crippling and really bad if they cut off your mercury supply. Is there much needed fixed to Japan? Yeah, but I don't know if it's going to be fixed by the 16th build or not. It could be fixed by the build in 2 days. Not sure. But when we played it, I found it a very unenjoyable experience. Looks like we have quite a few unique privileges in there. Or are those localized for us? Oh, some localized art on the privileges. Okay, that's very cool. We have some... This is probably not very good. Negative legitimacy. Legitimacy is actually a decent eco modifier. And also negative crown power. Monthly army tradition exchange for legitimacy. Maybe an okay exchange, especially in multiplayer. With Iberia being able to control the unique building for control, does this challenge your colonization pattern? Like going for Central West Africa over South America? Por que no los dos? I think you go after the both of them. I think that we're maybe not going to abuse that building, but that building probably makes it so you want to just directly control everything, which is a little bit less fun. How do you think the game is going to be on release? I think it's very solid right now, so I think it's going to do well on release. I think that people won't be, like, upset that it's... Like, almost every strategy game I can think of, like, people are really upset with, like, the way it's released, and I don't think that's going to be the case. Proximity cost. This is a unique one for them, Canal Bornu, and also every sub-Saharan African country gets a tech for proximity cost, which is pretty nice. I lost a record of the Tinta Talks at some point. Is the game the same Eurocentric as the rest of the map games? Well, it's called Europa Universalis, and most of the flavor is on European countries, but there's still, like, a lot to do in other areas. Most of the content creators, it looks like, are just going to play Europe, though, which is a little bit of a bummer. I'm planning on playing Venice if I can get it, but otherwise I'll play Mali, I think. How's the UI? The UI is generally really good, with some, like, glaring problems in some spots. How does river proximity bonus work? It works like a road. It works the same mechanically as a road, but going downstream it's 30, and then going upstream is 10. And then it also gives bonus to market access, but that's not proximity. What's wrong with Japan? The situations are just kind of unfun/broken or whatever. We kind of just talked about it a little bit, so don't want to necessarily go all through it. What does Army Tradition even do? It gives you bonuses. I forget what they are. God, what are they? I think morale's one of them. I'm not sure if it gives you discipline. I think morale and something else. The caravan stop building is also just incredible. It can be built anywhere, and it gives you 1 trade capacity. Just 1, but the fact that it can be built anywhere is giving you 1 trade capacity, and is using gold, which you want to create demand for because you have gold, and so this will increase the tax base of this, and it just lets you trade a lot more. Is just absolutely insane. Really, really strong building. Normally, in order to get 1 trade capacity on a building, it requires you to urbanize an area and build marketplaces. With the caravan stop, you do not have to do that, which is really, really nice. You keep more places rural. And so, yep, building cost minus 10%, very nice. We give the Ribat, which gives minus some unrest. Seems like an okay enough one. Iron Helmet Musketeers, regular regiment. I didn't even notice this one looking through it. Generalist, how's the transition from a feudal tax-based economy to a trade-based economy handled in the game? Well, trade range is a really big deal, as is getting the upgraded versions of buildings, as is urbanizing and being able to afford cities. So all of these kind of work together, and there's a lot of different factors that kind of make it more and more profitable to lean into being urbanized as the game goes on. I don't think it's the case that oh, you can play rural or you can play urban. Instead, it's like a timing thing where rural for most countries is better early on, and the more advantages you have for non-rural, the quicker your transition will be to the point where being more urban-oriented is better. It's kind of the way I would look at it. Japan issue, I think, is you can't deck on subjects, but you are meant to, and your subject can't deck on each other. They can deck on each other, but maybe they're restricted in some of those decks. Like, I've seen them deck on each other, but, and you, like, get pulled into it or something like this. But you can't deck on them when you get CBs on them. Like, it feels very, like, zero agency and frustrating. But if daimyos can't deck on each other, yeah, it's maybe an easy fix. Yeah, maybe it is an easy fix. As it stands with the way we played it, it's just like, really, really spectacularly unfun. What nation of mid-size do you consider is good to learn? I think that the Ottomans are probably... They have a ton of flavor and, like, a lot of scaffolding, and, like, kind of... The situation kind of gives you objectives and, like, this type of thing. I think the Ottomans are probably really good to learn on. Can you get enough trade range as a Native American to reach the European market? Not before they reach your market, probably not. I think in theory you maybe could go up through Canada and get to Iceland, or up through Alaska and get to Japan. But I think in practice that's not really possible. Just like theoretically, I guess that's how you would go about it. But I don't think it's... Yeah. Is Granada impossible? Probably not. Granada doesn't get stomped in, like, every single game, so you probably just want to find Muslim allies, try and eco up as best as you can. It's probably going to be relatively high variance, because I think of the first 2 ages specifically, if someone with way more pops than you wants to deck on you, winning that war is going to be a little bit annoying, and is maybe even better you deck on them, because then you can use your parliament for increased levies beforehand, something like this. Playing Ottomans right now, the religion issue makes them difficult. Oh, that's true, but we're expecting that to be different by release. But yeah, that's very true. Or it's very frustrating. Yeah, that is true. What do you, with Greeks as Ottomans, do you make them subject? You make them slaves, generally speaking. You can accept their culture eventually, but it's really expensive. If you wanted to go about accepting it, though, you could release a Greek subject and use them to improve your culture. Some content creators talked about how land should be as good as Navy. This seems wrong. Naval powers in general perform... The design principle is that navies should be better before railroads. I believe both land and naval proximity are going to get worse with the version on the 16th. Can you talk about traits, a bit more about traits characters get? Some of them are actually kind of high impact. Some of them are really annoying. The highest impact ones are when they're on your ruler, because you can get stuff like trend towards certain values, and it's really frustrating if you get trend towards land or trend towards naval when you don't want it. But there's some pretty powerful modifiers you can get on rulers. It's not something that's super on our radar, but it is something that is like a big deal. They get a disaster as Canal Bornu here. Was this a Songhai? We're looking at Canam here. Looks like we have plenty of flavor here too. Maybe we'll have to play Canam sometime. Just geographically, kind of don't like being in the middle of sub-Saharan Africa. But we do see Songhai. There's another pick here. Buff Naval on the 16th. I have the feeling it's getting... it's like... 1/3 as good as it was before it got nerfed in the like 4th age, and to be fair, before the 4th age it's just way worse. But yeah, -20 admin efficiency is really rough for a ruler trait. Obsessive perfectionist, yeah. So like I think that's actually what happened with my Castile run, where I thought everything was way more antagonism. I think I probably just rolled something like that on my ruler. That can really slow things down. So the ruler traits can have really high impact. I just like, it's not something I'm paying as much close attention to as maybe I should. Songhai, kind of located on the eastern portion. We haven't looked at their bonuses, so it's interesting to see some of these. These don't look too strong. Monthly army tradition's probably one of the better ones, but the thing is right now, army tradition's super free. You can just drill your way to 100. The reason why you wouldn't is if you're going navally oriented. If you drill to 100 army tradition, then you will get a trend towards land, which prevents you from pushing naval, which is kind of annoying. I wish that there was a naval drill equivalent to keep your naval power up, but there's not. So it's really hard to push naval navy tradition, and it's really easy to push army tradition. Discipline 5%, hell yeah, brother. In fact, this is actually insane. Wait, what? I gotta check my notes. I gotta check my notes, friends. I have to check a game later, because I think it's possible that Sub-Saharan Africa, just in general, all gets a 5% discipline bonus. And if they get a unique discipline bonus on top of that, maybe this is just the general bonus and they're just including it for every Sub-Saharan African nation. But I know Mali gets a 5% discipline bonus. I think they all do. And if you're getting 5% on top, this makes this there's only 2 nations. Yeah, there's 2 nations that get 10% discipline, or there's 1 nation that gets 10% discipline, but this might be the second. That's interesting. Discipline is really good. I don't think it somehow makes Songhai insane, but it's kind of a little bit of a curious one. Is it too easy to change the values of a nation? I don't know. I don't think it's too easy. I really wish there were more values that came in as the game goes on. As you get into new ages, I think 4 out of 5 of the age transitions add 1 more additional value, and I really like that, but I wish it was like doubled or tripled, so that the play pattern of pushing values was something that you tended to more throughout the entire game, rather than feeling like something you set up and then you don't have to worry about it, something like this. Is the replayability good? I mean, I have 1,100 hours. I'm mildly burned out, but I'm also playing 10 to 18 hours a day. I think the replayability is good, though. What does admin efficiency affect? The big thing is something that doesn't show up in the tooltip, which I think is crazy, but it's that it's affecting decreasing antagonism. The other thing that it affects is that it increases the speed at which your laws go in, which is really not that big a deal, because I think laws base speed is 2 years, and it's a 500-year game, and the laws start out with like 50% efficiency or something, or like 10% efficiency, so it's the 10% to the 100% or something like this. Is playing as Bosnia viable? Probably. I think it's viable enough. Depends what you mean by viable. It's definitely like weaker for the region. I guess stronger than Croatia. Or Ragusa, which is a subject or something like this. Sounds like there's no way you could get a historical Britain scenario. I really heavily naval focused with a small, very professional, highly capable army. Kind of. Britain might have the best unique units overall in the game. The longbowmen levies are just absolutely cracked. You get those the first 3 ages, and then you get... I think 4th age you don't get anything. And then 5th age you get a not very good heavy infantry, and then 6th age you get an insane heavy infantry that gives like plus 10 initiative. So it's like you get the heavy infantry stat line with the light infantry initiative, or better than the light infantry initiative. Almost double the light infantry base initiative, which is just kind of insane. I forgot this mechanic existed in EU4 until now. You may remember how it works in EU4, how trading companies are implemented. I think they're building-based countries, but I haven't checked it. They nerfed Christiani so hard. Big sad. How much impact is 5% discipline in age 6 even? I don't think it's like somehow making Songhai into a sleeper, if that's the question. It's a powerful modifier. It increases the amount of units you kill and the amount of like damage. It increases the damage you do and decreases the damage you take by the same modifier. So it's really strong. Is EU5 ready? I think it is, unless they somehow break something in between the current patch and the one for 2 days ago. How do you play 18 hours away? Bro, sleep? That's like more on the top end, but like a lot of sub 6 hours sleep days. Yeah. 1149 hours, you mean EU5? Yeah, that's how many hours I have played. How high does Discipline go? Techs? There's really not that many. I think there's like 10 to 15% that you can get just vanilla-wise, and that's kind of it. I wish both sides' values are good throughout without having one specific one better overall. Does the game drastically slower near the end? Yes. I think it does slow down quite a bit. A lot of it is also you have more things to manage, but also the game slows down quite a bit. It slows down less now that we have a new computer, so yeah. What's your favorite country to play so far and why? I like Mali because I like colonizing. I answered this a couple minutes ago, but I like colonizing. I think they're one of the best colonizing nations, and you kind of just get to eco up quietly, expand a little bit. I think it's fun. Looking through some of Songhai's other stuff here. They get a manpower building too, only in cities. That's really rare. Most of the requirements on stuff is either urban or rural, so it's either town or city, or it's rural, or it's in any of them. It's very rare to see city-only buildings, but this is a city-only manpower building. Kind of a little bit curious, but okay. It also has a secondary requirement here, not just that it's city-only, so maybe it has to be in sub-Saharan Africa. Let the David Gao step down. Darn him, the rebel infant. We know that Austria also got some of this published. Austria is kind of like a little bit of a sleeper. I think they're kind of like a slow start relative to like Boho or Hungary, but like then you kind of get some good stuff going on afterwards. How is the tutorial in EU5? I think it's pretty solid. Can you automate armies? You can, but they're not very smart. Britain's balanced because they have to eat beans on toast? Yeah, that's it. Let's see what we get here. Do you think it's good to change your values the whole game? Like from centralization to decentralized? No, I think you should be centralized the whole game. I think that you want traditional economy early and then you want to transition off of it later. I think for some countries you like aristocracy early and then you want to go plutocracy later. Especially because plutocracy doesn't give you a lot of levies and aristocracy does, and levies are really good the first 3 ages. But H3 you kind of can get by with professionals. I think it's going to get rebalanced a little bit though, because right now standing army really blows for the first 3 ages. Have you seen AI powers being able to expand in some of your games? Yeah, but not super well. It was always interesting in EU forcing the other half of the map where something crazy happened there. Yeah, nothing too crazy. What do you think is the most broken nation in terms of strength and capability of Snowball? Well, like, Yuan's insanely good, but that's, like, not... Or that's an intuitive one. I think the non-intuitive one is maybe Korea. When I was a kid, I wanted to make beans on toast, and I asked my dad how many beans do I need? He said all the beans. That sounds true. Is there any reason to go from plutocracy to aristocracy? Yeah, you get more levies. When noble levies are a big portion of your power level. Like, France has a, like, plus 100% noble levies modifier, so, like, your fighting power is France in the opener is, like, really tied to having high aristocracy. Even though Mamluks are stronger than ever near them, are they too big for expanding to be worth it? They kind of have this weird geographical constraint, the Mamluks. Where... Is Egypt one of these? The thing is your ability to project control to additional territory kind of sucks. There's not much over here. You can kind of get a little bit of control up here. You can get a little bit of control in Levant, but you already own it. So you, like, kind of start out pre-expanded without any juicy soft spots to go into. Is kind of the issue with the Mamluks. Insofar as they have an issue, which they don't. And so, you're, like, the thing is, your capital's here. Where do you take that's near your capital that you don't already have? You know? They have a geographic strength and weakness in being next to these 2 seas, and then also next to Sahara, which is useless, and Arabia, which is near useless. So, you know, just very kind of weird thing going on regarding expansion. Now, I think Mamluks are really strong. I just don't think they benefit much from expansion relative to, like, the only nation I can think of which benefits, like, less from expansion, or the 2 nations, or actually just the nation, is Yuan, where it's like, I already have everything, bro. Even Delhi benefits from taking some of the small countries that it doesn't control near its capital. And so, but yeah, like, Mamluks is like, oh, what do you want me to do? Did you or did you do YouTube, do you or did you before YouTube listen to anything while playing these map games? I'm quite fine with the trade guys or similar trade podcasts. No, I think I just played the games. You know what? When I played EU4 last, which was quite a long time ago, I played Mayu and Taxes, and the yearly tick on my absolute toaster of a computer took like 5 to 10 minutes, so I actually read a book. Now I would probably listen to, if I wasn't, like, I'd probably listen to ebooks, I think, now. Do Mamluks get wrecked by the Black Death? No, Mamluks are actually one of the most resilient countries to Black Death. The reason being is the most efficient mechanism of resisting Black Death is the pest houses, which, if you don't have incense, are just as good as segregate the infected. This is a mistake I was making because I did my testing for the Black Plague on the Mamluks. But the Mamluks get, because they have access to incense, they get the full power of the pest houses, which give 30% disease resistance. And they're incredibly condensed. All of their pop is basically, like, we don't have a pop map mode here, but all of their pop is basically in here. So all you need to do is build hospitals and pest houses here, and you'll only lose like 20 to 30% of your pops. which is one of the best performances you can get outside of someone who has a geography that prevents them from being affected. I think if you are mostly in tropical, like Mali, or sub-Saharan Africa, you're not really that heavily affected by the plague at all, but you have basically the best tools possible as the Mamluks to, outside of like OPMs or something like this, to be able to resist the plague. If rivers propagate downriver, can Mamluks move capital south while still maintaining full control of the delta? Yes, kind of. I don't think you do, because as you move south down the Nile, this decreases your ability to push control over here. So, like, even if you can control the delta, I don't think I like it. I actually got feedback on this today. Going through these desert corridors, these black spots, that takes 40 proximity no matter what. And historically speaking, Red Sea was accessed like via here or something like this, or down here, and then it moved in here, and then it came down the Nile in terms of the trade. And right now that's actually not an avenue towards which you can really project power projection, and instead you either go through here in the early game, or once you have a lot, you come through here, because you don't have to go through a desert corridor. I think that could be a little bit improved, but yeah, currently I think they have a little bit less Red Sea access than they should have, but... When are you going to make spreadsheets for Pokemon Z to A? Z to A, not A to Z. It's crazy talk, man. I listen to Audible a ton when I play it. Yeah, this is probably what I would do more of. I'm like, since I'm doing it like professionally, I tend to not want to listen to audiobooks, but maybe I should just listen to audiobooks anyways. They are building-based trade companies. Okay. What does the recordable build on the 16th mean? Does that mean you can start showing the game directly? That means I can record... Currently, the build I have, I am not allowed to make videos on. I will be allowed to make videos on the build for the 16th, but I will not be allowed to publish them until the 31st, where I can publish one, and then the 2nd, where I can publish as much as I want. So I'm going to try and make like 3 videos a day or something like this. Would there be any reason to go aristocracy in the late game? So nobles technically are a little bit better for... pushing demand, and if you've already de-peasanted all your peasants such that you don't have a lot of extra slots for burgers, going aristocracy will lead you to having more stimulus for your economy from buy orders than going plutocracy would. But now it's like been rebalanced so that the burghers eat like per point of plutocracy relative to point of aristocracy, the burghers eat more goods. So it's better to go plutocracy generally, but if you already are out of peasants, technically speaking, your economy will be better if you go noble-oriented. But also, in an absolute death war, even in the later game, levies are still alright. I mean, I think levies are better in Age 3, and then they're worse in Age 4, but they're not, like, so much worse. And then Age 5 and Age 6, they really get bad, but it's not like they're useless, and if you want to just, like, if you want to have army comps that are like 20% levy, you can effectively increase the size of your army by 25% on a per unit basis. Which I think is probably worth it from the perspective of wars just in general. How long will the first video be? There's no official time limit. However, we were told to keep it within reason. My plan is that I'm going to treat it like a normal starting steps video for my channel, which those tend to be over an hour, on the top end range, like an hour 45 minutes, and so I'm probably going to try and keep it around an hour 30 minutes, and if I get scolded for that, I'm going to say, well, I asked for a specific time and I was not given a specific time, so I did what was normal and consistent with my channel, which happens to be very long videos for the start of a run. How successful is the Mamluks in colonization? Insane. The Mamluks have such good upside for colonization. Let's see if we can find our right thing that we want to look at. Let's kind of exit out of that one. Do we not have the Horn of Africa open? Nope, there's our code. You get to colonize all this and kind of be able to project control to it. I haven't played Mamluks since a lot of the nerfs, though. Maybe you can't really get enough control down here. But you can... There's some gold and good resources down here. And then further south, there's a bunch of other gold. You can make good... you get to hit kind of the East Africa and Australia circuit of colonization, which I think is actually quite strong. It's not just the New World that's good, but you could also push New World stuff as well. Or you're decently placed enough to be able to push New World stuff as well. You'll just be like late to the party a little bit, but you being really proximal is kind of valuable because when you have a market, the pops you send then feed back into your market. And so this is really something that's quite good. Let's find the RGOs here. This is something we're going to care about a lot more as the natural harbors, but, yeah, the thing is gold and coffee, and also, for Columbian exchange, this is more tropical area, you can put good, kind of stuff down here. I'm going for 2 hours. I literally asked and I got vague answer. Yeah, the thing is he doesn't want to, like, I don't know. I don't know what to... I wish he would just give us I wish he would just give us a number. Like, this vagueness, like, I think is supposed to, like, give us a little bit more wiggle room, and be good for us, but, like, I would rather just actually have a number and just operate within that constraint. But I think for most other creators, it's better to just have it vague. That way, it's not like a thing. I think he doesn't want to also have to discipline people for going over or something like this, or scold them, shake his finger at them, and it's like, he just doesn't want something absurd. Trash Waifu, thank you for the $5. Wanted to say, send you something to say thank you for all the answers. You're very welcome. 2 hours for going for a world conquest? Yeah. Considering that your videos are 1 hour long on average, I think that a 4-hour video is within reason. I think that that would be kind of pushing it. I kind of see, like, 2 hours as my top end. I generally do not do videos... if I sort by longest, I'm not sure I have a single video over 2 hours. And so I think 4 hours would be a bit of a stretch. And also, I don't know how many people are gonna, like, literally 2 days later I could publish another video, so it's, like, not that big a deal. Mamluk's better than Ethiopia? Tons better. Can we get a director's cut trilogy video 9 hours long? We could try. Are you gonna do with Milan? Playmaker can answer that one. Or you're at him, so yeah. Do roads stack with rivers? They do not. They replace whichever one's better. How's any Scandinavian for trying to do Danelaw, invade British Isles? You can probably make that work. It's just going to be a slow start. You can't do it early or anything like this. Without some cheeky cheese. I think Austria, but not for HRE. Mass conquest into Germany. Like, if you're... Austria could do some really cool things with Diplo that I think are interesting to highlight. Like, you can force people to break alliances, break up heg boxes, and then, like, go for the throat, go for boho, take all their good locations, which are, like, close to Vienna, and a lot of Hungary's good locations are close to Vienna, too. I don't know if you're really going to be able to push that much control there, though. Like, Austria's going to suffer... Austria kind of suffers before level 2 roads, is like one of the things. I forgot which one we were looking for. We got to the Germany one and then I realized I wanted the Carpathia one. Vienna is over here, right? And there's a bunch of gold and silver around here. So, and then Bohemia is north of Austria and they also have a bunch of gold and silver. And so you really have these, like, very juicy targets if you, like, actually go for the conquest. Either Roman Empire will be able to colonize properly. Roman Empire is a formidable, my guy. You mean the Byzantines? I think they're a little far out. I think you can make it happen. I think what you do is you just conquer Granada as anyone, and then you have a relatively close area to colonize. What do you think of Korea run on this build? We are going to do a little bit of Korea run, show off some exploits. I think Korea is just insane, so we're going to kind of show that off. But that's just going to be... We're probably just going to show, like, first 70 years and not do a full run. I have to use the restroom. I will be right back. Maybe I should leave you guys with a little bit of a... I think there's... So there's a Mercury on this map. Find the Where's Waldo for the Mercury. Alright, did anyone find the Mercury? Wow, did our music stop too? Okay, just the dead zone of the track. I heard you say earlier that in Aragon Run, France attacked you and your vassal Malorca while you had a defense alliance. This is correct. Is it intended to work that way? I'm sure it's not. How does China play? Is it wise to unite China early, even if you can't push control everywhere? I think you do. I think you're just supposed to grab it. Everything you have cores on, I think you're just supposed to kind of directly own. Because you have this unique building that I think eventually you want to build that just gives you plus 10 flat control. And I think when you're building that in urban areas, having them cored is better than having them not cored. But also, the flat control synergizes with bailiffs. So you can build a bailiff right next to it. And then connect it via road. And then the bailiff will give it like 10 proximity or whatever after the road, or an increasingly high amount later. And so you end up having this area with like 20 flat control because it is cored, and then another 5 because it's or another 10 because it's a city, another 5 because you have a temple, so that's 35, plus another 10. Or, sorry, 35. Where's the extra 10 from? So you have core for 10, core for 20, city for 10, so that's 30, temple for 5, so 35, plus another 10 for your unique building, so that's 45, plus another 5 to 7 or something from the bailiff being nearby. You can get 50 control in a lot of your locations. So I think it's better just to own them. It's just like a lot of clicking and micro and figuring stuff out. Many exploits to some exploits. We don't want to do it for our first video, though. Looks at the Mughals and is severely disappointed. Yeah, Mughals get like nothing. Persia, I think, gets more. Best thing they get is the 5 estate satisfaction. Yeah, Persia gets better bonuses than the Mughals. You're supposed to, like, you should form Persia instead of Mughals if you're going to just form one. Is there any way to core without majority religion as Delhi or Mughals? Not right now. I'm expecting there to be on the different build. Are there plenty of content creators that do at least 1-hour videos? It should be enough to keep us entertained for another 4 days. That's what I think as well. Mercury is on Mercury with Suletta and Mycorn. Is there more than one Mercury? I thought there was just one. I thought this was the Mercury right here. Is there another one? Nah, I'm gonna play Where's Waldo. Can't get enough control, sadly. Womp womp. It's in the Balkans. Yes, yes, yes. To find the Mercury, one must eat the Mercury. Qin Shi Huang coded. Yeah, basically. To be fair, he lived forever in Legacy because he ate the Mercury. I think there's another Mercury. Is there? Oh, there's another Mercury. There's 2 Mercuries. Does anyone know where the other Mercury is? Here's one. Mercury in Transylvania. The Where's Waldo for the other Mercury. Is there any Mercury you could get as Ethiopia? I don't think so. Mercury is really rare. There's like 3 Mercuries in Italy. Is the Mercury the tiny gray location on the left edge of the screen? Is there a Mercury? Is there an Italy Mercury showing up? I don't think so. Fruit, clay, medicaments, and Mercury are all pink. So you're Where's Waldoing out from the fruit, the clay, the medicaments, and... yeah. Anatolia next to the silk? Yeah, that's the one. There's another Mercury. Anatolia, I think, has another Mercury kind of like over to the right a little bit. But, yeah. So, that is, let's kind of go back to going through some of the Tintos, because we don't have, like, a backlog of questions, and so we'll kind of cruise through some of the Austria stuff here. But Austria, like, really it feels so nice to get the improved relations that they get really early, like plus 33%, and then it stacks with the like plus 50% or something you get from Diplo Hegemon, which is easy to get from Diplo Reputation, making it easy to have good relations with anyone, prevent coalitions, have alliances, get favors, this type of stuff. You just alliance all the big people, eat all the small people, and like it really feels like you get to make cool maneuvers as Austria. Any flavor for Lithuania? Yes, but I'm not familiar with it. Higher mercs cost, minus 10%. There's like several sources of this. I think there's like 20% in the tree. There's 20% if you go like admin focus. And as you start stacking more and more of this, it kind of, I think, probably gets pretty absurd. Nobody's playing with mercs really because they don't need to. And they're just playing with regulars and this type of thing. But I think mercs are kind of cracked, or they will be for multiplayer, and you can do like a lot of stuff. Is Mercury good? It's not necessarily very good itself, but enables you to double the output of your gold and silver mines. And so it's instrumentally useful. It's important to have. Does Austria scale better than Boho? Yes. Boho's got some good stuff though. Boho's got some proximity cost reduction, they got some max tax. So I don't think it's way better scaling than Boho. And you could maybe even make the argument for Boho. But I do think I like Austria more overall. Generalist gonna get Korea nerfed so hard before I get to enjoy it? No. We are releasing our Korea video. We're planning on releasing it on the 5th. So, and at this point, we are not leaving any balanced feedback anymore. To those of you who want us to balance the game as well as possible, I'm sorry, but we have notes for runs and like rankings and tier lists and this type of stuff. We have outlines. And if we get something changed based on our feedback and it just bricks our outlines, I would not be happy about that. So, yeah. Does Mercury extend a ruler's life? Only if you consume enough of it. If it hasn't extended your life yet, you haven't had enough of it yet. Austria's got some good stuff later on. I'm trying to remember what it is. I've looked through like every single country. They get a few free government reforms. This one's pretty big deal. They get 2 free government reforms, and I think these are the 2 that I'm thinking of, that also give you legitimacy. And this legitimacy is really valuable because this decreases the amount of cost of court you end up having to pay. This is your most significant cost, because in terms of sliders that you have to pay for, in my opinion, the legitimacy slider is the most important. So when you get monthly legitimacy, you decrease the amount you have to pay towards the slider, effectively speaking. So it represents a really big income boost, as does decreased cost of court just in general. No more balance feedback, exactly. The balance feedback is done. I've given, like, I think over 1,000 feedback posts. I do not owe anyone a feedback post. Yeah. They could record and post on tomorrow's build. Yes, but not until the 2nd/31st. When do you unlock the tech for the PM on the mines? I think it's age 3. But yeah, these gov reforms, these are a big deal, like eco-wise. This doesn't look like as big a deal like as max tax, but it's pretty strong, and it allows you to start getting some pretty fat margins. This is also very nice as well. This represents quite a bit of just free satisfaction with actual just upside. I don't even remember getting that one when we played, and also when we looked through. So maybe we need to dig through some other files. We dug through a lot of the game files looking at stuff to try and figure out which countries had the best bonuses and all this. Yeah, Austria has some nice scaling. Kind of more towards the late game is a lot of where their power level is. Their start is... I think that they're just kind of rough before you get tier 2 roads, but... yeah. Diplo rep equals AE impact for Austria? Yes. They also get a ton of Diplo rep. Yep. From the AE perspective. And also, like, improved relations is effectively... improved relations and free diplomats, which they also get, effectively lets you manage AE better as well. So, like, Austria really feels like you can make moves on. I'm just more focused on the eco stuff. Will you be able to talk about what they changed on the 16th build? As far as I can say, as far as I know, yes. There's one thing I can't talk about, which I obviously can't talk about it in order to tell you why I can't talk about it. Is there a resource map for Bohemia? Not boho specifically. Let's kind of clear some of these out. Let's keep those two. Let's get rid of these two. We're looking for our Germany one. Simlorian 309, thank you for the follow, big nice. Okay, so here, Bohemia's in here. And Bohemia just has a ton of gold and silver. And is really cracked, and these guys are their subjects, and they also have more gold and silver. And so, yeah. It's going to be really, really explosive. I think Hungary is maybe a little bit more explosive, even though they get a little bit less gold and silver, because they don't eat inflation. And they can get a bigger income than Bohemia. But Bohemia maybe scales a little bit better, like, into the mid-ish game, because they're a little bit more condensed, and they have better RGOs, like, overall. Because they also have a lot of wool, and ability to kind of push some more of the eco stuff is a little bit better than Hungary. Bozola, 155. Thank you for the follow, big dice. A big part of the power level of Bohemia, though, is just faster HRE, if you want to do that. Will you be able to... Okay. Out of curiosity, I'm looking to play a Norse Sweden run. Have you taken a look at the bonuses for the Norse religion? I have not. I have not. I know that you can change a game setting to let you just swap to any religion. Probably going to do that for content reasons, but it's kind of like an absurd game setting to some extent. Scorpions, thank you for the follow, big nice. Agree with the tier 2 road stake? Yeah. The terrain is just too rough. And one of the problems is, like, a lot of the really good resources for you are, like, in here. Like, down to the south, like the silver and, like, all this iron and this type of stuff. You just can't get any control there. You have to build bailiffs. It's kind of okay with the bailiff. Are there any unique PMs that grant massive competitive advantage, like order of magnitude? No, we saw... There's a funny one that we reported, which was a little bit amusing, where it was a unique PM for Castile that did the exact same as the vanilla PM, and we like reported as like, I don't think this is WAD for you to get a PM that's just a different name. Would it be possible for you to get an interview with Johan on the podcast? I don't even feel comfortable asking. Maybe it would be possible, but like, I don't... That's above my pay grade. I think I am well liked among the EU5 devs just in general, which is the only reason why I said it would say it would be possible, but like, it just... I don't think it would make sense from the... Like, I don't think marketing would like that. Johan might be game, I don't really know. I feel it would be improper of me to even ask. Do you think the game does a good job of having a player work through the late medieval period to modern to justify the 1337 start date, or is it simply too far? The thing is, there's like an event horizon where you escape the AI and you're just turbo strong and they can't do anything about you. I often feel that I hit the event horizon with countries that are powerful and have flavor, just like hit it in the first 50, 60 years. But with like medium-sized countries, hit it in the first like 150 to 200. But I don't think there's like, I think as virtually any start that's not in the Americas, like reasonably you can get the escape velocity quite a bit before the end date and just be like very, very, very strong. And I'm not talking about just the strongest person. I'm talking about strong that you can just ignore the AI, because you can do a whole lot more. Like right now, we're just like building just enough army to deal with the AI, and aren't just like maxing out armories. And then even then, you can max out armories and hire mercs and actually raise conscripts. Like, the amount of military you can bring to bear is so much more than we're actually doing in practice, because we're just kind of trying to understand the game more so than, like, maximize it. And so, your escape velocity is relatively quick. What do you think of the next CK3 update planned to be released just before EU5? I think, so there's two things about this. One, I think it's insane. Two, I think it makes sense. And the reason it's insane is because, brother, you put the EU4, the Vic 3 DLC, and then 2 or 3 weeks, and then you have Vampire the Masquerade, and then the next week you have Crusader Kings, and then the next week you have EU5, and it's like, that is nuts. But here's the thing. Most of the people who spend a lot of money, or for them money's less of an issue, they just buy the expansion passes anyways. So maybe that doesn't really matter. And then the people who are frugal on the money, I think tend to be the younger audience. And for them, I think having stuff around Christmas is actually really valuable. And I think the sales tend to do better at Christmas. And I think marketing probably understands better than us hyper-regulars, what sells the most copies. And I think going before Christmas probably makes a lot of sense, and that's probably why they do it, and they have data for this, and analysts, and we're just sitting in a chair. But for the regulars, the people who play a lot of Paradox map games, it is annoying, because you want to play all the different things, and you want to have them all stretched out from a player experience, but we are not the average consumer, right? The person who is the average consumer is not someone who watches a stream staring at a map of resources, of a game that hasn't even released yet, right? And so we are not the audience towards which the way of staggering it is targeted, even though we are the most, like... We're actually not a target audience at all for any of the sales or marketing, like, pushes, really. Because we're getting the game anyways. I don't know how many people are going to be watching a stream, like, looking at the resources without, being very, very likely to buy the game no matter what. And these aren't the people you have to move the needle on in terms of marketing and sequencing of this type of thing. And so, I think what they're doing, like, makes sense for capturing new audience, because if they're trying to capture new audience, the fact that they're playing another Paradox game is probably not too much of a factor, because, like, the people who don't have CK aren't going to suddenly buy CK as a result of it, right? And the people who do have CK are probably going to buy that DLC anyways, or they're just not a DLC Andy, or something like this. And so, like, when you think about where it moves the needle in terms of purchasing, it probably is a good decision. How it feels from a consumer, especially a regular consumer of Paradox products, it's annoying, because you just, like, layered all these things I want to play on top of each other. But we're not the person who's being catered to. The types of people who would be watching a stream of us just staring at resources, right? If that makes sense. So I think it makes sense. Do you think there should be Bouillon Famine, a modifier for silver and gold in Europe? Yes, but I don't know too much about the historicity of this. You can check out Lady Saffron's channel and ask her about it if she streams. But I'm imagining you're not going to see her until the 2nd, so... until the 31st. I'm curious how Bali is looking for a run. It has Timber Pearls and start, but starts next to Majapahit. I think Bali would be rough. I think Majapahit is just, like, kind of the clear power in this region. And you're kind of crazy for playing something other than Majapahit. Certainly in multiplayer, like, if there's a Majapahit player, like, I would not plan to play any... The closest, if it's multiplayer, the closest country I would be interested in playing, if someone's on Majapahit already, would be Kumai. I think Kumai is probably playable into that. Kumai is probably decently strong in their own right. They just, like, their expansion path is, like, a little bit antagonistic with Majapahit. I think Majapahit's location is better, because you get to touch Australia. Whereas Kumai's, like, kind of natural expands are into Majapahit, into China, or into India. And if you assume, like, a multiplayer context, I assume there's an Orissa player and a Majapahit player, Kumai, or Daviet player, but not both, and people in China, so, like, your kind of sphere is going to be in Southeast Asia, something like this. But if you just eat Majapahit and then you become Majapahit, PM is production method. Do you think there's significant differences in certain nations' fare in single player versus multiplayer environment? Absolutely. Like, I have a ranking system. The ranking system we are going to publish when we do our top 10 European nations video. But I have a separate ranking for, like, just in single player, and I have a ranking for a multiplayer adjustment, and then a combined ranking. And an example is a country which I didn't score super, super high in single player relative to its position in the tier list because of its multiplayer adjustment is the Mamluks. The Mamluks, I think, like, I don't think the Mamluks you can interfere with. I don't think they're effectively cramped in any sort of way. I think they are a significant ally to anyone who wants them because everyone to the east would want Mamluk help in order to ensure that institutions spread, and anyone to the west, it's cutting off your supply of goods to, like, Asia and this type of thing. They start out with a massive army, they're going to build a huge navy, they're going to be very, very difficult to invade. Just like, if you run down, like, the laundry list of relative to their power level in single player, how many advantages the Mamluks seem to have in multiplayer, it seems insane. They have a ton of manpower buildings, they have, like, they have the Mamluk barracks, they are close, they're going to get all the institutions, they're close enough to Europe to actually interfere in the early game, whereas, you know, like, Delhi and Delhi can't. Delhi's concerned with its own situation. Yuan can't. Yuan's concerned with its own situation. Both of those starts are really vulnerable in a way that the Mamluks are not. And so, like, the Mamluks, for example, I think are just going to be, like, a very, they are going to have a very significant multiplayer premium, I think, relative to another nation. Which isn't to say that Mamluks are the best, because I think the Mamluks, what they really lack is a lot of top end. Because they don't have anywhere near as much good unique advances as a country like the Ottomans do. But I do think that in multiplayer they will have a bit more strength. And countries that are more vulnerable and spooky, like the Ottomans, maybe will have struggles. What about an interview with either Johan after game release? I'm too intimidated to ask that type of thing. Like, I'm just... Because that's also something that can, like, if it's my idea and then it goes wrong, or they don't like the production quality, or, like, they don't like some of the questions, or, like, this type of thing, that just seems very stressful relative to, like, podcasty casual as well. NO 117 releases around EU5 too. Yeah, but that's not Paradox's fault. Will you be playing CK3? Hey, Play, how's it going? Will you playing All Under Heaven? Probably not. I think I might take a few hours off to play Vampire the Masquerade on, like, the 21st or something. My best army was 1+ million troops in 1610 in EU5. Seems like a pretty good amount. I haven't really tried to push up the army as much as possible, though. I mean, that seems really high for Europe. And I'm assuming you did it in Europe, because you haven't played too much outside of Europe. It seems pretty doable / reasonable for like India or China or something like this. But also excessive, because you wouldn't need that much troops to, like, roll over the AI, but, like, also, if you got it, flaunt it. Vampire the Masquerade isn't developed by Paradox, though. Yeah, but it's pubbed by them. I have early access to it, and I really like the IP, so I haven't touched it yet. I might just play it on stream for a little bit of a change of pace, because, yeah. Marketing loves releasing stuff a bit before Christmas, yeah. If you didn't have access, would you be a part of the map-looking crowd? I don't know. My life is very warped by the fact that I'm making videos for video games and this type of stuff. I'd be doing a lot of different things if I wasn't doing that. So, like, if I didn't have access, it's very different context, I think. Anini-sama, thank you for the follow-up, big nice. We are consumers, basically. You guys are the regulars, which, to be fair, in terms of the way I operate my channel, I try to cater a bit more towards the regulars, so a lot more of a volume approach. Also, like, on Reddit, and to some extent in the forums and on the stuff, when no information was coming out, I was trying to be really, really active, for the people who cared enough to try and talk about the game, like, 4 months early, frequently. Man, Mamluks are so good. Such good resources. If Generalist likes the game, I won't buy it. Kids on the laptop are going to be shocked when they boot up EU5 and the first game runs a decade an hour. even on a junker laptop, I think it's going to run faster than a decade an hour. I bet there are a lot of weeaboos who are going to buy the CK3 now that it has Japan. Oh, that's true. That's true. I hadn't even considered that. But maybe that's good, because Japan's not very... I don't... Maybe they'll fix Japan by the 16th version. Maybe I shouldn't, like... When I know something's going to be fixed, I, like... And someone asks me, is it bad? I, like, try and really qualify it, or, like, say that it's going to be fixed, or, like, this type of thing. I don't know if Japan's going to be fixed. I just know that I, like, didn't have a lot of fun. But I also probably should have played as a daimyo, so I guess my suggestion would be, if you want to play Japan, start as a daimyo and try and make that work. Having the first discount ready for Christmas is a huge for any Steam game. You want to have regulars to both buy it then. I don't think there's going to be a Christmas sale on it, but I don't really know. In terms of things that we are kept in the absolute 100% darkest of dark on, when games go on sale is the absolute, or when there are free weeks is the absolute biggest, because that's not just an issue between us and Paradox. That's between Paradox and Steam. Because if you leak when sales are going to be, that affects Steam's cut, and Steam can sue Paradox over that. And so they will never, ever, 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 well, I mean, maybe not never, ever, but, like, it makes zero sense for them to ever tell us when a sale is going to be. I don't think someone who watches whole stream like this and didn't make up their mind to buy it already, like, everyone is definitely, here definitely knows about it. Yeah, so, like, we're not the target audience for the marketing campaign, right? And I think we're annoyed by all the titles being stacked on top of each other, but that's not going to affect our behavior regarding buying it, so... Yeah, Majapahit is often the hegemon list, so that anyone close is going to be rough. Yeah. I actually really enjoyed Majapahit. I was surprised. I think that no one's really talked about Majapahit. I think they're kind of a sleeper. I think that just the terrain is so rough, though. You really have to make sure you build roads early. Because roads give you plus 25% dev growth, like flat. And really important for overcoming the negative effect of jungle. Excuse me, because dev goes really, really slowly, but does really build up your capacity quite a lot, especially at the top end. Fortunately, on the actual, island of Java, they actually do have a decent amount of areas that are not jungle, so, yeah. How do you pronounce, did you just spell it wrong? Why you gotta do me like that, Palea? How did Timurids do in your playthroughs? I haven't seen Timurids be that successful. I haven't played Timurids, though. I don't know how Timurids will scale in multiplayer. I don't know. The Timurids is a little bit of a... I maybe have to boot up the game and play Timurids. I think I've played every other major start aside from the Timurids. Because I really don't feel like playing, like, an army micro simulator without any of the eco micro. Like, I actively, like, don't want to play it. But the Timurids, as I understand, are reasonably strong. Does Austria content consent to Majapahit touching it? Absolutely not. I was more about vampires in the CK DLC. Okay. How possible is it to colonize Asia as Europe and, like, Philippines as Spain or India as Britain? Well, you can't directly colonize. You can make trade companies, you can make building-based companies. I do not have that much reference experience, because when I was doing deeper runs where you actually unlock those, I don't think those were functional yet, or I was not aware of how to function them. And I have been doing runs under 200 years, generally speaking, just a whole lot of them. Since the last Q&A, I played all of these nations. So... after November 4th, I will be too busy playing the game rather than watching YouTube. That's fair enough. A lot of people watch me on a separate monitor while they're playing, but which to me seems like weird because I don't really watch content on a secondary monitor when I'm playing games. But how bad are mountains for control? Pretty bad. Is Persia region screwed? My voice is starting to go here, so maybe we're gonna have to cut it sometime soon. I don't know why. Usually I can talk for a really long time. Let's see, can we get Persia? Persia's pretty bad. But they get really good bonuses. The formable's pretty solid, so I think Persia's kind of gonna be okay. If you're thinking of it as like a regional power, like it's gonna be on the weaker side because of this, yeah. Because Plateau's bad too. In fact, Plateau is everything except for jungles and plateaus got better, if I recall correctly. So plateaus, relatively speaking, are now pretty bad. Wild Wayne, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. They have plus 10% proximity cost. Hills are plus 12.5%. So plateau is almost as bad as a hill, which I don't think is reasonable. I think if they were going to cut the cost of everything in half, they should have done it with plateaus too, so it should have been plus 5%. But as it stands, this is all rough terrain. And so I think what you end up doing is you end up like moving the capital of Baghdad and having a really rural kind of thing going on with a lot of bailiffs, and that's how you make use of this territory. Yeah, pushing control here does not seem an easy thing. I really wish that they had proximity bonuses specific to specific terrain for a lot of these nations, and that Persia, for example, got a tech for proximity through plateaus and hills and mountains, such that it was a lot easier, not like free, but a lot easier for them to project control here, so that this land is more valuable to them. How hard do the Ottomans scale? Real hard. Real hard. So I think there's like 5 nations that have over 10% proximity bonus. Ottomans are one of them, and I think most of these nations can eventually reduce proximity cost to 0. I think Russia is the only one I'm fairly confident can do it. I'm almost entirely sure. I think Ottomans can probably do it, and then Ottomans have far and away the best military buffs. They also have 10% discipline basically at the start of the game. They get like 5 or 6 free government reforms that are all fairly strong. They get huge bonuses to integration and towards antagonism reduction. Like Ottomans, there's two countries in like the conversation for strongest content, and that's China and Ottomans. And with China, you're including the Middle Kingdom International Organization, which has a law that could give you like plus 20% or minus 20% proximity, on top of the fact that they also get that just as a regular modifier and have other Middle Kingdom laws that give it. So Middle Kingdom's weird to evaluate though, because it's really expensive too, so hard to tell. But I think that it's between those two, and in the late game, you can maybe make an argument for Great Britain, but other than that, it's like not close. Is the Banks gameplay bland? Yes. But the good news is the Hanses looks interesting, and because I took a closer look at this recently, the Hanse and the Daimyo look kind of interesting. But for the most part, the building-based countries don't get any really extra big juice. And it's mainly just you're operating on a constraint and not having a new interesting gameplay pattern other than restrictions on your ability to do most things. So I generally wouldn't recommend the building-based countries. I imagine in multiplayer mod, large powerful countries like the Mamluks, Yuan, and Delhi will be start off balkanized. Maybe. I kind of don't like the way some of the mods work. I really don't know how you balkanize like Mamluks in a way that just doesn't seem obscene. Like, are you gonna split up the Nile between like 4 powers or something like this? Because almost all of it is here. I guess you could leave them without this, but like, I don't. How do you balkanize the Mamluks, dude? You take away the Levant, I guess. But like, if you balkanize everyone, or you like split up the Nile, which seems crazy to me. Do you think the game is ready for release? I think it was ready, like, maybe a month ago. Ready, but, like, people would have complaints. I think people are still gonna have complaints. I don't think it's, like, free of errors, but I think it's, like, solid enough for release. I think people are gonna enjoy the game. I think some people are gonna bounce off of it, but I think that the reason for bouncing off the game is gonna be the level of complexity, which is not, like, that's, like, an intractable type of issue that is, no matter how ready the game is gonna be, that's gonna be an issue based on the game design, rather than, like, it hasn't had enough time in the oven. So I think there will be non-zero issues. Hopefully they don't make any new issues with a recent patch. Like, I don't want to alarm people about one of the issues. Or not players, but content creators, so I'll talk about it probably a little bit later in terms of double checking. But, for the most part, I think that it's ready, yeah. It's not like, and I've played a lot of it. It's not like Civ 7 or something like this, where it's like, bro, that was so undercooked. But there is also, like, there's an enormous amount of content, there's an enormous amount of systems, but also some of those systems feel like they should be more fleshed out. Like the Japan situation not necessarily functioning all that well. But there's, like, 50 different situations in game, and it's not like they're releasing a game that they're releasing a game that has a bunch of content in the form of situations rather than just, like, blank content like EU4 release, if you remember that, where, like, there was nothing going on. And so, like, some of the situations feel like they need work. I don't know if that's, like, a criteria that makes you say, oh, the game's not ready. Some people are going to play a nation, they're not going to enjoy the situation or this type of thing, and then they're going to, like, complain. But I think that they're, wrong. Especially when it comes to grand strategy games and paradox games in general, where they often release in very, very incomplete feeling states. I think that for its genre and for its publisher, it feels extraordinarily complete. European player coalition against the Mamluks. I mean, I guess you could do that. I think even then, like, the Mamluks start out with a ton of regulars. And the Europeans don't have any. Good luck. Yeah. I think you would need a late or mid-game coalition, by which point, Egypt has so much manpower, you don't have any manpower. Devs are gonna just nerf Playmaker, basically. He's gonna have to play with one hand. They gave you access, Pog. You gotta play it so we can discuss it. I'm probably gonna play it just streaming it for release, just to maximize, like, content hours I get, that aren't EU5 or something like this. What's been your most satisfying run? I've really enjoyed Mali. Recently, though, I'm really having a fun time with my Majapahit run. I still might play a little bit deeper in this. I, like, kind of got what I wanted to get from the run in terms of information, which is, one, how good is Majapahit, and two, I consider this to be kind of the borderline country, where you either can get institutions or you can't. And it looks like you just barely can, or, like, I think I idled research for 4 or 5 years. And that was it. And so, it's just a very interesting one. They also have there's a lot of advances and stuff that are just kind of hidden. They get 0.5 proximity on naval, like flat, which is a really good modifier. But the terrain here is just really rough. They have an interesting advantage in that they're right next to Australia. I think it's a really interesting run. I think if I was playing multiplayer, I'd probably try and play for something like, not necessarily the strongest nation possible, but something like Mali or Majapahit, which has an interesting asymmetry and is oblique and maybe hard to deal with. Because, like, Mali, you're gonna step into the malaria den, bro. You want to kind of try and invade me, and if not, I can just eco up in all of West Africa. Does the AI keep up with the player okay militarily? Not really. Is playing an OPM in, say, the HRE a feasible way to play the game? You can, but I wouldn't recommend it for a game start. OPM, a one-location miner is real small, because a province in EU4 is like the equivalent of a province in EU5, except actually there are more provinces. And there's like 4 to 5 locations per province. What does the title mean? Can you post footage starting tomorrow? I can, starting tomorrow, record on a build that I can post on the 31st. I can post 1 video, and then on the 2nd I can post as many videos as I want, and that's when I'll start streaming. But I can record a bunch of videos, so here's kind of my tentative plan. Right now I can't record anything, but the things in yellow I already have outlines for, or spreadsheets or this type of thing. I really do appreciate the activity, considering I'm really hyped about the game and always glad to hear ideas about the Mali start or stuff like China and Castile. But yeah, like the flipping Sunni is Castile every time. It's like you can change the game. The game settings allow for a setting where you can just always flip the religion and you don't need to get 40%. I think the needing to get 40% is an interesting challenge, and otherwise just playing the same religion every single time and just like, okay, we're gonna flip. I don't even know which. If you can flip any religion on any country, I don't even know which one you flip. If you're gonna do. It might even be Shinto. Man, do I think slaves are great, but Shinto's pretty great too. What's wrong with Japan? I think that starting as the shogunate, you might have to start as daimyo to fully appreciate the content, but the situation of the Sengoku Jidai, at least on the last version, it might be fixed by the 16th version, but currently it's broken, so, in my opinion, and was just a really unfun experience. Does Timur ever do anything? Not really. Anime, nothing too crazy. Anime leader replacements, workshop mod 2 hours after release. That's something, I think within like an hour of release, they're gonna have something that gets rid of the portrait. That's, so many people have complained about that. And I think it's the biggest non-factor ever, because for the people who are like, that's such an easy thing to just get out of the UI, if you want to get it out of the UI, that I think that whining about that is crazy to me. Considering you'll just be able to like day 1 DLC it out. Would Scotland be a good first nation to play? I think Scotland will be alright. Before I would give the advice that you should make a market, but I think Scotland starts with one now. So I think that that's fine. You maybe want to move it. You're gonna maybe there's a little bit of struggles there. I think Scotland low-key might be better for forming Great Britain than England, because they have the best government reform in the game. And it's called the, like, Shires of Scotland. Really, really strong. I don't know if you have to be playing as Scotland to get it. It shows up in the UI when you form Great Britain, but I don't know if it requires a Scotland start. And if it does, like, in a long-term theoretical sense, you do prefer that. You got some nice resources up here. Kind of got some pops. Probably gonna need to make some interesting moves to beat England, but that's gonna be probably what you play for. Maybe England goes after you and it's a little bit unfun. I don't know. There's some risk in the start. It's not like a safe start, because the first 3 ages, if England decks on you, you're gonna be having a bad time, because they have some of the best levies in the game, and levies are primarily driven by pop count. You don't have anywhere near the pop count. Is Landfang in the game? They found during EU5 timeline. I don't think they start with it. You're pronouncing Majapahit like you're meaning it. I don't know if that means I'm pronouncing it wrong or correctly. I feel like devs should redo how hegemonies work, like make it gated until the whole world is revealed, and make regional or subcontinent hegemonies. Maybe. Currently the power level's kind of wonky on them. Naval hegemon in our Castile run was France, and they forced like 20 countries to embargo us until we were eventually like, okay, this is ridiculous. We're just gonna have to build more heavy ships just so we stop getting embargoed by everything. Any nations you think are good to dip your toes? 50-year campaign you recommend? England or France? Play the 100 Years' War. Kind of rumble a bit, do some stuff, and then start a new run, something like that. Wish I could play as well. Yep. is going to be on the Switch? No. As a weeaboo, I can't wait for Japan to get added to CK3 so I can finally play the game. Pog. We've lost Palea. You'll be missed. We've lost him to the game. I'm watching you while playing Battlefield 6. Fair. You have a mysterious jug of identified liquid? Yep. Can you spoil what happens to Yuan in EU5? It goes boom boom. Big boom. Does Paradox kill him off? Yeah, they do. Been a fan of the lore since CK3. Terrain bonuses like that do exist in EU4. Inca in EU4 to have no development penalties in hills, islands, or mountains. Yeah, you could do that. I'd like to see that. I suggested it. Are Bailiffs even worth it after the nerf? Yeah. They're... I mean, 15 proximity... 20 proximity is so much better than 0. It gives 15 control. I mean, they're giving half as much control, but they're, like, still just, like... That versus not having it, it's better just to have it. They're just a lot worse than they used to be. They make it so that I think that it's not worth... That combined with the fact that uncored territory now gives minus 10 relative to what it gave before in terms of control, make it so that it's not worth it to have a bunch of unintegrated territory just by spamming bailiffs everywhere, which used to be work. So it makes it more punishing to have like a bunch of territory that is unintegrated in a way that I think it should be. They're still definitely worth it to build, but way weaker than they used to be. Especially because I wish I could show this in game, but the maintenance cost of all buildings isn't as expensive as it looks. In markets where you control a majority of the market, which is a majority of your markets, the reason being is the bailiff. Okay, you have to pay 20% of the upkeep cost of all the goods that feed into the bailiff, but it also adds buy orders to your market of these goods, which stimulates your economy. And so they're not quite as expensive as they look, because as you add bailiffs, you also increase tax base by virtue of making the goods more expensive or giving you more opportunities to create profitable buildings that build the goods. So the full effect of the bailiff is not like just the one isolated thing, but instead like it creates buy orders. You don't pay for all the buy orders. It matters how much tax base you get. It matters what your ratio of like taxable income is and what your tax efficiency is and like these types of things. And so yeah, to make a short question short and not long, the bailiffs are worth it. Proximity cost modifier scope to a region would be nice, like Persia gives proximity in Iran. That would be nice from a balance perspective, especially in multiplayer, but I don't like that from a simulation perspective. Can you do a game in Japan? We could. I think that we kind of had planned on doing a Japan run. I don't know, though. I'm going to try and figure out if the Japan content's fixed, and if it's not fixed, I don't know how I'm going to do this or if I'm going to do this. So it's very tentative here. But we had planned it. You're wrong, Giga Chad. Big nice. Dude, even from the announcement, you could tell Civ 7 was going to be garbage, and I can say that I'm a lifelong Civ fan since 2. I think they were doing some interesting new things. I wasn't convinced that it was going to be garbage, but the play patterns get really tired real fast. Or they did on release. I haven't played it in months. Would it be a good idea to forego the 100 Years' War as England, not lose pops for nothing, and focus only on the Isles and colonizing? No. The PU is probably more valuable. And the thing is a lot of the territory in France is actually very valuable to you as England. Because from London, up in the north, you can actually get a decent amount of control to Normandy and Flanders and Brittany. So these expands are really, really valuable to you. And you would want them at some point anyways, and the most opportune time to take them is while France is fragmented like this, and while they're weak, before they add a bunch of forts. I don't think you benefit as much by like dragging it out and building up way more. I think you're in a pretty good spot to fight him. You can extend how low counties work well as... You can extend control to low counties really well as England. Yeah, exactly. So these territories specifically, Flanders, Artois, and here, really valuable, but also Normandy to a lesser extent. Are Württemberg in a good position? Probably not especially good, but probably playable. In multiplayer, what do you think of minor nations' ability, like Brandenburg, Sweden, and Netherlands, to compete with major European ones? Really poor. I think multiplayer... Look, I think pops are insanely effective, and pops are not anywhere near balanced. And if someone really wanted to rebalance the game for multiplayer, they would rebalance the starting pops. That would be the most reasonable way of approaching it. You wouldn't make them even, because then the Europeans would be way better, because Europeans generally get better bonuses. But the pops are more important than the bonuses. So, yeah, just such good territory in France, just in general. France is really nice geography. You do Banking Nation World Conquest? No, because you can't own territory. I'm not 100% sure if you can subjugate, though. Maybe you can do something like that. Spanish Shinto. How do you feel about Timor in Japan? I'm not sure I answered that question. I'm not sure what that question means. Do this pact for 2 weeks. Hopefully you get a day off, too. Probably... like... once the 16th starts, I'm basically going to be working for, like, 1 month straight. And then I'll probably, like, go to the gym. And... you know, start touching some grass and, like, get out of the house. I feel very cooped up. Samuel, thank you for the 279 Canadian. Planning a spreadsheet for release. Peak General. Yep. You need a spreadsheet about the spreadsheets. I was born in the spreadsheet. Molded by it. By the time I got in game, I was already a man. This is also what I'm shooting for. I don't think that this is, in all of it, I'm not sure this is achievable. We'll see what I can do. I really would hope to, in the 2 weeks that I have, to be able to record 3 videos a day, and then maybe be able to make some shorts. I don't know. I might ask for some community help on the shorts, to ask people to try and clip stuff they think is funny or interesting, to make it a lot easier for me to just look through clips that people do from streams, and then use stream clips or something like this. Yeah. That would be very helpful, but we'll see. The portrait whining is so silly. I really don't get the anger over it. I don't know. It's because when all you have is the UI to comment or complain about, the things you're going to comment and complain about are going to be the UI. But yeah, I think it's silly just because... I don't know. I feel like I've talked with content creators who hate the portrait, and then when I actually like start talking to them, they don't like really strongly agree to my like main 2 points, which is one, I think the portrait is actually good for a new player base who are completely just like the complete freshies who like have never played a grand strategy game before. I think that makes the game feel more accessible. And then 2, it's going to get modded out day 1. And if you can literally just go in the workshop and get a mod if it bothers you. Like, if you're on the forum, you know what the workshop is. For all people who know, like, who are in any sort of platform to complain about the portrait, which I think is the majority of people who have a problem with the portrait, they can install a mod faster than they could, like, write a forum complaint about the portrait. And it's not something that, like, ruins the game in a way that, like, can't be unmodded or something like this. Currently playing Imperator after many years. The game feels really awesome. Do you think IR needed the EU5 pre-release treatment in hindsight? In retrospect, the way that they rolled out, I'm not that good at commenting about IR because I'm not that knowledgeable about it. But I think Johan learned a lot from the rollout of Imperator, and that is why the rollout of EU5 has been so unique and been so involved and had really like a lot of hands-on involvement from the community, but also from a lot of content creators. It's been very weird. Like I have like I'll have close to 1,400 hours by release, or maybe even 1,400 hours by release. Like that's just insane. Like from a game perspective, they won't let Scotland keep the thing in the rural, will they? Playmaker, we said that we weren't commenting about balance anymore. Shh. Yeah, I mean it's clearly the best reform in the game. Like, it's not even close. It was Legacy of Osmond, now it's the Scotland one. Shh. I'm trying to make a top 10 list. but I mean, it's clearly the best. I hope they don't hit it with a bat. We'll have to take a look-see around. To be fair, I'm not. I need some looking around for that list. That list is not very well fleshed out. That might not end up making the video count, but. How viable is a nation like Poland and Lithuania be in multiplayer? Ugh. I think Poland is going to be really trappy in multiplayer. To be fair, you have like reasonable... So here's the thing about Poland is like, you got like... There's this scrum, I'm calling it, of Hungary, Poland, Bohemia, and Austria all together. I think you do not want to be in a multiplayer game where all those get picked. But you do have some reasonable expansion into Lithuania, right? But here's the thing, Russia's going to be expanding this way. Russia doesn't have any neighbors except for you, as Poland. Any, like, reasonable neighbors. So you're going to have to worry about Russia from this side. And then the scrum on this side? Brother, I do not want to play Poland and MP. Poland and MP seems like a nightmare. If people pick all the top 30 nations, you are just caught in the middle of it. And you don't have any soft expanse. Every like place you look is a player. And you don't have any really, really significant advantages or explosiveness that really allows you to go toe-to-toe, in my opinion, with either Bohemia or Hungary. Maybe you could 1v1 Austria. Like, Austria's on the other side of Bohemia, though. So, like, yeah, maybe you're supposed to go kill Russia or something like this. But, like, and then you become, like, the Russia. But a lot of multiplayer rule sets are such that they let people get going a little bit, and so I think that if you're making a nation out of this territory and this is all you get, I do not like that. I do not like that at all. I do not like it. The identified jug of liquid is not an identified, it's an identified as piss. I mean, I'm not going to comment on that. How rough is Denmark to get start to get over with? It starts with debt and interregnum. I didn't play Denmark's start all that much. I know their bonuses are really good once they get kind of going on it. I don't know if it's better to... I don't know, I have to take a look. You can panic button mint a whole bunch to kind of get out from really awkward situations, I think, in regards to money. I'd have to take a closer look. Playmakers say they fix the magic money free situation. Is that true? It's kind of true. In some situations you still notice it, but just to be as clear as possible, like, a bunch of things are giving free money, and, like, free money shouldn't make you panic. Like, when a building PM is net positive, that's free money. Tax efficiency, free money. Production efficiency, free money. Tax, trade efficiency, free money. You also destroy money when it gets paid into sliders that aren't, like, military maintenance, right? That just gets destroyed. So, like, enormous chunks of your income are getting created out of thin air and then just destroyed. Like, so you're not gonna have the same level of grounding as, like, Vic 3, economically speaking. With so much merch being dug for the flags, I wish they had were bigger on the screen. That's it. We want bigger portraits. I mean, flags. We don't quote anything Playmaker says. They, on the latest balance patch for the creators, it's not anywhere near as insane, but I have noticed the nobles in some situations eating more goods than they make in income, but it's not like... They adjusted the numbers on the notables thing. I think it's such a nonsense, or like not a big thing to worry about, and also there's a ton of free money in other spots. The fact that you only pay 80% of the maintenance on buildings means that 80% of the goods that are getting purchased by buildings no one pays for. Yeah. E4 players see free money modifiers and literally explode. Meanwhile, us Victoria 3 chads were born in it. Hell yeah, brother. Born in the free money. I saw investment pool contribution efficiency before I was a man. The quadruple double follow you. Man, 4x4 sounds so good from In and Out right now. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. I'm hungry. Have you experimented with the Middle Kingdom IO to see how it works? Usurping is Manchuria, Korea sounds like fun. Yeah, it's really strong. We mentioned that we have some exploits and cheesiness planned for our Korea run. I hear he struggles playing Syria, doesn't know how to play the game. Not like this. Quex, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Have you tried playing as for any France vassal? I have not, but apparently one of the devs plays a lot of Brittany. I think Brittany's very playable. Any tips for the first few decades playing as Holland? If a food RGO produces 8 or more food, don't build a city on top of it. Would be my biggest one. And also, pay attention to how much food is getting produced. I guess my biggest thing is I actually think that everyone should assign all their hotkeys, or a whole bunch of hotkeys before they start playing, because it makes checking things way, way easier. And what you should do as Holland is you should just watch your food a bit, and try and keep an eye for it. Because by the time your food expenses get expensive, you're already dead. Because they do have a food apocalypse kind of situation. But like if you handle that, it's pretty straightforward, and then you just play small ball expansion into like other HRE members for some time until you can form the Netherlands. If you want to get frisky, you can go after France. You can hire a bunch of mercs and like stomp them. If you like kind of have gotten stuff going a little bit, especially like third age or later. But like other than that, you're just the wheat is 8+ for food, as is the livestock. I don't see any livestock here, so don't build cities over those. Instead, utilize them for their food alongside a bunch of other food producing stuff. So reason possible can't be helped. Big true. I know some of those Balkan nations get like -10 control gov reforms, which is so ungodly painful. Or not gov reforms, estate privileges, which is insanely rough. Can a building-based country eventually hold a location? I don't think there's a way to transition in that way. I know that there's not for the Hansa. I don't know about other ones. I think daimyos eventually can own all of Japan, is the idea. What's your favorite flag so far? I don't know. I'm not a flag dude. I don't, I only care when the flag is, like, hideous. Kind of thing. Touching grass is overrated. Big true. In 1337, Normandy is an appanage of France and ruled by French heir. Does France automatically annex it when the first king dies? I don't know if they do if you're the player. You automatically annex appanages, though, in general. I don't think we annexed Normandy in like any of our France runs for free, though. As a CK3 player, I love portraits. See? I mean, that's also very similar to their design philosophy, where like you never open a menu and have it cover the entire screen. There are some exceptions, and like the ledger's like an exception, but for the most part, that's a design philosophy of all Paradox products now that was not in place before, to always have the map on screen to make the game more accessible, right? Just always having the map on screen is like a design choice from an aesthetic perspective that seems to be a from the top down choice that is kind of imposed on the various teams, where like unless you absolutely have to, don't cover the screen. Like you have to be looking at missions or text or like mission trees for Hoi or text, but other than that, don't ever cover the screen. Are provinces in India still crazy, huge and dense compared to Europe? Yeah, brother. Deaf province is a lot weaker, but like the provinces are still really big, and it means you're going to get a lot of production efficiency. I still think VJ is like a lot stronger by virtue of it, and also they're strong even without it, so... if portraits had aura like CK2 or Imperator, I'd be for them. Now they're just goofy dolls. I think they're okay. Is there no Iberian Union event like the EU4? So generally speaking, there's not any power on that event. The event is like, woohoo, you got a union. But the way it's like manifested just through normal personal union mechanics, they have like a setup with like female and male rulers such that it is easier to get a personal union, but there's no like scripted takeover Aragon type of thing. Same with Austria to Hungary. There's like a scripted personal union between Hungary and Poland, but again, the eventual annexation, this type of stuff, is going to be something you play through via the game mechanics rather than just some scripted event that gives it to you. People who hate portraits are just stubborn. I think they just like kind of want to talk about something, and it's like one of the things they can talk about, and the way they talk is primarily complaining. I mean, like, also creators are like asked to like comment on stuff, and then like a creator has like not a lot of hours. The only thing they can really comment on is the UI, right? or just like general vibes from like one run. So like the UI stuff's like easy to talk about, but I think it's not a lot of creators that are really pushing the portrait complaints. It's just like a vocal minority on the forums or stuff like this. What Korean flavor is there that causes you to have a liking for the country? The flavor of money. Do we have Korea in here? Your RGOs are so insane, and you are in the Middle Kingdom as a Celestial Governor, which gives a bunch of bonuses. And you also have a decent, like, proximity throughout your tree, although it's kind of late in the tree. Or, like, you have one kind of early and then one late, but a big part of it is RGOs are, like, this is the most insane, like, top-tier RGO density. India gets kind of close, I guess, with some of the places that have a bunch of elephants, but there's, like, no place in India that has a bunch of gold and silver and elephants. And elephant prices just kind of collapse, so they don't stay really, really insane, even though they have base price of 10. How's the game performance compared to Vic 3? Well, I felt the need to upgrade this computer for EU5. I did not feel the need to upgrade for Vic 3. A big part of why I was able to upgrade, though, was because of people using my code, because I got a few this basically covered the cost of my computer using Generalist and ordering off of the official website, which doesn't make the game any cheaper, but it does send 12% of the sale my way, and so that was really helpful. I've been meaning to do like a appreciation post with a picture of my computer, because that paid for the entire computer basically. Although in practice, someone gave me a very big dono like a year ago, and that was, I had set that money aside for all this time for buying a new computer because he had said that's what he wanted it to go to, and so that actually paid for like 40% of the computer. It was around $2,500 in total. I know Castile is Giga right now. How easy is conquest in North Africa? Really easy. If you want to stay Catholic, is it worth it just to create subjects to have the vassals convert Africa over time? You're looking at it the wrong way, my guy. You're supposed to flip to Islam. Mashallah, you go Sunni. This is the proper approach because the bonuses are way better, and then you can actually use slaves yourself. And in Maghreb, no, North Africa. No, is it not Maghreb? Do we just not know how to spell Maghreb? We don't know how to spell Maghreb. It's M-A-G-H? Okay, fair enough. In Maghreb, we just don't know how to spell. First of all, North Africa is actually valuable territory, which has not been the case in like other Paradox games. But you also have specifically, you have a lot of cotton. And you also have a decent amount of sugar. You can make plantations. Plantations are giga cracked. Now, I know I talked to like one of the QA guys a bit, and he wants plantations nerfed, and there's a reason why, because they're insane. So maybe they're not insane on release, but you have to build plantations on another continent. Maghreb is a different continent, so there's like 3 or 4 nations that have this continental border. Castile is one of them, so the fact that you have this continental border allows you to really, really abuse plantations, which are incredibly powerful. And they have to be powerful because this is a big part of the upside of the New World, so like, I don't know how you handle this exactly unless you distance cost capital, but they require slaves. Slaves are a lot easier to get and manage if you flip Sunni, so... Actually, I think you're just not allowed to use them unless you're a colonial nation if you're Christian. I'm not 100% sure how that works. The slaves have been updated and broken over various iterations, so I'm not sure exactly what the effects are, but you do want to do slaves. Historical Poland experience? Yeah, that is actually 100% true. Just a long history of getting carved up by the powers around them. With all the complaints about the portrait, have they actually addressed it at all? No, the portrait's staying. If you want it out, just wait for the day one mod. They haven't, as far as I can tell, the team has no interest in changing the portrait thing. I'm not gonna, like, I've not seen them talk about it, but if they did see them talk about it, I'm not allowed to say, like, repeat what they say or what their communications are, but, like, I don't think they care about the portrait, and I don't think they should. I think that the portrait, it's possible that this is even a top-down marketing thing where they're like, you have to have a portrait. I don't know. But if I was top-down marketing, if I was CEO, I would say you keep that portrait in, because the people who are the regulars can just install a mod to take it off, and the people who are brand new, completely fresh players, that makes the game so much more accessible. I think the portrait's good. I will die on this hill. I know coring is different with religion. How does Russia do with all the Muslim Tengri steps? I think that the religion requirement on coring is going to get rolled back. Or is going to get changed in some way, because it like kind of breaks the Ottomans, so, yeah. Your Bane impression sounds like Jordan Peterson. Make your room. Clean your room. I was born in the room, molded by it. By the time I saw a broom, I was already a room. Perhaps he's wondering why you would shoot a man before throwing him out of an airplane. Does Lithuania have any flavor? They do. I just didn't play Lithuania, so I don't really know that well. They have like their own unique religion thing. That's actually kind of neat. You get to pick your bonuses. They're not like they don't start out Orthodox. I think they have a bunch of Orthodox pops though, something like this. Does army maintenance is basically military goods stockpiles, so you're purchasing creating demands? It's not deleting money, is it? No, I think I said most of the sliders that aren't... I don't know exactly what... Most of the sliders are deleting money, or most of the slider expense. And I'm talking mainly like cost of court, stability, the prestige one. You're not deleting money in the case of the military. I don't think. I have to look at the exact way in which it's instituted, though. Did you talk at all about Timber in Japan? I don't know what this Timber in Japan thing is about. The RGO map is out of date. Yes, all the RGOs are like out of date to some extent. Does fish give food? Not a lot. So you really want the livestock, wool, and wheat are really, if you're playing in Europe, those are your go-tos. Maize and potatoes in the New World, and then rice. Rice, technically, there's some rice in Europe, but for the most part, it's in Asia. The consumption of the burgers that they get more wealthy, or is the wealth they spend on consumption for burgers? It's mostly fixed. It scales with dev. The scaling with dev does not match the scaling of your economy. I think the scaling with dev is like linear, and the scaling of your economy is exponential. So the scaling with dev does not feel meaningfully large enough to really feel like consumption is scaling up. Would Lithuania be more multiplayer viable, not having the Polish nobility issues? Well, the Polish disaster, I think, is pretty manageable. I don't think that the Polish disaster is the reason you don't want to play him. I think the reason you don't want to play him is the geography. I think geography for Lithuania is even worse. The problem with Lithuania is now someone's going to eat Poland before you can. Well, and you're closer to Russia. Maybe Teutonic Order is a little bit better. I don't know. That's another thing. Is someone's going to be on Brandenburg in the Teutonic Order? God, I cannot think of a place I would less want to play based on where I think people are going to pick in terms of countries. And I high key, if I was making a rule set, like one of those hugboxy rule sets where everyone gets to play nice, or until someone cries and quits the game, I would probably have a rule where if you can't draft all 5 of these countries or something like this between Brandenburg / Teutonic Order, Poland, Bohemia, Austria, Hungary, there's just a limit on these, because otherwise it's just gonna be too many people, too cramped, this type of thing. How difficult is move capitals? It's just kind of expensive. It's not that difficult. If you're making money, it doesn't feel that bad. The major cost is you have built your country in a certain way around a particular capital, and now the capital is somewhere else instead of there. That is the biggest cost. Are you able to fully colonize Africa and Southeast Asia to EU4? Is it going to be more historical? It's probably going to be a little bit more historical. I'm saving up my cash for the game because I want to use your code. Thank you so very much. Can I use it on Steam because the game is $12 cheaper on the Paradox store due to currency conversion? No, just buy it on Steam. You can't use my code on Steam, but just buy it on Steam. Korea's RGOs are absolutely nutty. Yeah. I think they're someone. One of the creators was saying they're a little bit different. They're still insane though. I think they might even be better. I think it's not even all fish here. They're just like absolutely absurd. Does the consumption basket grow? It scales with dev, but it also scales as you get more higher tier pops. That's more of the explosive scaling. Burgers buy more than peasants. I also think it scales up a little bit as you discover new resources. I'm not 100% sure how the buy basket works, but I think if you discover a resource, your pop demands it. And so as you discover new resources, they increase the size of their buy basket, because I don't think it shaves off the purchasing that they want of other goods. It just adds new ones. And so this way you have scaling. So like, if you add potatoes, like if they see potatoes, they'll start demanding potatoes. So this creates buy orders for potatoes. And this is true with like tobacco, chili, other spices as they come to your nation. And so this is a bigger way of scaling it than the linear increase from dev. The linear increase from dev, or I think it's linear, the increase from dev, I just think isn't that substantive. I do feel like economies stall out from lack of consumption. You might need to like be like Victoria 3 approaching the game to like feel the stall out though. I don't know if everyone's gonna feel the stall out. Over what RGOs would you build a city on? Any food, like every legume basically. If it's a legume or a sturdy grain. Sturdy grains in most places. In India, Indian pops demand a ton of sturdy grains, so maybe not in India. Fish, I always build over. So the bad food resources, medicaments, I would build over. And so there's like there's not this many medicaments on the updated map, but there's plenty of good places to build over on. But it's just so many good like RGOs. Like the rice gives so much food. So if you have these rural rice areas where you really stack a bunch of food stuff, this allows you to support really high density of urbanization. But even then, like you don't want to urbanize the silver, the gold, the spices, which are for you the pepper here. So yeah. I get that the portraits themselves are a bit rubbish, but honestly, who cares? Yeah. Was someone throwing and shooting out a Gundam Wing reference? Someone was, but I'm not getting it because I don't know Gundam Ring. Is that what the Japanese whatever is about? That would make sense. What's with the location max pop capacity? What is the location max pop capacity? So this is something that maybe is a little bit weak for Korea. It scales, the most important thing is your vegetation. But also your terrain matters a little bit. And what you want is a lot of farmland and grassland. And you can see that Korea's not very good in that regard. Japan was actually very interesting deciding where to build and how to build and this type of thing. Most of its natural harbors are in the south, so you kind of have to like play through the south portion of it. And you kind of have like these two urban centers you want to create. You want to create here, and deciding where to put the capital is kind of a little bit of a difficult choice, because it could reasonably go over here, but then this faces the Pacific, and this is a little bit closer to other stuff, so we settled on here. But it was a little bit of an interesting one. You also can't move the capital if there's like a daimyo like on top of it. You can't plop the capital on top of a daimyo or something like this. Is Scotland any good fun? Scotland has a very good government reform. I haven't played them, so I don't know about fun. Mainly for MP, is there any way to get agreed favorable trades with other players, i.e. cheaper goods in exchange for X stuff, or what economic levers you can move? So whoever has the trade advantage in the market controls the outgoing trade. So you can say to them, hey, I'm playing Bohemia, I have access to all this gold, I promise to move XYZ amount of gold to your market with my trade, and if I do that, I think you could also give some sort of preferential trade agreement, but really whoever controls the trade node itself controls the outgoing goods, and so if you do that, you can kind of control where they go. I was playing the Polish Disaster, he's lying, it's ridiculously hard. I didn't have that much problems with it. I forget exactly how I handled it, but I remembered it seeming not too bad. And you get a bunch of good bonuses at the end. Like, I think you're actually supposed to pop the disaster. Like, if you could choose between popping it or not, I think you're supposed to pop it. Because you get, like, more tax efficiency or max tax or something at the end. maybe I'm just not remembering it very well. I remember thinking it wasn't, like, anywhere near as bad as the Red Turban Rebellion or Delhi, the fall of Delhi. Like, not even remotely close to as bad. But, I don't know. At this point, would you say that the devs are focused on bug fixes or balance? I think it's almost entirely... I hope they're not caring about balance right now. I want them to be focused on bug fixes. I think the version we get in a couple days, after that, it's going to be 100% bug fix focus. I think that trying to change something, like, last minute like that just is not a good idea. I hope they don't try and do it. I hope... And I'm not going to be commenting on balance at all in giving any balance feedback after, like, after we get the new build, I think. Between then and releasing videos. Mainly because I don't want them to brick something, like, right before the video. How much would the game change if you had to pay 100% upkeep if it scaled with your crown power? That would be kind of crippling. Or if it scaled with your crown power, like, inverse of crown power. So if you have 25% crown power, you have to pay... 75%, or you mean if you have 25% crown power, you pay 25%? Depends how you want to scale it. Well, so the thing is like, I think the game would be more grounded if sliders added buy orders, but then also you had to pay for all the building upkeep. So the sliders would cause a lot more demand, which would stimmy the economy up. But then you had to pay for, like, the full cost of the building, which would make it harder to build civilian infrastructure everywhere, because it wouldn't feel as free. But at the same time, you would, with your other expenses, you would be stimulating the economy and make it easier for buildings to maintain positive balance, this type of thing, something like this. I think that that is a weird balancing dance that I'm not interested in just flicking the on switch on something and seeing what happens, or something like this. Do you think there's only going to be banned nations like Timurids or Mamluks because they're too OP? Yuan's kind of an interesting one, because I think it's easy to mess with them if you're Korea or Japan, or to a lesser extent Delhi, or Orissa even. Maybe Majapahit, but you're kind of pushing it there. I think that whatever the house rules are going to be weird for China. I think that that's going to be... I don't know if it's going to involve force breaking them up, or you can pick... you sit out for the first 15 years, and then you jump in on one of the Chinese releasable states. But even then, like... Once China's unified, it's just very game warping from a multiplayer balance perspective, so we might see entire just overhauls of China, but even then, like, so much pops. Balancing is going to be very difficult unless you make the pops a little bit more flat. When Generalist says one of the creators, I imagine he's a priest discussing a new religion, discussing the faith lore. One of the creators, upon high. Can you drop the link for the RGO map? I can't find it. What RGO map? This one? Is it better than EU4? Yes. He's correct. I don't know what stall out means as an EU4 guy. It's when, like, all your prices get low and depressed, and buildings you build aren't profitable anymore. To be fair, there's other ways to stall out your economy that are more complicated. Like, if you build in low control areas, technically this will stall out your eco. Like, it'll make you lose money. Like, you net will, even with the building being profitable, you'll net decrease your income. But that's kind of a little bit complicated to unpack in, like, this type of stream. What does cabinet efficiency do? It makes your cabinet actions better. Basically just scales like linear with cabinet efficiency. What's the biggest city you made population in terms? Well, some of them just start out huge in Asia, where it's like 700,000, so you just, like, drop it on yuan, you have, like, 700,000. I got Paris up to, like, 700k, though, or something like this, in relatively short time period. Is there any way to get incense in Europe when the Black Death hits, or you just always segregate? I think you're just always supposed to segregate. This is something I was making a mistake in terms of how I was playing, because I did my testing on the Mamluks, who have incense. If you don't have incense, I have to double check this, because anytime someone tells me something, I usually want to double check it, but if it's really causing minus 50% efficacy in the pest houses, then yeah, it doesn't make any sense to do it unless you have incense. Maybe he's gave it into the nobles, the dark side. Would be weird if you want to move your capital to Kyoto as the shogun. That shouldn't be possible, though. I don't think it is, because you can't drop the capital on another character. But you can move it a little bit. I moved it south to, like, Okinawa, or not Okinawa. What's the... I don't know my Japanese geography. The weebs are gonna come for me now. But, like, I moved the capital to Osaka after getting rid of the daimyo that was there. And I moved the market capital from Mizumi to Osaka. I thought Osaka was just a little bit better. Are we removing Magna Carta's England for no crown power negatives or surviving through it? You remove it and then you put it back in. Maybe he gave in to the nobles? I didn't give in to the nobles. I did it through the burghers. I did the burger one. So skill issue? I don't know, maybe. I forget exactly how I did it, but I remember thinking like that it wasn't too bad. There were like some tools that you had. It's like really about just passing a certain threshold and then like getting some of these events and like this type of stuff. Like there's events and you can click to increase plutocracy, right? And you don't have to get your plutocracy really, really high to like make the nobles way weaker. Because once the aristocracy gets really low, the noble power is significantly diminished and it gets a lot easier to like muscle them around. Even if you have a positive aristocracy trend. I wish I had it. I wish I remembered exactly how I did it though. That was a while ago now. That was like a couple weeks ago. What's the general strategy for Sweden? Just kind of quietly eco up, I think, for the most part. You have some opportunities to expand once you get your like laws and stuff in place. You can't fight Denmark that easily early, because Denmark's a lot stronger than you military-wise. So you might have to wait until you have like professional armies, and then you go after Denmark, create Scandinavia, this type of thing. Something like this, I think, is fine. New guy! Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Yeah, the thing is, you start out with way more pops in Denmark, so they're not a very soft target. Let's try and take a look at... The natural harbors are also going to be a big deal. You do want to settle and stuff eventually. But yeah, one of these places is going to be the capital that has a good natural harbor. And you kind of want to conquer your way around all the coastal stuff that's kind of in reach, and that's going to be valuable to you. What steps do you do as Yuan to prepare to switch as Wu Ming? Well, I think you want to intentionally bankrupt yourself or get to the verge of bankruptcy in terms of loans. And do nothing but build up in that area. So you just like super build it up into outer space. We had a run where we were testing that out. And then we hit a rev and we were like, oh, like our Vic 3 brain turned over where we're like, oh, we can't win versus rev because you're just really weak, terminally weak as Yuan after a certain point, because we had like no levies because there's like a levy malice. But we should have realized we're just supposed to lose to the rev intentionally, keep playing, and then get Wu to pop and swap Wu. Do you plan on playing a lot of multiplayer? Maybe. I think that a lot of the balancing of the game, like, seems kind of... would be a lot more interesting in multiplayer. I think I'm not very good at multiplayer, though, or would not be, because I think I'm not very good at moving around guys on the map. EU6 I'm not sure. The Urban say hi to us? Hello. Iconic Europe doesn't have doesn't have incense. Ironic Europe doesn't have incense since churches used it at the time and had a glut of it. Maybe that's something to leave feedback about, yeah. Osaka, yes. Shogunate in Osaka is cursed. I don't know the history for that. General starting strat for Denmark. Ooh, Denmark's probably going to have a more specific starting strat, given that they start off with an enormous amount of debt. I don't know if you're supposed to mint to claw your way out of debt. You're probably supposed to try and pay off your debt or declare bankruptcy. I'm not sure exactly which approach is going to be better here. That's something that it would require a little bit of testing, but I would say don't play Denmark as your first nation and just recognize that starting debt's going to be a weird phenomenon. I wouldn't be surprised if Denmark is better for forming Scandinavia than Sweden. I just don't know exactly how you just start. As a Catholic, could you have Muslim vassals? Yes. And then buy slaves from them? Well, the problem is their slaves are other Christians. Yeah. And you cannot have Catholic slaves as a Catholic nation. If you have a slave that is your religion or an accepted culture, it is automatically freed inside your territory. So, yeah. Is Scotland going to be as fun as launch as it is now in EU4? Probably not. I don't think they have any unique content. Have you tried setting up a pirate nation? We've set up one. We haven't played as one. We set up one a long time ago. Not in our last Castile run, but the time before, I think, when we played Castile. Or someone when we were invading Maghreb. We set up the pirate nation in Maghreb. I actually forget entirely who we were playing as. But we set up a pirate nation there. Maybe we were playing Mali. Maybe it was as Mali. I think it was we were playing Mali. Didn't get to really see too much of what was going on with the pirate nation. I'd love to have more chill multiplayer games, see how as far as people take the economy too. Yeah, the thing is, like, also, like, one of the problems with multiplayer is people have different ideas of what they want out of the multiplayer relative to how casual and how spiky it is. And ideally, you would get all the casuals together and all the spikes together in different playgroups. Do formables give bonuses like core speed or something like this? Not really. For the most part, what formables are going to be giving is new advances, and they really don't give that many advances. Making a new formable is not a huge advantage like it is in EU4. It's relative. It's a lot more muted a thing that it gives you. Some formables give a lot of really good new tech, but like Great Britain's not one of them. Like England has like all of Great Britain's tax basically. So you don't. If you form Great Britain as someone else, that would be advantageous. But forming Great Britain as England is kind of whatever. And so you get to change your color on the map. I think you get more or different dynamic historical events for a lot of different nations, and this is maybe where a lot of the power level is. But yeah. Which would you say is the better started nation? England, Holland, Castile, or other? England. I would say England. England or other. England, I think, is fairly solid. You get to rumble a bit. You have most of your stuff in one market. I think for understanding I think that a lot of the military stuff is relatively straightforward and not that hard to understand. A lot of the eco stuff is a lot more hard to understand, and I think that is preferable that you have one market and have like your entire country be in the market. And with recent changes to Great Britain, where Scotland actually has a market, a little bit of England is in Scotland's market at game start, but for the most part, all of your country is inside the London market. So I think that this is, like, I think the top bit of Northumbria is in the Scotland market, but other than that, it's all in the London market, so I think that that's much better. Anything interesting to do with Cyprus? I think they get some nice bonuses. They also, is it Cyprus or the Knights Hospitalier, or however it's pronounced? One of the two of those gets French culture, so they're hard to make a CB on, which is kind of cute. I don't know if I'd recommend Cyprus. The thing is, you push market access really poorly, or I wouldn't recommend having a long-term capital on an island, on a very small island, because you push control out from your capital, and you can push control out okay from an island, but not market access, and you don't want to have a market on Cyprus, because it's not going to give, it's going to be limited in the overall market access that it gives by virtue of being on a small island. It's because Kyoto's religiously important, and the shogunate used Kyoto in their authority, and then they moved it, they would lose all legitimacy. Maybe you should get a negative event if you move it, or not be allowed to move it. Does the Pope get money from other Catholic countries? Yeah, the Pope prints money. That's one of the nations we played since our last Q&A. They print a ton of money. Since Czech is West Slavic, would Bohemia be able to conquer Poland and then become the Commonwealth? The formation laws are very flexible. And, like, if you want to play the Commonwealth, starting as Bohemia or Hungary might be better, yeah. And you just move your capital to Warsaw or whatever, and then just go for it. Is gold RGO OP in game? Yes, 100%. It's the best RGO in game. It's not even close. There's elephants have the same base price, but there's not the same demand for elephants. So in terms of how it manifests, it's not anywhere near as close. I think silver's better than elephants too. Silver's got a base price of 8, but it doesn't matter. There's more demand for silver. For England, do you think it's feasible to blitz the Isles and vassalize all the Isles in the first 50 to 70 years? Probably. I don't know how feasible that'll feel while fighting France at the same time. Probably doable, maybe a little bit tricky. Probably fine. You can play Pope in EU5 before CK3. Pog. For a nation like Norway to spread proximity to Scotland, would it be better to eventually move their capital to the west coast? Be better to move the capital to Denmark, because I think you're going to have to go through... Like, I think that you don't want to go through the open seas. Like, you don't want to go through these tiles up here. Those are sad tiles. And coming through London and then up the coast to Scotland is probably better. So you want it to be kind of on the west coast of Denmark. Your capital eventually. Try and craft a roster for multiplayer, and some nations just look kind of exclusive with each other, like Muscovy, Golden Horde, or Byzantium Ottomans. What do you think? Can they? Do you think they can be played without day one allying war? Well, you can make a house rule against wars day one. Ottomans are going to always want to run over Byzantium, so you can make a rule like no Ottomans or no Byzantium. Or like if you draft one, you draft like the pair. I don't know, there's how people... There are asymmetries in the map at game start, like there were asymmetries in history, and if you're trying to reduce asymmetries in power level, you're gonna have some stuff to do. I think that this game is probably less balanced in terms of power level than EU4 probably is. I don't really know EU4 that well, that would just be my guess. So... I would say that anyone who... I'll put it like this. Well, here, it's also day one war. Byzantium can actually take it to the Ottomans, but I think they're in a really rough spot just overall, and aren't that strong relative to the Ottomans. And maybe even after the nerfs, they can't really take it to the Ottomans that well day one. You have some very significant issues with money. I think if you pick Golden Horde and you have like less than 30 players, you're kind of a psychopath. And maybe you get what you deserve. I don't know. Like, maybe Golden Horde is okay if you have 30 people. Like, how big is the MP? Like, at a certain point, you just have to let people close to each other play close to each other. It depends how big you want the MP to be, but I think Europe will get oversaturated, and if you want to have rules against that happening, you can make rules against that happening. Because people tend to want to play in Europe. Like, I think if there's more than 2 people in Italy, that's an issue too. Like, Italy has crowding issues. Like, in addition to, like, the scrum. Like, someone playing as Scotland and someone playing as England and someone playing as Ireland, it feels crowded. Whereas, like, there's 3 people in India with flavor. And, like, if you have one person on Orissa, one person on VJ, and one person on Delhi, that doesn't feel crowded at all. Like, because all of India is far larger than the British Isles. So, like, there's, in terms of content density, it's way more dense in Europe. Like, you would almost have to do it, like, one person in North Germany, one person in South Germany, and have, like, like, have Austria or, like, Hungary count as South Germany, and have Poland or Bohemia count as North Germany, and then one person in Eastern Europe, and have Poland, Hungary, and Russia all count as Eastern Europe or something like this. So once the Poland is picked, then someone can draft either North Germany or they can draft like Russia, but once the additional one's been picked, you can't pick another one. And then like maximum 2 people in Iberia or something like this. If you wanted to like try and approach it from that perspective, or like Iberia / Maghreb, you have like a 2-person max, like all the way to Tunis, or maybe 3 people. Whoops, my planned MP lobby has Venice, Milan, Naples. Yikes, dog. Yikes. Hey, on start of stream, you talked about some payment to not make it in USD. I don't know what the problem with that is. There? No, USD is fine. The issue is if you use my code and you order off the Paradox official store, if you are not using USD, this sends 12% of the sale our way, so it's a good way to support the channel. But if you are not using USD and you have an exchange rate, the price on Steam versus the official store will tend to be different, and I'm saying you should buy it off of Steam if it's cheaper on Steam. Like, you should check and not just buy from the store, is what I mean with that. I think difficulty should be the main solve for that. If you want historical bonuses to be insane, start working game hard for content creators who find the game too easy. Yeah. How hard is managing control as Bohemia? Bohemia has a nice little pocket of like really good territory, and then they can't really push control out of it very well. And so it's a mixed bag, because it's not like their territory is bad inside that pocket. The issue is that... And it's gotten buffed in 2 ways since this was a thing. One, you're not any longer multiple hills thick in Bohemia, and like there's way less hills, and there's less vegetation. 2, the amount of proximity increase in cost that hills give, and also forests and woods give, has been decreased significantly. So Bohemia is a lot better than they used to be in regards to pushing control. You're still going to feel a little bit speed bumped, but you can get control out into Vienna pretty easy, because there's like a river that comes through here that's like pretty good, and then from there you might even end up pushing this direction instead of overland this way into Germany over here, and you could kind of push Hungary. And it's kind of, I mean, it's okay-ish. You're definitely getting speed bumped a little bit, but also really good resources in this pocket. I don't think it's like, once you're already built up there, I don't think you like suddenly really want to move the capital a whole lot, but maybe you end up doing it. I've talked about Bohemia before. Bohemia used to have a much bigger struggle. It's gotten a lot better. Sounds like within region, countries are balanced, but different European regions are not balanced at all with each other, i.e. Western Europe regions are way stronger than Central Eastern mostly. 100%. Eastern Europe is just way weaker. Russia's also an aberration, though, because Russia has so much top end, but they're really weak at game start. So yeah, the thing is like, limiting the number of people who can play in the East while not limiting it in the West is like how I would approach balancing like Europe picks. Bloodsport's Thunderdome, the entire map is 20 in Italy. Not like this. Need China Thunderdome on. Time to have Ethiopia Thunderdome. I'd probably aim for 20 to 30 people being close enough for some expansion, but also allow regional rivals. How painful is it to expand with the HRE compared to outside? There's like an antagonism malice. We're not super pushing... I found it pretty easy as Austria, but Austria has some of the best tools for dealing with antagonism. And you could just like, when I last expanded a lot in the HRE, you could co-belligerate, and co-belligerating, or taking, you could co-belligerate as many people as you want. Now you can only co-belligerate one person. And you also used to not get a huge malice from taking stuff off of non-co-belligerated targets. Now there is a big malice. So it's a little bit harder, but like I don't think it's necessarily that far hard. Playmaker says 75 antagonism impact, yeah. To be fair, like, when you're reducing it to 0 and then plusing 75 on top of that 0, that actually represents a huge increase. But you can also just, like, slow and small ball it. Generally speaking, I'm not, like, full throttling the expansion speed, so, you could theoretically push it a lot more than I am, I think. And I feel kind of fine with the rate of expansion. I think the thing is if you can expand within the HRE, and you're anyone who's reasonably large, you can also expand elsewhere as well. I guess it's maybe a little bit rough if you're starting as an OPM inside of the HRE. So many amazing nations in Italy to play as. Yeah, this is a bit of an issue. So I think Italy gets overstacked. I think you need to make zones in some spots like Iberia, Italy, and the HRE. Yeah. France just hates you for expanding at HRE, not just HRE members. Just HRE members. How's the Hungarian control now that it's turned into a lot of swamps compared to the initial map showcase? We played as Hungary. Played a bit as Hungary. It's pretty okay. The thing is you get a lot of control from... So, there are 4 levels of roads, right? The gravel road gives minus 20, right? And then the paved road minus 25. And then the modern road minus 30. Where's our Carpathia? And the Balkans one. The thing is rivers, when you're going downstream, act like a modern road, which is an age 5 tech road. And in Hungary, even though it's really swampy, you have 2 big fat rivers that flow through here. So control is pretty easy because you get 30 flat control discount along those rivers, which you will not be able to get from roads for quite some time. So even though you have to go through the wetlands, it's pretty okay. The thing is it's like, it feels just okay in kind of this line, and then kind of on the edge here, it's hard to get, and through all of these hills, it's really tough to get a lot of control. But for the most part, this actually feels like a solid power base. The thing is you're really not going to push out of this very well. So you're kind of self-contained. The nations that have a lot more top end are like going to be the nations that use a lot more naval or something like this in terms of the max areas that they can get a lot of control, or countries like France, which have just a ton of flat land. This is kind of asking, it's too much to push through, especially because there's like woods and forests as well. It's not just the hills, it's hills with woods and forests. Does terrain affect control? Like in Malaysia, the proximity location of province is close, but realistic jungles areas have high control. Yeah, you get turbo screwed in Majapahit. We're playing Majapahit because of the jungles. You're basically only getting a lot of control along the coasts, and pushing inland is just an entirely difficult prospect because of all the jungle. It's like all jungle. Big sad. Have you played Malaya? We played Majapahit. The control's kind of okay. Clickbait title and thumbnail, are you? This is my EU5 campaign, made me pull my hair out. Yeah, basically. And just have like a wig at the start, and then like the shaved head. Lobby's currently 18 people, all in Europe, with Golden Horde being a maybe. No Ottomans, Muscovy. Well, no Ottomans in Muscovy, then Byzantium and Golden Horde are maybe okay. Novgorod and Biz instead. Ooh, Novgorod and Golden Horde might step on each other's toes. Playing all in Europe kind of significantly advantages the people on the edge of that region that can just expand into soft AI targets. But I guess if you have 18 people, that's maybe how you have to run it. I would just try to make sure that people are a lot more densely packed in Western Europe than in the East, and give the people in the East a lot more space because they have way fewer pops, and the countries are generally a lot weaker in the East. Like, if you have someone as Poland, someone as Lithuania, someone as like Novgorod, then you got like Byzantium, and then you have like Georgia, people are gonna have bad times relative to like the people starting as like Spain. If antagonism only applies to people with HRE, I could definitely see people dropping HRE to expand faster. Yeah. Would Lubeck, especially because the Emperor doesn't defend you right now, would Lubeck on Hamburg be capable of colonizing? Will they have to put money in it? Well, the problem is it takes pops and it takes money, and you need to have more pops. Kind of be okay, I guess. You can make it work. Would cavalry build Scotland work early game with the possibility of local horses, decent terrain to attack northern England? I think cavalry gets a penalty on hills or mountains, or both. So I don't know if cav is the way to go as Scotland. In an earlier stream, you recommend going to Caucasus as Russia and converting to Islam, but I don't see how that's possible when overwhelming majority would still be Christian. You don't start off with that big a pop as Muscovy. So if you just don't integrate your subjects, you really don't need to take a lot of territory to swap to Sunni. And once you're Sunni, the religion that's the very best for converting is Sunni. So you convert people a lot easier. I know in Americas, you have colonial nations. How does colonizing in Asia and Africa work? Do you control directly or trade companies or vassals? Anything that's not on your continent, when you finish a colony, you can turn it into a colonial nation. So as Majapahit, all of Papua New Guinea is actually considered on a different continent. So we made a colony here and a colony here. We were kind of over in here in our capital. And then we direct controlled the big chunk of northern Australia, because we could actually project control there, but we could have made colonies there as well. If you're Spain and you colonized, if you somehow decolonized Maghreb by killing enough pops there, and then recolonized it, you would be able to make colonial nations there. You can release colonial nations there as well. Which is maybe like a play for Portugal. Portugal gets a unique plus 50% subject income, which makes them really good for subject play. It's just at a weird odds with their viceroyalty building, which makes subjects kind of bad. So kind of a weird type of tension in there. Do they hardcode or at least greatly facilitate Portuguese conquest of Southeast Asia? I don't know. I didn't play Portugal that deep. I didn't play Portugal that far. My Portugal save actually got bricked by one of the, like, update things that they did, and so it's completely unloadable. So it's the only run I had bricked, but my Portugal run I played like 80 years and then the run got bricked. So yeah. Is there a way to turn a colony back into your land? I don't think there's a way to turn a colonial nation into a vassal, so you just would have to release them and conquer them. That's hilarious. Half colony, half regular control touching each other in Papua New Guinea. Yeah. Well, because I could kind of push control this way, and this entire area had low pops, so I could colonize this really fast. This area has high pops, so I just stick one colonial nation there, and then I'm like, you guys can colonize the rest of that yourselves. I don't want to lose all my pops there, and also I can't really get the control there. Whereas all of Australia, really low pops, so very easy to kind of bring into the fold. And I also made sure that I controlled the market here, because there was a market here. Just in case my cursor is not showing. There was a market, we made a market up here, and so wanted to control that because this portion would be in there. There was another market on this clay, so there would be another market here. Didn't quite get to forming another market. I think eventually we would want one down here. I was really unsure if we could push control there. I didn't play deep enough to be able to discover this trade wind, and I don't know how the control goes through trade winds, because this is reasonably close, but the way that we were pushing control is we would push through here to this C zone, and then from this C zone up here, come down through this one bad terrain, and then into here, and so that's where our control was coming from. But it's a very interesting spot where you're literally the only nation that has, or the only relatively big nation that has access to Australia in this way. And so, yeah. Do you know how early consumers can play if they pre-order? It's the same time. You get your code on release. Or maybe you get your code early and you can download it early. I don't, I'm not going to even speculate because I have no idea. I think that you get it at the same time. Yeah. Owning a colony outright is better than colonial nation as Iberian. I think so, with the caveat that your building is only buildable in urban locations, so you have to build a decent density of urban locations, which is a bit of a cost. And also, colonial nations get a lot of pop growth. And so evaluating the oblique angle of the fact that you get a lot of extra pop growth and a lot of extra dev growth as a colonial nation is a little bit difficult to do. But just in terms of direct consideration, without the long-term consideration of pop growth and dev growth, it is better to own it yourself, yes. Do you think the game would be better if the max reduction was 75% rather than 90%? I got some bad news for you, friend. The max reduction on a lot of these things is not capped. The proximity cost reduction max is you can't reduce something below 0.01. There is a max on building cost reduction. And that max is 10%. There is no cap on antagonism reduction, and you can even make it negative so that you lose antagonism for taking stuff. I'm not a fan of that, but I think it should be efficiency modifiers instead, but it's not. But like on the thing that really matters, it's like which is like proximity. There's no cap. I really just think that there should be a cap on the proximity thing. I think that would be like, if not an efficiency modifier, capping that would be so much better. But like the thing about capping it is like it also feels bad because it makes the modifiers dead. Just in general, reduction modifiers are kind of annoying because they have increasing marginal utility, and we've mathed this out, so we're not going to do a spreadsheet on the math on it, but we're not going to do like a drawing or anything like this. They have increasing marginal utility, and then once you hit the absolute cap of their utility, so if you reduce the thing to 0, or the cap, whatever it is, the floor, then the modifier is stone useless, because you're already at the floor, so it is a little bit rough. Hey Finja, how's it going? Reminds me of the time in Anbanar when mercenary cost was going in the negative and they were paying you for the privilege of joining your army. Yeah. There's also merc cost reduction. This has been something I've very consistently pointed out and kind of pushed for without trying to be overly annoying, but I think that they should get rid of every discount modifier and have efficiency modifiers only. If you care about the game being grounded, if you like the absurd wonky stuff, then like, I mean, you can keep it in, but like the discount modifiers in general just lead to absurd types of situations. Man, Australia's got so much good stuff. So many goodies. So much gold, silver, gems, coal, and iron. Their foodstuffs are also like kind of okay because they have all these livestock. They have a lot of trash resources too. Like clay, fruit, and wild game aren't very good, but the people in Majapahit demand actually a decent amount of fruit, so the fruit's okay for them. Just the wild game is kind of trash, so you'd probably urban overall the wild game. You're also lacking a lot of wool or cotton, so not very good for urbanization just in general because you're not getting the best industry, which seems to be the clothing industry. You're not getting the RGO bonus for it, but maybe that's okay. Nice is like a colony type thing. Change all of Australia to potatoes? Hell yeah, brother. Well, you could plant a bunch of cotton in Australia and it'd actually get a lot better. The like terrain in Australia is kind of okay. God, what is this, man? They just like this is the weirdest combo where they do both like the far north, Mongolia, along with Australia, and it makes like no sense, dog. Other than we had 2 more places we wanted to show, so here are the 2 places, right? This is something that natural harbors are gonna matter. But yeah, you're mostly flatland, so the territory's pretty good. You do have like the jungle up at the top and the desert here, so that's not as ideal, but I think eventually you can really push to a big chunk of Australia, like maybe like this as Majapahit and own it, and maybe on the far side you have to have a colony. New Zealand, you have to have a colony. Something like this, but I think it's a very interesting gameplay pattern, because you get effectively a lot of extra pop growth by virtue of colonizing a shitload, which Russia gets, Mali gets it to a very mild extent, and Majapahit gets this opportunity, and those are kind of the big ones. Other people, when they colonize, they kind of have to make a colonial nation. I guess not Spain and Portugal to some extent, but like if you're England and you colonize the New World, you can't just like keep the territory and benefit from the huge pop growth, but you can as Majapahit. So kind of very cool. I do think I want to do a Majapahit video after doing the video. We're probably going to just answer the last couple questions and then be out of here. Are the basket of goods pops demand equal in value in regions, or can some cultures demand significantly more value? I believe some cultures demand more value. Makes some cultures better than others. I know that they demand different stuff. I know that they also demand different stuff based on where they are geographically. Like, the type of alcohol that gets consumed is different. Like, in the Mediterranean, they consume wine, and then in the north, they consume beer or something like this. Mali pops, I think, eat gold, which is a curious thing. Like, their nobles eat gold, which isn't present in other pops, but is a godsend, because otherwise your gold price really collapses. I mean, it really collapses anyways, but it helps you out. How much of your income generally comes from trade? Is it worth it focusing on it if you can? If you're not a merchant republic, it's worth doing a lot of trade, but trade is... the value is twofold. The one is it gives you trade income, and the other is it increases the price of your industries, which allows you to get more tax-based income. So you can't, like, completely divorce them from each other. You could kind of always push trade, but it's going to be... trade for its own right is going to be more valuable on a merchant republic and not going to be too insane not on some country like that. Can you invite pops from other tags in your nation? Kind of, but it doesn't scale. It's non-scaling. You can get favors and use those favors to get pops, but it's a flat amount. So, it's really, really good if you have low pops, and it's really, really useless if you have a lot. Vic 3 reportedly found dead after seeing how much flavor U5 launched with. Vic 3 just has a different design philosophy that's much more sandboxy oriented, and also more like, against giving bonuses. They don't want to give bonuses, just from a design philosophy perspective, so that kind of like limits what you can do with flavor. Is there a CB to install Junior Dynasty members on foreign thrones? I don't think so. There's like an influence action, though. I forget the conditions for being able to do it. Can you make megacities in U5, like Constantinople? Depends what you mean by mega, but kinda, yeah. Usually your capital will be a bit of a megacity. One of the problems is you will eventually just be throttled by the building, like, limit. Either the overall building limit or the individual buildings of each level limit, where you, like, there's 4 to 5 really good industries you want to build of, and you've already maxed those out, or you've maxed out the overall building limit, and this will throttle you such that there's no, like, infinite upward horizon. But if you view your locations as more of an urban sprawl, then your sprawl can get bigger and bigger and bigger. You just have food-oriented issues. Is it worth it to let the Black Death hit you harder in order to lose less pops in the second wave in the 1600s? So the thing that the way the math works is if you lose 5% of your pops, and then you grow at a normal rate versus lose 5% of your pops later, without any modifiers. And I would have to double check this. My understanding is your population would actually be identical. And so the question becomes, which ones would allow me to stack more new modifiers? And reducing pops earlier on is better for that, as far as I can tell. Plus, you can build more settlements early. That's another thing about colonizing a place with no pops. You get to build a bunch of this building called a settlement, which gives 1% pop growth, which is huge, until it gets to 10% of its pop capacity. So I would say it's probably better to get the Black Plague earlier rather than later from that perspective. However, if you can get 2 disease resistance techs, then it's probably better to get it later or something like this. Yeah. I know it's not worth it for the Black Death. You don't get to use the situation interactions. Oh, that's true as well. That's true as well. I forgot about that. Yeah. Because the situation, the first time, you're going to get the 15% reduction. And later on, you're not. In theory, you could get enough tech where it would be better to get it later. In the 1600s, there are several techs that you've already possibly gotten for disease resistance. That is maybe a subject for a video and doing some math on and this type of thing. Can you make Constantinople like 10 million or more? No, not 10 million. There's, Constantinople, spreadsheet warning. Constantinople... Is it this one? Constantinople gets like a pop capacity. Oh, what do they have? They're grasslands. They're not even farmlands. Yikes. So they don't even have so much pop capacity. You're gonna have like this somewhat big pop capacity. You're gonna get plus. This is without some other modifiers. This 125,000. You're gonna get a plus 100,000 from it being a city. That's 100,000 flat, which it has 100,000 flat right now. So instead it's going to be 250,000, and then dev is going to scale it up. And if you had 100 dev, instead of 250,000, you would be getting plus 125% on 200,000. So you'd be getting close to 500,000. And then there are other modifiers as well. I don't think you have a river, so you can't build irrigation. Irrigation would give you 1k flat each. I think it's really hard to push. I mean, especially, the real problem is you're not a farmland. Like, the fact that you're not a farmland is actually a huge deal, because you can see just how much more you get from being a farmland. Like, I think the cap for farmlands is, like, around, maybe a little under 1 million. And the cap for grassland is probably, like, 500,000, 600,000. That's probably the biggest you could get. So... And whoever gets to New Jersey first gets the situation. Whoever gets to Jersey first also. Hey, Gene, we're just like wrapping up. No. How are you doing? Just got home from work. Nice to catch the tail end of the stream. Yeah, we're just like actual at the end. Also, my voice. I haven't been talking as much, I think, is one issue. Because I've been doing less streaming and video making, so I'm not used to talking as much. My voice is getting like really scratchy right now as well. I might have like a lozenge because I'm just talking for like 4 hours straight, or close to 5 hours straight. But yeah, I would say that the kind of the upper limit is probably a little under 1 million for the absolute perfect, which is Mediterranean farmland, flatland. Which, like, in China, you're not going to have this because you don't have Mediterranean climate. So, like, the cap in China is maybe going to be, like, is going to be less. But I think there are some other modifiers, too, that aren't taking into account. Maybe you can get a little bit higher, but you're not, like... You can't make, like, a 2 million population city. Like, in terms of the game's mechanics, that's just not possible. How would it work if you're starting nation within 2 markets at the start of the game? Can you choose which to trade in? You can trade in either or both of them. I would not recommend as your first nation playing with someone with 2 markets. I think that that is going to be confusing a little bit. Unnecessarily confusing, and it's going to feel bad and weird and, like, this type of stuff. Can you freestyle till the game comes out? I could, but then I wouldn't be able to make a bunch of videos. So I'm probably going to be... We're going to do kind of our last bit of outro things, which is a reminder for people. If you are going to be paying full price for the game and you want to support the channel, you can order it on the online store and use our code. It doesn't give you a discount, but it does send 12% of their sale our way. So that would be greatly appreciated. A good way to support the channel. If you are not buying in USD, that is not buying in USD, make sure you compare the Steam price to the store price, because the price is also going to be different in a lot of currency translations, and just buy from whichever one's cheapest. And then also, other creators are going to have this, so if there's another creator you want to support instead, check and see if they have a creator code. Especially, I think some of the newer creators that just got access don't have a creator code now, but I think they're going to get a creator code, something like this. So I would encourage you to not only ask them, but also suggest that they might be able to get it. Yeah, I think that's what we have for plugs for this, but also we have We're probably going to update this. Currently, we have an idea of what we want to try and do in terms of the schedule. This is very, very tentative. Don't consider this locked in, but we do want to record some of these things. Everything that's yellow is stuff we have an outline for and a plan, this type of thing. Stuff in red is just like a to-do type of thing. We definitely want to try and get a lot of content out. We can start recording on the 16th for this, and that's what we're going to be doing. Everything that's green is already prepared, which the only thing that's ready is the streams, because I don't need anything for that. And so we will be able to, once we get to the 16th, really just start recording a whole bunch of stuff and trying to make that work. But anyways, I want to conquer the whole US as native before the stupid Europeans come. I don't think that that's feasible. If it is, there's some exploit that I'm not aware of. I also haven't taken a that close a look at the natives, though, so maybe that's possible. So, Godspeed. I don't think... I think that EU4's treatment of people, indigenous Americans, where you get the high American tech group and, like, all this catch-up mechanics and all this type of stuff, and it's not really that rough an experience. I don't think that's going to be present for EU5. I think it's going to kind of suck and be like a really hyper uphill battle in terms of trying to make something happen. But maybe it's going to be doable. I haven't experimented enough with it because I think it's a big like waiting game and kind of a little bit of conquest and this type of stuff. Maybe I experiment with it a little bit for one of these runs, but I think just I'm probably going to go almost entirely trying to do Tier 1 and Tier 2 nations or something I'm already a little bit familiar with, something like this. Spoon feed us tier lists. I mean, that's the plan to some extent. The top 10s in the tier lists. This is the easier content to do once you already have the knowledge base, which is why we've played close to 1,200 hours at this point. I've tried it. You're cooked. Yeah, that's kind of what I think intuitively, unless I'm missing something. But I could very easily be missing something having not played it. But the you're cooked conclusion is the one that seems the most probable one. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, etc. Mostly etc. Don't forget to etc. But usually also etc. And other than that, have a good one. Bye-bye now. We'll say bye-bye to the YouTubers, and then the Twitch people, we'll see if anyone else is streaming, like, in our kind of usual categories that we are, like, following.